Chapters 14 to 16 of Book 6 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Again, resuming the same subject, let us discuss in common such things as Parmenides delivers to us concerning the whole order of gods that are called assimilative rulers and leaders. For it is necessary, as we have before observed, to refer the whole divided theory respecting the gods to the common and one mystic doctrine of Parmenides. For there we shall find the connection of the divine orders, and their common powers delivered to us by Plato in a continued series. The same and the different therefore define for us the peculiarity of the demiurgic order, and according to these we have unfolded in what has been before said the paternal and prolific cause of the demiurgus, his unpolluted fountain, and the separative power in him, conformably to which he divides his own kingdom from that of Saturn. Since, however, the whole order of the assimilative gods is suspended from the demiurgic monad, subsists about, is converted to, and perfected by it, it is indeed necessary to refer the signs of this order to the demiurgic signs, and to give to the former a well-ordered generation, proceeding in measures from the latter. For thus the coherence of the divine genera with each other will become more apparent, and the evolution into light of secondary from more ancient natures will through these very things become perfectly known to us. What therefore are the peculiarities of this order, which is celebrated as of a ruling and leading nature by others, but is demonstrated by arguments to be of an assimilative nature? Everything then which is assimilative imparts the communication of similitude and of communion with paradigms to all the beings that are assimilated by it. Together with the similar, however, it produces and commingles the dissimilar, since in the images of the similar, the genus of similitude is not naturally adapted to be present, separate from its contrary. If, therefore, this order of gods assimilates sensibles to intellectuals, and produces all things posterior to itself according to an imitation of causes, it is indeed the first effective cause of similitude to natures posterior to itself. But if it is the cause of this, it is also of the dissimilitude which is coordinate with similitude. For it is necessary that all things which participate of the similar should also participate of the dissimilar. And this order of gods indeed imparts the similar in a greater degree than the dissimilar to the progeny that are more proximate to their principles. But it constitutes the essence of things that proceed farther from their principles according to dissimilitude rather than similitude. For in short, similitude will have in itself an hypostasis analogous to the paternal causes, and to the causes which convert to principles. But the hypostasis of dissimilitude is analogous to prolific causes, and to those that preside over multitude and division. For similitude indeed proceeds analogous to intelligible bound, but dissimilitude to intelligible infinity. Hence the former is collective, but the latter separative of progressions. Since, however, every divine nature begins its own energy from itself, and though its energy is directed to secondary natures, and it imparts its own peculiarity to things subordinate, yet it establishes and defines itself according to that energy prior to other things. This being the case, that which supplies other things with the participation of the similar and the dissimilar from itself, will entirely possess in itself this similitude and dissimilitude. It is also mingled from both these, though here similitude is emitted in a greater degree, and there dissimilitude. For generative are united to paternal causes, and unpolluted causes to those that hasten to proceed to everything. Twofold coordinations likewise of the divine genera are connected with each other, energize together with and subsist in each other. For the genus of the ruling Gods is similar and dissimilar to itself and to other things. But being similar and dissimilar to itself, it conjoins itself to, and separates itself from its principles, preserving the proper boundaries of progression. That, however, which is similar and dissimilar to other things, converts and congregates other things to itself, and separates them from itself. Such, therefore, are the peculiarities of these Gods. But that the similar and the dissimilar proceed from the demiurgic monad, and the signs which there pre-exist into this order, Parmenides sufficiently demonstrates to us. For the demiurgic same and different are the antecedently existing causes, as he says, of the similitude and dissimilitude in this order. Since, however, though this order of Gods is the summit of the partible genera, and of genera which energize partably, yet it has a total transcendency with respect to them, in order that being in continuity with the total orders of the Gods, its progression may not be separately allotted its generation from divided causes, but that each of the opposites, as it were, may proceed from the whole demiurgos. For the similar is from same and different, and the dissimilar receives its hypostasis from both these. And thus each participates of the whole demiurgic monad. And this is an indication of total hyparxis, viz. To refer each of the parts that are, as it were, different to the whole. Sameness, therefore, and difference generate similitude, but the one indeed paternally, and the other in an unpolluted manner, and the one generatively, but the other separatively. And again, each constitutes dissimilitude in a manner appropriate to itself. And thus the genera of the assimilative Gods are varied, subsisting as paternal, generative, and collective of wholes. For they are allotted their evolution into light, doubled according to pre-existent causes, and the demiurgic duad energizing through each of the causes that are pre-established in him, makes a progression from each into secondary natures. The whole conclusions likewise are dyadic, or pertaining to the duad, but they are comprehended by the demiurgic tetrad in pre-arranged boundaries, and the multitude of the assimilative progressions is convolved to union by the simplicity of the intellectual genera. Each also of the progressions has indeed one progression supernatural and unknown to the multitude, but the other apparent and known to all. I mean, for instance, that the similar, so far as it is constituted by difference, has a progression from thence difficult to be known, but that so far as it proceeds from sameness, it exhibits a manifest reason of cause. After the same manner, dissimilitude has difference for the manifest principle of its proper hyparxis, but sameness for its principle difficult to be known. Hence also Parmenides, beginning from things unknown to the multitude, and which are alone apparent to science and intellect, ends in things which are known to all men and are effable. For in the Gods themselves, the ineffable precedes the effable, and the latent and unknown mode of their hypostasis precedes that which is known according to progression. And thus much concerning these Gods from the Parmenides of Plato. Chapter 15. Making, however, another beginning, let us discuss the orders that follow successively. Since the partial orders of the Gods, therefore, are divided in a threefold manner, according to the all-perfect measure of the triad, proceeding supernally from the first intelligibles as far as to the last of things, measuring and defining all things as the oracles say, the ruling Gods, indeed, are allotted the first and highest rank among the partial orders, making their progression proximately after the intellectual order, elevating secondary natures, and conjoining them with the demiurgos of wholes, unfolding all impartible and united intellectual goods to things subordinate, and connecting and containing exemptly their essence and perfection. But the Gods, who give completion to the sensible world, are allotted the last order, and close the end of the divine progression. These divide the universe, and obtain perpetual allotments and receptacles in it, and through these weave one and the best polity of the world. Between these mundane Gods, however, who are our rulers and saviors, and the supermundane leaders, those Gods subsist who preside over the separable and at the same time inseparable order of sensibles, and define according to this their proper progression, being at one and the same time exempt from the Gods in the universe, and co-arranged with them. And they are expanded, indeed, above the allotment which is adequate to the divided parts of the world, and supernally ascend into many numbers of the mundane Gods, but they make a progression subordinate to the government which extends to all things and to wholes. For in short, being the media between the supermundane and mundane Gods, they in a certain respect communicate with both, and have an indissoluble communion with both, being mundane and at the same time supermundane according to order. And above indeed, they are united by the ruling leaders, but beneath they are produced into multitude by the junior Gods, as Timaeus says. For they ride on the mundane Gods, and are in an undefiled manner established on their summits. But they are suspended from the supermundane Gods, and subsist about them. They are also more united than the former, but are more multiplied than the latter. And they divide indeed the whole monads of the supermundane Gods into perfect numbers, but they collect the multitudes and the numbers of the mundane Gods into united bounds, converting these Gods to their exempt principles, but calling forth the Gods that are above the world into the generation and providential care of sensible natures, and immutably preserving in themselves the middle form of empire. For the middle bonds give completion to all the genera of the Gods. Thus, in intelligibles, between the intelligible and occult order, and the paradigmatic triad, and all perfect multitude, the intelligible centre subsists, being parturient indeed with multitude and the first forms, but vanquished by the uniform comprehension of the first order. Again, in intelligibles and intellectuals, the connective genus, extending from the middle to all the extremes, conjoins and binds all their essences, powers, and providential energies. After the same manner, therefore, in these orders also, viz. In the kings exempt from, and in those that are co-arranged with the universe, those Gods that emit in themselves uniformly the peculiarities of both these kings, afford a communication to them with each other. Whence also it belongs to them to transport first to second natures, to convert second to first natures, to unite both by an indissoluble connection, and to guard the whole order in the world. The immutable, therefore, the inflexible, the indissoluble in providential energies, dominion over wholes, the administration of many partible allotments of the Gods at once, and the elevating to supermundane perfection, many of their progressions and orders, pertain to these Gods. Hence, we are accustomed to celebrate this genus of Gods as liberated, in consequence of being freed from all division according to parts; as supercelestial, in consequence of proximately establishing itself above the Gods in the heavens; as undefiled, in consequence of not verging to subordinate natures, nor dissolving its exempt transcendency by a providential attention to the world; as elevating, in consequence of extending the mundane Gods to the intellectual and intelligible place of survey; and as perfect, in consequence of illuminating all the celestials with the measures of perfection. Since, therefore, this order is in continuity with the assimilative rulers, but is arranged prior to the mundane Gods, it is indeed proper to evince that the theology pertaining to it is suspended from the doctrine concerning the ruling Gods, and at the same time affords from itself the principles of the conceptions about the sensible Gods. (Ch. 16). The intelligible king, therefore, of all intellectuals, luminously emitting from himself the first causes, and which measure wholes according to the all‐perfect triad in himself, defines all wholes as far as to the last of things, and triples the progressions of the Gods from himself, so as to generate indeed three orders, but refer each of them to one monad and an intelligible transcendency. On this account he constitutes three collective, three connective, and three perfective causes of all intellectuals, extending the triadic light to all things, and imparting by illumination the perfect in the progressions of its proper offspring to the beginnings, middles, and ends of all separated natures. But again, the demiurgus and father, imitating his father and grandfather, to the latter of whom he extends his total intelligence, being the same in intellectuals as he is in intelligibles, and terminating the genus of the intellectual fathers in the same manner as his grandfather closes the paternal profundity of intelligibles, produces from himself three orders of Gods; and as the total progressions were divided from his grandfather triadically, so the partial progressions are perfected on account of him according to the triad. Hence, there are also three orders from the demiurgus, but they proceed according to the end adapted to each; and one of them, indeed, is supermundane alone; another is mundane, and another is in a certain respect the middle of both. They are likewise allotted the triple proximately from the paternal cause; but each derives the peculiarity of hyparxis from definite principles, and a diminution proceeding according to measures. For they have neither an hypostasis of equal dignity, as mathematical monads have in the triad, nor a disorderly difference of dignity; but they receive the difference of a subordinate essence and arrangement in their generation from the first causes; and thus the ruling Gods indeed are allotted the highest order in the partial progressions, and the exempt cause of the proceeding natures; but the liberated Gods are allotted the second order, being arranged indeed under the ruling, but riding on the mundane Gods; and the mundane Gods are allotted the third order, being elevated through the liberated, but united by the ruling, to the intellectual Gods. In what manner, however, the Gods in the world and all the mundane genera participate of the ruling Gods, we have already shown. But each of the mundane genera enjoy the energy of the liberated governors of the universe, according to a measure adapted to each, and especially such as are able to follow the powers of these Gods. For in the Gods themselves we may perceive a twofold energy, the one indeed being co-arranged with the subjects of their providential care, but the other being exempt and separate. According therefore to the first of these energies, the mundane Gods govern sensibles, and convolve and convert them to themselves. But according to the other they follow the liberated Gods, and together with them are elevated to an intelligible nature. And on this account the Elean guest makes the periods of the whole world and of each of the Gods in it to be twofold. For he says that the sun and each of the heavenly bodies subsist according to both these circulations, videre licet, the intellectual and the mundane. Or, if you are willing so to speak, according to the power which is motive of secondary natures, and the power which ascends in conjunction with the liberated Gods. Moreover, he says that our souls and all the natures that have a life separate from bodies, at one time live according to that elevating progression, and at another according to the mundane. And now indeed we proceed from youth to old age, since we have departed from a flourishing and undefiled life, and are born to earth and generation. But then, on the contrary, we proceed from old age to youth, on which account we were led round to a flourishing, intellectual, and liberated form of energy. Hence also the corporeal formed nature with which we are connected was gradually obliterated, and whatever causes us to tend downward and renders us inseparable from the universe. But an incorporeal and immaterial nature shone forth and was filled with the Gods who are the leaders of a life of this kind. If also you are willing, we may collect the same thing by a reasoning process from what is written in the Phaedrus. Socrates therefore says in that dialogue that the soul, which is perfect and winged, revolves on high, and governs the whole world, and that this will be the case with our soul when it arrives at the summit of a happy life. But this is in a much greater degree present with the genera superior to us, and with the Gods themselves. For our souls obtain this end, and this true blessedness through the Gods. For whence do you think, and from what other causes, is a disencumbered energy, and which has dominion over wholes, imparted to us, and to the genera in the world more excellent than us, but from the liberated Gods? For each of the mundane Gods obtains the administration of its allotment, and of the proper series over which it rules, and which it constitutes about itself according to the will of the Father. For the Demiurgus arranges under the several mundane Gods the herds of demons, and partial souls, as Timaeus says. But to energize through the whole world is a supernatural good, and the peculiarity of the exempt government of the supercelestial Gods. Hence from these this good is imparted to the mundane Gods, and to our souls. Or how can that which is partial extend its proper energy to the whole? And how, departing from its own divided peculiarity, can it change its life? For that which directs its energy to the universe withdraws itself from an energy which is arranged in a part. We must not therefore say that this divine good is by any means present to mundane natures, from any other source than these Gods who establish their kingdom proximately above the world. As therefore the progression to all things through similitude, and the conversion according to similitude to causes are imparted from the assimilative rulers to the celestial Gods, to the more excellent genera, and to us. Thus also that which is liberated from partial natures, which is disencumbered, and which tends spontaneously to many energies, is an impression derived from the liberated rulers. And thus much concerning the providence of these rulers, which pervades to all things, and the goods which they impart to subordinate natures. But we shall add to what has been before said, the peculiarity of their essence, according to which they are allotted this order. End of chapter 16. Chapters 17 to 19 of Book 6 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Footnote. The Greek scholiast observes on this part of the text of Proclus as follows, quote, "By the intellectual, Proclus means the ruling Gods, but by an immaterial and separate intellect, the whole demiurgos, and by essence he means a partial hypostasis, such as that of soul, of a daemon, and of the intellect which is coordinate to partial souls." Close quote. End footnote. From the intellectual Gods, therefore, i.e., from the assimilative rulers, an immaterial and divine intellect is suspended. But a separate and total intellect is an intellect of this kind. Hence also these Gods are called intellectual. For according to their hyparxes, they are beyond essence and multitude, but according to the participations of them, which receive the illumination of a progression of this kind, they are called assimilative. For because they have intellectual hypostases and perfect powers, since intellect is the last of their participants, and the intellectual peculiarity defines their whole essence, hence they are allotted this appellation. Of the mundane Gods, indeed, an intellectual nature participates primarily, an undefiled soul also participates of them, and that portion of the world together with which they render the whole world an intellectual and divine animal, emitting the splendor of themselves as far as to bodies, and imparting to these a vestige of their own peculiarity. It is necessary, therefore, that the orders which are between both these should rejoice in certain additions, by which they are more multitudinous than the intellectual Gods, and in progressions into participants, but that they should be more singular and simple than the mundane Gods. For the diminutions of the divine essences multiply the receptacles that are suspended from them. Hence, together with the intellectual peculiarity, these Gods assume the psychical power, in order that by the incorporeal nature they may have the supermundane property, but by the psychical they may be more manifold than the intellectual Gods. For again, considering the affair in another way, since soul presents itself to the view, and the one fountain of whole souls, in pure intellectuals, and constitutes all things in conjunction with the demiurgos, is it not necessary that the supermundane Gods should participate of the psychical peculiarity? For the Gods that are divided about the world are not filled with the unical soul without a medium, but through other more total media which do not proceed out of the monad, i.e. out of Juno or the crater, and possess an eternal life. From thence, therefore, that is, from the crater of souls, the presence of soul is derived to the ruling and liberated Gods. For the demiurgus Jupiter also, as Socrates says in the Philebus, possessing in himself a royal soul and a royal intellect, according to the reason of cause, and generating according to the whole of himself those Gods that are of a ruling characteristic among the supermundane and mundane divinities, entirely likewise imparts the intellectual and the psychical peculiarity. But the supermundane Gods, indeed, being primarily unfolded into light, participate more of an intellectual essence. Hence also the psychical peculiarity is in them occultly. But the Gods who are allotted the middle order cause the psychical peculiarity indeed to shine forth, yet subsisting with a more abundant separation than in the supermundane Gods. The mundane Gods, however, perfectly unfold the psychical peculiarity into light, since intellect also was indeed occultly in the first intellectuals, but exhibits a forerunning light in the middle, and shines forth in the last intellectuals. And the supermundane Gods, indeed, being perfectly supermundane, derive the power of soul from the intellectual crater, or the royal soul in the demiurgus, but they pre-establish in themselves another monad of the divided psychical genera. The liberated, however, now communicating in essence with the mundane Gods, have the psychical peculiarity from a twofold source, i.e. from the fountain of total animations, and from the assimilative principle. And in the last place, the mundane Gods receive the illuminations of all the divinities prior to them. Hence also they rule over the universe, imitating the liberated Gods, adorn sublunary natures with forms, and assimilate them to intellectual paradigms, imitating the ruling Gods. They likewise pour forth the whole of the life which is inseparable from body, from the one fountain of souls, establishing it as an image of the life which is separate from a corporeal nature, and conjoin themselves to this fountain. In short, all the genera being mingled by the demiurgos in the fountain of souls, in order to the generation of the different ranks of souls, some of these ranks have one thing, but others a different thing at hand. And in some indeed the essential has dominion over the remaining genera, in others sameness, and in others difference. But those souls that are connascent with the assimilative Gods have their whole hypostasis according to essence. Hence they are near to an intellectual hyparxis, and are allotted in the genera of souls an intelligible and occult transcendency. But those that are co-arranged with the liberated Gods characterize their proper progression according to sameness. Hence also they are consubsistent with the Gods that bind together and congregate the supermundane and mundane Gods. And those souls that are co-divided with the mundane Gods define the essence of themselves according to difference. And on this account also, the demiurgus, in constituting the soul of the universe, is said to co-adapt difference to other souls by force. Moreover, the separation into parts in these, the union through harmony, and the energy according to time, are affected through the illuminations of difference. But in the souls above these, essence and sameness subsist, with which there are eternal life and a union of powers. And thus much concerning these particulars. From what has been said, however, we may collect by a reasoning process that intellect, essence, and intellectual life are suspended from the liberated Gods. In them also, soul and the nature of the supercelestial souls shine with a forerunning light. For they are established above the celestial Gods, who ride in bodies, just as the celestial Gods are exempt from the sublunary divinities, and from those who are allotted the government of matter. If, however, the genus of the liberated Gods is of this kind, they are very properly said to belong to the partial orders, in the same manner as the Gods prior to them. But they indeed are more total, because the psychical peculiarity was in them occultly. But the liberated Gods have that which is partial in providential energies, more apparent, because the psychical power also in these is more manifest, just as the mundane Gods, who now preside over partial allotments, perfectly unfold into light the psychical essence. The whole, however, and impartible genera of the Gods shine forth as far as to the intellectual hypostasis. For intellect, according to its own nature, is impartible. The liberated leaders, therefore, being such as we have shown them to be, let us survey the multiform orders of them adapted to this order. Some of them, therefore, we call transporters, and these are such as unfold to secondary natures the progressions of the assimilative genera. But others are elevators, who draw upward the mundane orders to a separate energy. Others are colligators, who administer equally the communion of the extremes. Others are undefiled, and these are such as entirely obliterate matter, and impart by illumination the disencumbered to the providential energies of secondary natures. Others are perfective, and these are such as are the suppliers of perfection to mundane natures. And others are prolific, who multiply the progressions of subordinate essences. For according to these, and far more numerous powers, incomprehensible by our conceptions, they preside over the Gods in the world, and give completion to the divine genera which subsist between the Gods that are exempt, and those that are coarranged with the parts of the universe. Moreover, we must assign to them energies in symphony with their powers, viz. Such energies as are disencumbered, everywhere apparent, amputating everything material, and corporeal formed, emitting an idea undefiled, without contact and incorporeal, and converting all secondary natures to themselves, and extending them to intellectual light. And farther still, we must ascribe to them energies that unfold the exempt principles of the universe, and also energies more excellent than these, which draw upward to the intellectual Gods, and others still more elevated, which conjoin themselves with the intellectual Gods, and exhibit an essence uncolored, unfigured, and without contact. Again, according to another mode, we must admit that some of their energies operate about the secondary Gods, and are collectors of their divine unities to a union prior to the world. But others operate about the mundane intellects, and extend the intellections of them from coordinate intelligibles to such as are first, and exempt from the universe. Others again are elevators of souls to the one fountain of them, and some of their energies indeed are the leaders of divine souls themselves, but others preside over the genera that are more excellent than us, and others convolve the multitude of intelligible souls to an undefiled life. For being, as it were, certain leaders of herds, they ascend supernally into all the natures in the world, and as demon Gods, they proximately rule over Gods, and are the leaders of the progression to the intelligible, to some in one, and to others in a different way according to the order which is adapted to the elevated natures. For everything mundane participates of the liberated Gods, but the participation is different. For it is either according to the divine, demoniacal, and partible, or according to the uniform, intellectual and psychical. For all things, as I may say, are allotted a separate life, a disencumbered energy, a supernatural providence, and a common prefecture from this order of Gods. Let the common definition, therefore, of the liberated Gods be such as this. Chapter 18. In the next place, it follows that we should unfold the theory of Plato first, that which may be obtained in other dialogues, and afterwards the all-perfect doctrine concerning these Gods, which is to be found in the Parmenides. In the Phaedrus, therefore, Socrates, energizing enthusiastically and expanding his intellect to the whole connection of the divine orders, and not only mystically surveying the mundane progressions of them, but also their indescribable and blessed visions, and discursive energies above the world, divides indeed in a threefold manner all the separate hypostases in the world from the subjects of their government. And he calls the first of these hypostases divine, but the middle demoniacal, and he gives completion to the last from our souls. He also suspends partial souls such as ours from demons. Hence he denominates them co-attendants, and extends them through demons as media to the divine empire. But he suspends the demoniacal orders from the mundane Gods, for demons are the attendants of these. He refers, however, these whole divine principalities, the demoniacal herds and choirs of partial souls, to the liberated order, and he says that the triadic army of mundane souls is elevated under this order to the intellectual and intelligible Gods, together at the same time with their first causes. Here, therefore, he defines according to the measure of the dodecad, i.e. the number 12, all the liberated Gods, though the multitude of them is incomprehensible, and not to be numbered by human conceptions, and though none of those theologists that have written anything concerning them have been able to define their whole number in the same manner as they have the ruling multitude, i.e. the multitude of supermundane Gods, or the multitude of the intellectual or intelligible Gods. Plato, however, apprehended that the number of the dodecad is adapted to the liberated Gods, as being all perfect, composed from the first numbers, and completed from things perfect. And he comprehends in this measure all the progressions of these Gods. For he refers all the genera and peculiarities of them to this dodecad, and defines them according to it. But again dividing the dodecad into two monads and one decad, he suspends all mundane natures from the two monads, but delivers to us each of these energizing on the monad posterior to itself, according to its own hyparxis. And one of these monads indeed he calls Jovian, but he denominates the other Vesta. He likewise makes mention of other more partial principalities, and which give completion to the aforesaid decad, such as those of Apollo, Mars, and Venus. And he suspends indeed the prophetic form of life from the Apolloniacal principality, but the amatory from the principality of Venus, and the divisive from that of Mars. For hence the most total and first genera of lives are derived, just as when he introduces into the world souls recently fashioned, he says that some preside over one, and others over another form of life. And it appears to me that as Timaeus makes the division of souls at one time supermundane, but at another mundane, for he distributes souls equal in number to the stars, and disseminates one into the moon, another into the earth, and another into the other instruments of time, after the same manner also Socrates prearranges twofold rulers and leaders of them, proximately indeed the mundane Gods, but in a still higher rank than these, the liberated Gods. As we have said, however, the 12 Gods convolve every mundane genus, whether it be divine or demoniacal, to the vision of intelligibles, and perfect their separate energy. They likewise comprehend in themselves all the supercelestial genera, so that whether there be a paternal genus of the liberated Gods, or a vivific, or an undefiled and guardian genus, they are comprehended in this number. For this number must not be surveyed as if it was such as 12 is in units, for number in the Gods is not of this kind, but it must be beheld in the peculiarity of hyparxis. For as the duad in the Gods presides over prolific power, and the triad over the first perfection, thus also the dodecad in the Gods is a symbol of all perfect progression. For since these Gods close the end of the powers that are unapparent and exempt from the world, and ride on the celestial Gods according to each of these, the dodecad pertains to them, videre licet, it belongs to them as terminating the all perfect in the progression of the supermundane, and as presiding over the celestial Gods. For they impart to the latter a distribution from themselves into the dodecad, and especially guard them in this number. The ruling dodecad, therefore, was all perfectly supermundane, but the celestial is evidently mundane only, and the dodecad of the liberated rulers contains the communion of the extremes, and binds the order posterior to that which is prior to itself. And on this account indeed the liberated Gods are perfective of the mundane Gods, and lead them upward, but they are proximately suspended from the ruling Gods, are emitted from them, and administer the indissoluble connection of both, i.e. of the supermundane and mundane Gods. Chapter 19. That we may not however present the reader with our conceptions, but may unfold to the utmost of our power the theory of Plato to the lovers of the contemplation of truth, let us consider by ourselves where those leaders must be arranged, which Socrates celebrates in the Phaedrus, and with whom it is fit to connumerate, and with what orders of Gods it is proper to co-arrange the great ruler of those leaders, who drives a winged chariot. For it is necessary either to give to him an intellectual, or an assimilative, or a liberated, or a mundane order. For these are the decrements accompanying the progression of the great God Jupiter. If however he is the intellectual Jupiter, whom we have denominated the demiurgus of the universe, and have made Plato bear testimony to our assertion, how is he the leader of the above mentioned dodecad? And how is he divided oppositely to the principality of Vesta? For the demiurgic monad closes indeed the intellectual breadth, but is exempt from all other numbers, and uncoordinated with all the monads of other numbers. For it neither was nor is lawful for effects to have an hypostasis opposed in division to their causes. It is not therefore proper to make 12 leaders of wholes, but to make the number of causes to be one, as Timaeus says. Moreover, Jupiter the Demiurgus is exempt from the universe as being himself the author of the apparent order of things. But the first of the 12 leaders is said by Socrates to drive a winged chariot in the heavens. How, therefore, can he who is connected with the world, and who approximates to the Gods in the heavens, be considered as the same with him who is exempt from all mundane natures, and who abides, as Timaeus says, in his own accustomed manner? Farther still, this Jupiter indeed presides over a philosophic life, and souls that follow him perpetually lead this life. But another God presides over the prophetic, amatory, and poetic life. The Demiurgus of wholes, however, contains in himself the paradigms of all lives, and as he uniformly comprehends the essence of souls, after the same manner also he comprehends all the different mutations of their lives. He is not therefore divisibly the cause of the lives in the soul, but pre-establishes according to one demiurgic cause all the periods of souls, all the variety, and all the measures of life. And as the mundane sun is not the cause of some things, but the demiurgus of others, but of whatever the sun is the author, the demiurgus is in a greater degree the fabricator and precedaneous cause. Thus also in the lives of souls it is not proper to refer the cause to the demiurgus in a divided manner. For the demiurgic monad presides as the impartible, common, and one cause of all lives, but the divisions according to lives, and the different paradigms of mundane natures pertain to the Gods posterior to him. If, however, some one should think that we ought to abandon this hypothesis, but that we should assert this Jupiter and the other leaders to be mundane, where must we arrange the Gods that follow him? For Socrates says, "That the army of Gods and demons, divided into 11 parts, follows Jupiter." For there are more comprehensive and partial orders of Gods in the universe than these, and some of them have the relation of leaders, but others of followers. The magnitude, however, of the principality celebrated by Socrates does not manifest to us a transcendency co-arranged with, but exempt from mundane natures. For in incorporeal causes, the great imparts a peculiarity of this kind to those to whom it is present. And as love, being not simply called a daemon by Diotima, but a great daemon, is demonstrated to be expanded above all daemons, and is a God, but is not arranged in the genus of daemons, thus also Jupiter, being celebrated as the great leader, not as the mundane leader of mundane natures, but as exempt from, and transcending the mundane order, is allotted this appellation. But if Jupiter is exempt from the Gods in the world, it is necessary that the other leaders also should have an essence antecedent to those that follow Jupiter. For all of them are allotted a ruling dignity. But if the other leaders are arranged as mundane, and Jupiter alone is a leader beyond these, again we must transfer the whole principality from the dodecad to the Jovian monad. It is necessary, however, to attribute a ruling power to all of them, and to preserve to Jupiter the principal authority among them. It remains therefore that a principality such as this of the Gods must either be that of the assimilative Gods, or of those that are allotted a liberated dominion in the universe, as we say it must. If, however, we should admit it to belong to the assimilative orders, it will be the leader of a demiurgic triad, but not of the dodecad which is now celebrated. The Jupiter, therefore, who is among the assimilative Gods, and whom we have before unfolded, is the first of the sons of Saturn. For these sons, as Socrates says in the Gorgias, divide the whole kingdom of Saturn. And the first of them indeed is the author of first, the second of middle, and the third of last natures. The division, therefore, of mundane natures being threefold, the first of the sons of Saturn may be called the leader of the triadic division, and the multitude proximately suspended from him will be the first of the triadic division in the universe. But the leader of the 12 Gods presides over an army distributed into 11 parts. Hence the one defines his proper dominion in the thirds of wholes, but the other in the twelfths. And according to the power of comprehension, one of them defines his principality conformably to the triad, but the other according to the endecad, or the number 11. By no means, therefore, is each of these allotted the same order. The demiurgos, therefore, and saviour Jupiter is uncoarranged with all these. But the assimilative Jupiter is the leader of the division of wholes into a triad. And the mundane Jupiter is among the number of leaders that follow, and not of those that are exempt. The Jupiter, however, who is celebrated by Socrates in the Phaedrus, is coarranged with the other leaders, and presides over those that are disposed in an orderly manner according to 11 parts, and not over those that receive a tripartite division. And he is also exempt from all mundane natures, on account of the magnitude of his ruling transcendency. Hence he is different from all the above mentioned orders, and exhibits in no one of them the peculiarity which is now presented to our view. It remains, therefore, that we should connumerate him with the liberated Gods, in order that he may be proximate to the mundane Gods, and on this account he is said to be in the heavens, and to be exempt from the mundane divinities. On this account, likewise, he is celebrated as great. For frequently media present themselves to our view from the extremes being surveyed according to mixture. Since, therefore, Jupiter is said to drive a winged chariot in the heavens, and is denominated great, he is in a certain respect coarranged with the celestial Gods, and is exempt from them. But he who is at one and the same time coarranged with the Gods in the universe, among whom the celestial Jupiter is allotted the highest dignity, and is exempt from them, ranks among the liberated Gods, if in what has been before said we have rightly determined. Hence, of the Gods, some are exempt from the universe, but others give completion to it, and others are at one and the same time allotted a coarranged and an exempt transcendency. This great leader in the heavens, therefore, Jupiter, is liberated and supercelestial, and the whole dodecad shines forth in this order of Gods. For there is one all perfect and divine number, to which the 12 leaders give completion, so that it is necessary the whole number should be placed in this order of Gods. But we must not call in a divided manner some of the leading and ruling Gods mundane, and others supermundane. But if the first of them is supermundane, the rest also will after the same manner establish themselves above the Gods in the world. Each also is the leader of an appropriate multitude, and is surrounded with a great number of Gods and demons. But partial souls rank among the last of their followers, for they are co-divided with demons, and divine natures, and participate of the liberated principality of the Gods, as far as they are able. For as Socrates says, "That which is willing and able always follows the Gods." Through these things, therefore, we have reminded the reader that the 12 leaders of wholes celebrated by Socrates in the Phaedrus belong to the liberated Gods. End of chapter 19. Chapters 20 to 22 of Book 6 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. In the next place, let us show whence they derive the whole of this number. It is necessary, therefore, that they should have their hypostasis from the Gods prior to them, since the progression to the assimilative Gods was from the intellectual fathers, and to the intellectual fathers supernally from the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual Gods, just as to these the progression was from the first intelligibles. For since the order of the assimilative rulers is prior to that of the liberated Gods, as is also the triad of the intellectual kings, or rather the demiurgic monad establishing in itself the all perfect measure of the division of wholes into the triad. This being the case, we must survey the causes of the generation of the liberated Gods according to both these, videre licet, according to the demiurgic measure, and the genera of the assimilative Gods. For the different orders of them are imparted from these two. Moreover, if we remember what has been before observed, we gave a fourfold division to the middle progressions of the assimilative Gods, and we said that some of them are paternal, others prolific, others of an elevating, and others of a guardian nature. Since therefore the demiurgic monad divides progressions into first, middle, and last, in the same manner as the intelligible father prior to it, but the Gods posterior to this monad emit the rivers of themselves tetradically to secondary natures. This being the case, the dodecad of liberated Gods presents itself to our view, above indeed proceeding according to the triad, but beneath being quadruply multiplied. Hence, of the genera which give completion to it, some indeed are allotted the demiurgic and paternal triadically, others the generative and vivific triadically, others the elevating peculiarity triadically, and others after the same manner the undefiled and guardian characteristic. For all their peculiarities are derived from the multitude of the assimilative Gods, but the division of them into first, middle, and last proceeds from the demiurgic cause. And thus much concerning the number of the liberated Gods, whence and how it is generated. (Ch. 21). Since therefore, as we have before observed, there are 12 leaders of all the mundane Gods, of all daemons, and farther still, of such partial souls as are able to be extended to the intelligible, again in this dodecad, the mighty Jupiter and Vesta are allotted the more ruling order. But the principality of the rest is coarranged with these, and has a secondary dignity. And Jupiter indeed, being neither the intellect of the universe, as some say he is, nor the intellect in the sun, nor in short any one of the mundane intellects or souls, but being expanded above all these, and pre-existing among the liberated Gods, elevates the choir of Gods, and of the genera superior to us that follow him, and imparts paternal goodness to the multitude converted to him. But he is the leader of all the other numbers that terminate under the 12 Gods. Again, however, Vesta indeed governs an appropriate multitude, but she neither has the order of the first soul, nor is that which is called the earth in the universe, but prior to these, she is allotted a ruling power among the supercelestial Gods. She imparts, however, her own peculiarity to the numbers of the other leaders, in the same manner as Jupiter. For The leaders that are suspended from the decad participate also of these two monads. Jupiter, however, being indeed the cause of motion, is the leader to all things of a progression to the intelligible. But Vesta illuminates all things with stable and inflexible power, though Jupiter, also abiding in himself, is thus elevated to the intelligible place of survey, and Vesta, on account of an inflexible and undefiled permanency in herself, is conjoined to the first causes. The omission, however, of a different peculiarity affords the difference of dominion. For since there are twofold conversions in the Gods, for all things are converted to themselves and to their principles, each form of conversion indeed was impartibly in King Saturn. For according to Parmenides, he is demonstrated to be in himself and in another, and the latter indeed pertains to a conversion to a more excellent nature, but the former implies a conversion to himself. In the secondary, however, and more partial Gods, both these forms shine forth in a divided manner, and Vesta indeed imparts to the mundane Gods an undefiled establishment in themselves, but Jupiter imparts to them an elevating motion to first natures. For Vesta belongs to the undefiled, but Jupiter to the paternal series. But they are divided by a subsistence in self, and a subsistence in another, as we have before observed. It must be said, therefore, that every thing stable and immutable, and which possesses an invariable sameness of subsistence, arrives to all mundane natures from the supercelestial Vesta, and that on this account all the poles are immovable, and the axes about which the circulations of the spheres convolve themselves. It must also be said that the wholenesses of the circulations are firmly established, that the earth abides immovably in the middle, and that the centres have an unshakable permanency from this supercelestial Vesta. Again, therefore, it must be admitted that all motions, separate energies, and the conversions of secondary to first natures are derived to wholes from Jupiter. For the intellectual orders are not only united to coordinate intelligibles, but also to such as are exempt on account of the elevating progression of Jupiter. And divine souls following the mighty Jupiter are extended as far as to the first causes. The attendants of these also are collected together with the Gods in consequence of being suspended from the paternal government of Jupiter. But again, with respect to all the remaining leaders, each presides over his proper series, and imparts from himself his peculiarity to the whole multitude suspended from him. And one of them indeed imparts as far as to the last of things an unfolding, another a prolific, and another an immutable peculiarity, being themselves allotted a supercelestial order, and drawing upward a numerous army of partible Gods. Hence, Socrates also at one and the same time denominates them rulers, says that they have an arrangement, and that their energy is directed to secondary natures according to the order in which they are placed. Each, however, of the other ruling Gods who are ranked in the number of the 12, is a leader according to the order in which he is arranged. The ruling and leading peculiarity, therefore, alone pertains to the supermundane Gods. But to be arranged, and that which is arranged itself by itself, pertain to the mundane Gods. For these are they who participate of order, and who are allotted order according to participation. Both these peculiarities, however, pertain to the liberated Gods. For they are rulers and leaders, as being in continuity with the ruling supermundane gods, and they are arranged and participate of order as being proximate to the mundane gods, but being the middle of both, they connect the whole progressions of them according to one intellectual bond. Farther still, as presiding indeed over the ruling order in the heavens, they come into contact with the mundane gods, and as being in themselves and extended to the intelligible, they are allotted a transcendency separate from the universe, and exempt from their participants. Thus much, therefore, may suffice concerning the first division of these gods. Since, however, we have before observed that their progression is tetradic and triadic, we shall concisely define the peculiarities of the arranged triads. (Ch. 22). These, therefore, being arranged according to triads, as we have said, of the demiurgic triad indeed Jupiter is allotted the highest order, supernally from intellect, governing souls and bodies, and as Socrates says, taking care of all things. But Neptune here also gives completion to the middle of the demiurgic triad, and especially governs the psychical order. For this god is the cause of motion and of all generation. But soul is the first of generated natures, and is essentially motion. And Vulcan inspires the nature of bodies, and fabricates all the mundane seats of the gods. Again, of the guardian and immutable triad, the first indeed is Vesta, because she preserves the very being of things, and an undefiled essence. For Socrates in the Crotylus gives to her the highest order, as connectedly containing the summits of wholes. But Minerva preserves middle lives inflexible through intellection and a self-energizing life, sustaining them from the incursions of matter. And Mars illuminates corporeal formed natures with power, and an infrangible strength, as Socrates says in the Crotylus. Hence he is perfected by Minerva, and participates of a more intellectual inspiration, as the poetry of Orpheus says, and of a life separate from generated natures. Moreover, of the vivific triad, Ceres is the chief, entirely generating all mundane life, videre licet, the intellectual, the psychical, and that which is inseparable from body. But Juno contains the middle of the triad, and imparts the generation of soul. For the intellectual goddess emits from herself all the progressions of the other psychical genera, and Diana is allotted to the end of the triad, moving all natural reasons into energy, and perfecting the imperfection of matter. Hence theologists and Socrates in the Theaetetus call her Lochia, or the power that presides over births, as being the inspective guardian of psychical progression and generation. Of the remaining triad, therefore, the anagogic or elevating, Hermes indeed is the supplier of philosophy, and through this elevates souls, and by the dialectic powers sends upward both total and partial souls to the good itself. But Venus is the first effective cause of the amatory inspiration which pervades through wholes, and familiarizes to the beautiful the lives that are elevated by her. And Apollo perfects and converts all things through music, convolving, as Socrates says in the Crotylus, and through harmony and rhythm, attracting to intellectual truth and the light which is there. We say, however, in common respecting all of them, that establishing themselves above the mundane gods, they contain all the choir of the liberated gods. And souls indeed are suspended from them, but intellectual souls, and such as are, as it were, powers generative of souls. Hence Socrates also gives to them chariots, for Jupiter is said to drive a winged chariot, and the other gods after the same manner as Jupiter use secondary vehicles. But what else can we say these are than supermundane souls, on which they ride, and which are intellectual indeed, but the sources of partability and division, from which mundane souls are allotted their hypostasis, a more abundant separation, and a greater number of parts appearing in them in consequence of their being adapted to be bound through analogy. In the liberated gods, therefore, the psychical peculiarity unites itself to intellect. Hence also Jupiter is said to drive a winged chariot, without division, in consequence of this chariot being intellectual, and not departing from an immaterial and divine intellect. But in the mundane gods, divisions of horses and charioteers are delivered. For Socrates says in the Phaedrus, "All the horses therefore, and chariots of the gods are good, and consist of such things as are good." Hence an energy, according to time, first shines forth in the mundane gods, where there is a more abundant separation of powers. But in the liberated gods, time is always with eternity, and partability with union. For they are the principles of souls, and the causes of mundane natures, and are, as it were, intellectual seeds abiding in the intellectual comprehensions of themselves. And thus much concerning these things. End of chapter 22. Chapters 23 and 24 of Book 6 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. I wish, however, to show from other writings of Plato what the peculiarity is which he exhibits to us of the liberated order. In the Republic, therefore, teaching us the order of the universe which pervades through the mundane wholes, supernally from the inerratic sphere, and which governs the elections of human life that are different at different times, this life also varying the measure of justice adapted to it, he refers the first effective cause of this order to a monad and triad exempt from the mundane wholes, and to the monad indeed he gives the power of dominion, extending the authority of it to all heaven, its empire being at one and the same time impartibly present to all things, governing all things indivisibly, and according to one energy, and moving wholes by the lowest powers of itself, giving also to the triad a progression from the monad, he distributes from it into the universe a partible energy and production. For that which is simple and united in exempt providence is adduced into multitude through secondary inspection. Thus, therefore, the one cause of multitude possesses a greater authority, but the distributed cause appears to be more proximate to its effects. For all the variety of powers in the world, the infinity of motions, and the multiform difference of reasons, i.e. of productive principles, are convolved under the triad of the Fates. But again, this triad is extended to the one monad which is prior to the three Fates, and which Socrates denominates necessity, not as ruling over wholes by violence, nor as obliterating the self-motive nature of our life, nor as deprived of intellect and the most excellent knowledge, but as comprehending all things intellectually, and introducing bound to things indefinite, and order to things inordinate. And farther still, he thus denominates it as causing all things to be obedient to itself, and extending them to good, as subjecting them to demiurgic sacred laws, as guarding all things within the world, and as comprehending all things in the universe in a circle, and leaving nothing deprived of the justice pertaining to it, nor suffering it, besides this, to fly from the divine law. Since, therefore, we give a twofold division to the causes of the order of the world, and we admit one of the causes to be monadic, but the other triadic, and we acknowledge that the monad is productive of the triad, being persuaded by Plato, and since we have shown that the triad is the offspring of the monad, let us see in what order it is possible to arrange each of these. For, wishing to learn this, we have undertaken the present discussion concerning them. The monad, therefore, which, as we have said, Socrates calls necessity, is perfectly exempt from mundane natures, and by the last of her powers imparts motion to all heaven, neither being converted to it, nor energizing about it, but imparting an orderly circulation to the world, by her very essence, and by being firmly established. For Socrates says that the spindle is moved on the knees of necessity, but that she herself, having royally established herself on a throne near to the universe, governs the heavens in a silent path. But the triad is now in a certain respect co-arranged with the circulations of the heavens, convolves them with hands, and energizes about them, and no longer causes them to revolve by its very being alone, in the same manner as the monad. For the triad is the cause of the order and circulations of the universe, by producing and performing a certain thing, though in this also there is a different energy. For Lachesis, indeed, moves with both her hands, but each of the remaining parcae with one hand only. This, however, we shall again discuss. But it is obvious to every one that of this production which subsists according to the monad, and the triad proceeding from it, it must be granted that the monad is established in a more ancient order of Gods, but the triad in an inferior order. We say, therefore, that necessity, who is called the mother of the parcae, first subsists in the intellectual Gods, analogous to the intelligible and intellectual monad of Adrastea, and that thence, being unfolded into light in the ruling orders, she generates this triad of the parcae, for that which is total in providence, energy, and the convolution of wholes, by the very being itself of that which convolves them, are indications of intellectual transcendency. To extend likewise impartibly production to all things, is co-equalized with demiurgic dominion. And this Goddess appears to me to illuminate all the progeny of the Demiurgus with an ineffable guard. As likewise he is the generator of wholes impartibly, thus too necessity guards inflexibly all things in herself, and comprehends them monadically, preserving indissoluble the order which proceeds from the Demiurgus into the world. Necessity, therefore, being allotted such an authority and kingdom in wholes, the triad of the parcae rules over the universe in a liberated manner. For it comes into contact with the heavens, and for a time relinquishes the contact, as Socrates says. And through contact indeed, it is co-arranged with the bodies that are moved, and is connascent with them. But through a retention of energies, it is without contact, is separate from the things governed, and is exempt from them. Being, however, at one and the same time allotted both these peculiarities, it exists in the liberated Gods. For to touch and not to touch, to move and not to move, as the fable relates, are not according to a part in the Gods, but are coexistent and subsist with each other at once. For divine natures do not change their energies according to time, nor like partial souls do they at one time energize separately, and at another providentially attend to secondary natures; but abiding in themselves, they are every where present, and being present to all things, they do not depart from the watchtower of themselves. At one and the same time, therefore, the being without contact, and the coming into contact with the celestial periods are present with the Parcae, and they also comprehend that which is exempt and liberated from sensibles, according to one peculiarity, and that which is co‐arranged with and allied to them; and on this account they possess a liberated order with reference to the whole heaven. If, however, there is also a mundane triad of the Parcae, and a providence proximate to the subjects of their government, it is not wonderful. For of Jupiter and Juno, Apollo and Minerva, there are common progressions and co‐arrangements after the supercelestial allotment, and together with the mundane Gods. For powers which give completion to the last order of the Gods approximate to the universe from all the liberated Gods. But Socrates, celebrating the liberated and supermundane kingdoms of the Parcae, has represented them to us as touching and not touching the whole circulations, dividing the limitation of their peculiarities by mutation according to time. For to relinquish the contact for a time affords a representation of a temporal mutation of energies. This, however, pertains to the concealment which is adapted to divine fables. For fables introducing generations of things unbegotten, compositions of things simple, and distributions of things impartible, obumbrate under many veils the truth of things. If, however, as fables call the transition from cause to existence generation, denominate the causal comprehension of composite in simple natures composition itself, and say that the division of secondary about first natures is the distribution of the latter into parts; thus also, if we do not apprehend according to time, the alternately coming into contact with, and being separated from things that are moved, conformably to the apparent meaning of the fable, but according to the different peculiarities of the Parcae, and an hypostasis mingled from the extremes, we shall be most near to the conception of Plato. Here, therefore, let us terminate this, which does not require much discussion at present. But let us consider the order of the Parcae by itself. For of these some think that Lachesis should be arranged as the first, but others as the last of the three. And of the remaining two, some give a prior arrangement to Atropos, and place her in the order of a monad, but others to Clotho. Since, however, Plato in the Laws clearly says that Lachesis is the first, Clotho the second, and Atropos the third, I think that what is said in the Republic should be referred to this definite order in them, and that we should not make any innovation by following the mutable opinions of interpreters. Socrates therefore says that Lachesis sings the past, but Clotho the present, and Atropos the future. Here also, in a similar manner, using an order of division conformably to their energies. And to Lachesis indeed he gives predominance and a uniform dominion over the rest; but he gives to Clotho a dominion subordinate to that of Lachesis, but more comprehensive than the kingdom of Atropos. And to Atropos he attributes the third kingdom, which is comprehended by both the others and is arranged under them. The multitude, therefore, are ignorant that Socrates uses the parts of time as symbols of the comprehension according to cause. For the past was once the future, and the present, but the future is not yet the past, but has the whole of its essence in existing in some after time. We must assume, therefore, the triple causes analogous to these three parts of time, and say that the cause which is the most perfect, and the most comprehensive of the others, sings the past as the cause of the others, and the source of their energy. For the past is comprehensive of the future and the present, but the second cause is the present, which partly comprehends and is partly comprehended. For this prior to its being the present was the future. And the third cause, and which is comprehended by both the others, is the future. For this requires the present and the past, the one unfolding it, but the other bounding its progression. Lachesis, therefore, is the first effective cause, comprehending the other causes in herself, but each of the remaining parcae is comprehended by her. And Clotho indeed is allotted a superior, but Atropos an inferior order. And on this account, Lachesis indeed moves with both her hands, as giving completion in a greater and more total manner to those things which are affected by them more partially. But Clotho turns the spindle with her right, and Atropos with her left hand, so far as the former indeed is the primary leader of the energies, but the latter follows and governs all things in conjunction with the former. For in mortal animals the right hand is the principle of motion, and in wholes the motion to the right is comprehensive of the motion to the left hand. On this account, therefore, the triad of the Fates, in the Laws and in the Republic, is divided by Plato according to the same order into first, middle, and last. And not only in the before mentioned passages, but also at the end of the fable, in which he leads the soul to the mortal place and to a polity, the work of generation under the daemon allotted to it as a ruler. Supernally from the heavens and the summit of the universe, he arranges souls under Lachesis as the first, under Clotho as the second, and under Atropos as the third. And after these, when they become perfectly situated under the throne of necessity, he leads them to the plain of oblivion, and the river of negligence. It is necessary, therefore, either to disturb the descent of souls, and subvert the continuity of remission, which the prefecture of the governing daemon affords to souls, or to assign to Lachesis a rank more elevated than that of the other parcae, but to give to Clotho the second, and to Atropos after the same manner the third rank. For the progression into generation, beginning from more perfect natures, and subsiding according to a tendency to an earthly nature, originates indeed from Lachesis, but ends in Atropos. Further still, the lots and the paradigms of lives are extended to souls from the knees of Lachesis, through the prophet as a medium. And as the fable before said that the whole spindle is turned on the knees of necessity, thus also it suspends the providence about partial souls from the knees of Lachesis, who moves the universe perpetually with her hands, as with more elevated powers, but in her knees possesses subordinately the causes of the psychical periods. Hence the prophet in a remarkable manner celebrates this daughter of the goddess. This is the speech of the virgin Lachesis, the daughter of necessity. But again, Clotho is said to weave things consequent to the elections made by souls, and to distribute to each of them an appropriate destiny. And after her, Atropos imparts to the webs the immutable and the definite, giving completion to the end of the canons of the Fates, and to the order which extends from the universe to us. If therefore Lachesis energizes in souls prior to their election, and after their choice is made, defines all the periods of them in the realms of generation by the most beautiful boundaries, but the other Parcae, after the election made by souls, allot them what is convenient, and connect their lives with the order of the universe, does it not appear that Lachesis precedes Clotho and Atropos, and that they follow her, and together with her give completion to their appropriate providence? Lachesis, therefore, appears to possess the second dignity of a mother with respect to the other Parcae, and to be a certain monad co‐arranged with them, just as necessity in an exempt manner comprehends the powers of all of them. But the other Parcae are proximately indeed perfected under Lachesis, but still higher than her under necessity. Such, therefore, is the order of them according to the narration of Plato. The symbols, however, which the fable attributes to them, magnificently celebrate their kingdoms. For their walking on the celestial circles signifies their exempt and separate dominion, but their sitting on thrones, and not on the circles themselves, as the Sirens do, indicates that the receptacles which are primarily illuminated by them are established above the celestial bodies. For a throne is the vehicle and receptacle of those that are seated on it, and all the participants of the participable Gods are placed under them like vehicles, and the participable Gods are eternally established in, ride on, and energize through them. But the Fates, being seated at equal distances from each other, manifest the orderly separation of them, their remission proceeding according to analogy, and the distribution supernally derived to them from their mother. For from thence, that which is arranged in progression, and that which is according to desert in energies, are imparted to the Fates. Moreover, the having a crown on their heads signifies that their summits are surrounded with a divine light, and that they are adorned by prolific and undefiled causes, through which also they fill the heavens with generative power and immutable purity. But their being invested with white garments evinces that all their externally emitted reasons, and the lives which they propose to themselves, are intellectual and luciform and full of divine splendor. And the garments indeed appear to indicate the essences which participate of the Fates, but the thrones, the receptacles in the first firmaments. For with us also garments are proximately connected with our bodies, but vehicles are apprehended to be more remote from us. This, however, is assumed from another theology, from which we are instructed in the orders that are above the inerratic sphere. But the assertion that one of the Fates sings the past, another the present, and the third the future, evinces that all their externally proceeding energies are elegant and intellectual, and full of harmony. For the Fates perfect the songs of the Sirens, and the very orderly and elegant motions of the heavens, and fill all things with their hymns, calling forth indeed the production of their mother into the universe through intellectual hymns, but converting all things to themselves through the harmonious motion of wholes. All these particulars, however, sufficiently demonstrate to us the perfect, undefiled, and supercelestial order of the Fates. (Ch. 24). It remains therefore for us to adduce the Parmenides as a witness of the doctrine concerning these Gods. For Plato in that dialogue most clearly delivers the one peculiarity of them. For after the progression of the assimilative orders, in which the similar and dissimilar shine forth to the view from intellectual sameness and difference, at one time indeed according to analogy, but at another according to a generation which is different from that of the other orders, and difficult to be surveyed, he demonstrates that the one touches and does not touch, both itself and other things. For all the divine genera after the demiurgic monad double their energies. For they are naturally adapted to energize both towards themselves and other things posterior to themselves, rejoicing in progressions, being subservient to the providence of secondary natures, through the will of their Father, and calling forth his supernatural, impartible, and all perfect production, and communicating the streams of it to secondary natures. Does not therefore this contact and division with things subordinate represent to us the liberated peculiarity? For to touch is an indication of alliance with us, and of a co-arranged providence. But again, not to touch is an indication of a transcendency exempt and separate from mundane natures. In what has been before said, therefore, we have demonstrated that a thing of this kind pertains to the genus of the liberated Gods, who at one and the same time come into contact with celestial natures, and are expanded above them, and proceed to all things with an unrestrained energy, and free from all habitude. On this account also we have placed the Fates in the supercelestial order. For Socrates says that they touch the celestial circulations, and in the Quartiles he asserts that the mundane Chori, or Proserpine, who associates with Pluto and administers the whole of generation, comes into contact with a mutable essence, and that through this contact she is called Pherepata. Farther still, in the Phaedo, teaching us what the mode of the cathartic life of souls is, he says, that the soul, when it does not associate with the body, comes into contact with true being. Through all these particulars, therefore, he indicates that contact is the work of an inseparable providence, and of a co-arranged administration, but that the negation of contact is the business of a prefecture, separate, unrestrained, and exempt from the subjects of government. The one, therefore, which touches and does not touch other things is conjoined with other things and established above them. Hence, at one and the same time it is allotted the power of things established above the world, and of mundane natures. For being in the middle of both, it comprehends in one the divided peculiarities of the extremes, and moreover it touches and does not touch itself prior to other things, because there are in it multitude, a separation of wholeness, and the parts of wholeness, and a union collective of all the multitude. For if it has proceeded from its principles, and if it energizes partably, it is various and multiform. For every progression diminishes indeed the powers of the proceeding natures, but increases the multitude which is in them. And if it has not entirely proceeded, the uniform nature of its essence shines forth to the view, at one and the same time, with the multitude it contains. This genus of Gods, therefore, is co-arranged with the mundane Gods, and transcends the subjects of its government. It is also liberated, being separated from things which are perfectly divided. Hence, if it is one and multitude, producing indeed into secondary natures the many rivers of the fountains, but surpassing partible allotments, it will at one and the same time touch and not touch itself. On account of its separate union indeed, it is not in want of contact, but on account of its progression into multitude it touches itself. For it comprehends many things in itself, and touches itself so far as it is in itself, says Parmenides. In short, so far as it is without contact, it is separate; but so far as it proceeds from itself and is again established in itself, it touches itself. And so far indeed as it is in other things, it comes into contact with other things; but so far as it is uncoarranged with others, and so far as it has not a coordinate number in them, it is separated from them. At one and the same time, therefore, this genus of Gods is uniform and multiplied, and is uniformly varied. It also abides and proceeds, and is participated by more imperfect natures, and is imparticipable, existing prior to them. All these particulars, however, are the elements of the supercelestial order, presenting to our view an hypostasis mingled from perfectly divided peculiarities. And thus much concerning the essence and hyparxis of these Gods, which Parmenides exhibits to us in the above citation. It is necessary, however, to assume from the things placed before us the causes of the generation of these Gods. Since it is demonstrated, therefore, that these divinities are according to union itself beyond all partible separation and contact, they will have their progression from the One. For union is thence derived to all things from the first unity, which is exempt from all multitude and all division. But in consequence of their having preassumed the power of touching themselves according to a subsistence in self, they derive their existence from the unpolluted Gods. For the subsistence in self, in the first of the intellectual fathers, was the symbol of a cause inflexible, and which immutably sustains multitude from secondary natures. If therefore this one touches itself on account of a subsistence in self, it establishes multitude in the One, and contains parts in wholeness on account of undefiled power in progression. And in the intellectual fathers indeed, a subsistence in self primarily shines forth to the view, and comprehends contact causally, as was demonstrated to us through the first hypothesis. But in the liberated Gods, a subsistence in self is according to participation. Contact, however, is in this one according to essence, and is consubsistent with the multitude it contains. Farther still, the One, being in other things, touches other things; but not being coarranged with them according to any common number, it is separated from them. By this, therefore, Parmenides appears indeed to form his reasoning from a subsistence in another, since that the One touches itself was before demonstrated through a subsistence in itself. It is, however, wonderful that a subsistence in another is in the first progression superior to a subsistence in self, but in the participation of the liberated Gods is subordinate to a subsistence in self. For we say that for a thing to come into contact and be coarranged with other things, is in every respect more imperfect than for it to convert multitude to itself. We must therefore say that the liberated Gods have their progression from the demiurgic and the assimilative order. Hence Parmenides does not say that the One is in another thing, but in other things. But other things are primarily suspended from the demiurgic monad, but secondarily from the assimilative Gods. The liberated Gods, therefore, from thence, receive their subsistence in others. For the demiurgic one, being same and different, imparts to them sameness and union exemptly; but the assimilative one illuminates them with a separate similitude. But the one of the liberated Gods subsists now with others so far as it is coarranged with them, and proximately presides over them. Again, however, because it differs from the mundane unities, it is allotted the whole of its appropriate number exempt from others; and thus other things participating of no number, which is common with this one, cannot proximately participate of it. Hence the progression to the liberated Gods is from the first causes, and from causes that are arranged near to them. For their progression is from the One. Since, as the One is exempt from intelligibles, thus also the liberated Gods are exempt from sensibles, and their progression is likewise from the undefiled order. For they have not the disencumbered from any other source than that of immutable power and the demiurgic cause. Being likewise generated from the assimilative Gods, they receive a communion with other things, and from themselves they are established above others. For they establish their appropriate number above the subsistence of other things. And thus much concerning these Gods may be assumed from the Parmenides. But we have elsewhere accurately explained the several particulars relating to them, and there is no occasion to write the same things in the present treatise as we have there written. End of chapter 24 and end of book 6. Chapters 1 and 2 of book 7 of Platonic Theology by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. The mundane Gods, or those divinities who give completion to the sensible world, are assigned the last order of deific progression, as we are informed by Proclus in the preceding book. They also divide the universe, and obtain perpetual allotments and receptacles in it, and through these weave one and the best polity of the universe. Each of the mundane genera likewise enjoy the energy of the liberated governors of the universe, according to a measure adapted to each, and especially such as are able to follow the powers of these Gods. For in the Gods themselves we may perceive a twofold energy, the one indeed being coarranged with the subjects of their providential care, but the other being exempt and separate. According, therefore, to the first of these energies, the mundane Gods govern sensibles, and convolve and convert them to themselves; but according to the other, they follow the liberated Gods, and together with them are elevated to an intelligible nature. The mundane Gods also perfectly unfold the psychical peculiarity into light, and receive the illuminations of all the divinities prior to them. Hence too they rule over the universe, imitating the liberated Gods, adorn sublunary natures with forms, and assimilate them to intellectual paradigms, imitating the ruling Gods. They likewise pour forth the whole of the life which is inseparable from body, from the one fountain of souls, establishing it as an image of the life which is separate from a corporeal nature, and unite themselves to this fountain. Again, the world is said by Plato in the Timaeus to be the image of the eternal, i.e. of the intelligible Gods, for it is filled from them with deity, and the progressions into it of the mundane Gods are, as it were, certain rivers and illuminations of the intelligible Gods. These progressions also the world receives, not only according to the celestial part of it, but according to the whole of itself. For in the air, the earth and sea, there are advents of terrestrial, aquatic, and aerial Gods. Hence the world is throughout filled with deity, and on this account is according to the whole of itself the image of the intelligible Gods. Not that it receives indeed these Gods themselves, For images do not receive the exempt essences of the total Gods, but illuminations poured from thence on the secondary orders to the reception of which they are commensurate. Farther still, of the mundane Gods, some are the causes of the existence of the world, others animate it, others again harmonize it, thus composed of different natures, and others lastly guard and preserve it when harmonically arranged. And since these orders are four, and each consists of things first, middle, and last, it is necessary that the disposers of these should be 12. Hence Jupiter, Neptune, and Vulcan fabricate the world. Ceres, Juno, and Diana animate it. Mercury, Venus, and Apollo harmonize it. And lastly, Vesta, Minerva, and Mars preside over it with a guardian power. But the truth of this may be seen in statues as in enigmas. For Apollo harmonizes the lyre, Pallas is invested with arms, and Venus is naked, since harmony generates beauty, and beauty is not concealed in objects of sensible inspection. Since, however, these Gods primarily possess the world, it is necessary to consider the other mundane Gods as subsisting in these, as Bacchus in Jupiter, Asclepius in Apollo, and the Graces in Venus. We may likewise behold the spheres with which they are connected, viz. Vesta with earth, Neptune with water, Juno with air, and Vulcan with fire. But the 6 superior Gods we denominate from general custom, for Apollo and Diana are assumed for the sun and moon, but the orb of Saturn is attributed to Ceres, ether to Pallas, and heaven is common to them all. And thus much concerning the mundane Gods in general, the sources of their progression, their orders, powers, and spheres. Chapter 2. The division, however, of the mundane Gods is into the celestial and sublunary, and of the celestial, the divinity of the ineratic sphere has the relation of a monad to the divinities of the planets. But the triad under this monad consists of Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars, of which the first is the cause of connected comprehension, the second of symmetry, and the third of division and separation. And again, with respect to the sublunary deities, the moon ranks as a monad, being the cause of all generation and corruption. But the triad under it consists of the divinities who preside over the elements of air, water, and earth. Between these are the planets that revolve with an equal velocity, and of these the sun indeed unfolds truth into light, Venus beauty, and Mercury the symmetry of reasons or productive principles, conformably to the analogy of the 3 monads mentioned by Plato in the Philebus, as subsisting in the vestibule of the good. It may also be said that the moon is the cause of nature to the mortal genera, being the visible image of the fontal nature existing in the goddess Rhea. But the sun is the fabricator of all the senses, because he is the author of seeing and of being seen. Mercury is the cause of the motions of the fantasy, for the sun gives subsistence to the essence of the fantasy, so far as it is the same with sense. But Venus is the cause of the appetites of that irrational part of the soul, which is called desire, and Mars of those irascible motions which are conformable to nature. Jupiter also is the common cause of all vital, and Saturn of all gnostic powers. For all the irrational forms may be divided into these. The causes, therefore, of these are antecedently comprehended in the celestial Gods, and in the spheres with which they are connected. The allotments also of the mundane Gods are conformable to the divisions of the universe. But the universe is divided by demiurgic numbers, viz. By the duad, triad, tetrad, pentad, hebdomad, and dodecad. For after the one fabrication of things by the demiurgos, the division of the universe into two parts, heaven and generation, or the sublunary region, gives subsistence to twofold allotments, the celestial and the sublunary. After this, the triad divides the universe, to which Homer alludes when he says that Neptune is allotted the hoary deep, Jupiter the extended heavens, and Pluto the subterranean darkness. But after the triple distribution, the tetradic follows, which gives a fourfold arrangement to the elements in the universe, as the Pythagoreans say, viz. The celestial and the ethereal above the earth, and under the earth. The universe also receives a division into 5 parts. For the world is one and quintuple, and is appropriately divided by celestial, empyreal, aerial, aquatic, and terrestrial figures, and presiding Gods. After this follows its division into 7 parts. For the heptad, beginning supernally from the inerratic sphere, pervades through all the elements. And in the last place is the division of the universe by the dodecad, viz. Into the sphere of the fixed stars, the spheres of the 7 planets, and the spheres of the 4 elements. Moreover, the allotment of angels and demons is co-suspended from the divine allotments, but has a more various distribution. For one divine allotment comprehends in itself many angelic, and a still greater number of demoniacal allotments, since every angel rules over many demons, and every angelic allotment is surrounded with numerous demoniacal allotments. For what a monad is in the Gods, that a tribe is among demons. Here therefore, instead of the triad, we must assume 3 compositions, and instead of the tetrad or dodecad, 4 or 12 choirs following their respective leaders. And thus we shall always preserve the higher allotments. For as in essences, powers, and energies, progressions generate multitude, thus also in allotments, such as are first have a precedency in power, but are diminished in multitude as being nearer to the one Father of the universe, and the whole and one Providence which extends to all things. But secondary allotments have a diminution of power, but an increase of multitude. And thus much concerning allotments in general. Since, however, according to a division of the universe into 2 parts, we have distributed allotments into the celestial and sublunary, there can be no doubt what the former are, and whether they possess an invariable sameness of subsistence. But the sublunary allotments are deservedly a subject of admiration, whether they are said to be perpetual or not. For since all things in generation are continually changing and flowing, how can the allotments of the providential rulers of them be said to be perpetual? For things in generation are not perpetual. But if their allotments are not perpetual, how is it possible to suppose that divine government can subsist differently at different times? For an allotment is neither a certain separate energy of the Gods, so that sublunary natures changing, we might say that it is exempt and remains immutable, nor is it that which is governed alone, so that no absurdity would follow from admitting that an allotment is in a flowing condition, and is conversant with all various mutations. But it is a providential inspection, and unrestrained government of divinity over sublunary concerns. Such being the doubts with which this subject is attended, the following appears to be the only solution of the difficulty. We must say then that it is not proper to consider all the natures that are in generation and generation itself as alone consisting of things mutable and flowing, but that there is also something immutable in these, and which is naturally adapted to remain perpetually the same. For the interval, which receives and comprehends in itself all the parts of the world, and which has an arrangement through all bodies, is immovable, lest being moved it should require another place, and thus should proceed from one receptacle to another ad infinitum. The ethereal vehicles also of divine souls, with which they are circularly invested, and which imitate the lives in the heavens, have a perpetual essence, and are eternally suspended from these divine souls themselves, being full of prolific powers, and performing a circular motion according to a certain secondary revolution of the celestial orbs. And in the third place, the wholeness (olotes) of the elements has a permanent subsistence, though the parts are all variously corrupted. For it is necessary that every form in the universe should be never failing, in order that the universe may be perfect, and that being generated from an immovable cause, it may be immovable in its essence. But every wholeness is a form, or rather it is that which it is said to be through the participation of one all perfect form. And here we may see the orderly progression of the nature of bodies. For the interval of the universe is immovable according to every kind of motion. But the vehicles of divine souls alone receive a mutation according to place. For such a motion as this is most remote from essential mutation, and the wholeness of the elements admits in its parts the other motions of bodies, but the whole remains perfectly immutable. The celestial allotments also, which proximately divide the interval of the universe, co-distribute likewise the heavens themselves. But those in the sublunary region are primarily indeed allotted the parts which are in the interval of the universe, but afterwards they make a distribution according to the definite vehicles of souls. And in the third place, they remain perpetually the same according to the total parts of generation. The allotments of the Gods, therefore, do not change, nor do they subsist differently at different times, for they have not their subsistence proximately in that which may be changed. How, therefore, do the illuminations of the Gods accede to these? How are the dissolutions of sacred rites effected? And how is the same place at different times under the influence of different spirits? May it not be said that since the Gods have perpetual allotments and divide the earth according to divine numbers, similarly to the sections of the heavens, the parts of the earth also are illuminated so far as they participate of aptitude. But the circulation of the heavenly bodies through the figures which they possess produce this aptitude, divine illumination at the same time imparting a power more excellent than the nature which is present to these parts of the earth. This aptitude is also effected by nature herself as a whole, inserting divine impressions in each of the illuminated parts, through which they spontaneously participate of the Gods. For as these parts depend on the Gods, nature inserts in such of them as are different, different images of the divinities. times, too, cooperate in producing this aptitude, according to which other things also are governed. The proper temperature of the air, and in short, everything by which we are surrounded, contributes to the increase and diminution of this aptitude. When, therefore, conformably to a concurrence of these many causes, an aptitude to the participation of the Gods is ingenerated in some one of the natures which are disposed to be changed, then a certain divinity is unfolded into light which prior to this was concealed through the inaptitude of the recipients, possessing indeed his appropriate allotment eternally, and always extending the participation of himself, similarly to illuminations from the sun, but not being always participated by sublunary natures, in consequence of their inaptitude to such participation. For as with respect to partial souls, such as ours, which at different times embrace different lives, some of them indeed choose lives accommodated to their appropriate Gods, but others foreign lives, through oblivion of the divinities to whom they belong. Thus also with respect to sacred places, some are adapted to the power which there receives its allotment, but others are suspended from a different order. And on this account, as the Athenian guest in Plato says, some places are more fortunate, but others more unfortunate. The divine Iamblichus, however, doubts how the Gods are said to be allotted certain places according to definite times, as by Plato in the Timaeus, Minerva is said to have been first allotted the guardianship of Athens, and afterwards of Sais. For if their allotment commenced from a certain time, it will also at a certain time cease. For everything which is measured by time is of this kind, and farther still, was the place which at a certain time they are allotted, without a presiding deity prior to this allotment? Or was it under the government of other Gods? For if it was without a presiding deity, how is it to be admitted that a certain part of the universe was once entirely destitute of divinity? How can any place remain without the guardianship of superior beings? And if any place is sufficient to the preservation of itself, how does it afterwards become the allotment of some one of the Gods? But if it should be said that it is afterwards under the government of another God, of whom it becomes the allotment, this also is absurd. For the second God does not divulse the government and allotment of the former, nor do the Gods alternately occupy the places of each other, nor demons change their allotments. Such being the doubts on this subject, he solves them by saying that the allotments of the Gods remain perpetually unchanged, but that the participants of them at one time indeed enjoy the beneficent influence of the presiding powers, but at another are deprived of it. He adds that these are the mutations measured by time, which sacred institutes frequently call the birthday of the Gods. End of chapter 2. Chapters 3 to 5 of Book 7 of Platonic Theology by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. In the next place, it is necessary to observe of the mundane Gods that they do not obtain the rank which they hold in the universe from any habitude or arrangement towards bodies. For they are all of them essentially liberated from body, unrestrained in their energies, and have no proximity or alliance to a corporeal nature. For bodies are ministrant to them, and are subservient to the generation of mutable essences. Hence, they are not in bodies, but rule over them externally, so that they are not changed together with them. Farther still, they impart from themselves to bodies every good which they are capable of receiving, but do not in return receive anything from bodies. And consequently, they do not receive certain peculiarities from them. For if indeed they had a subsistence like the habits of bodies, or like material forms, or were corporeal after any other manner, it might perhaps be possible for them to be transmuted together with the differences of bodies. But if they antecedently subsist separate from bodies, and are essentially unmingled with them, what reasonable distinction can they derive from a corporeal nature? To which may be added, that such an hypothesis makes bodies to be better than the divine genera, if they afford a seat to more excellent causes, and essentially insert in them characteristic peculiarities. He, therefore, who co-arranges the allotments and distributions of the governors with the governed, will evidently ascribe authority and dominion to better natures. For because the presiding powers possess such peculiarities, on this account they choose such an allotment, and give it essentially a specific distinction. But the allotment itself is not assimilated to the nature of the recipient. With respect indeed to partial souls, such as ours, it is requisite to admit that such as is the life which it emitted before it was inserted in a human body, such also will be the organic body with which it is connected, and such will be the nature consequent to it, and which receives from the soul a more perfect life. But with respect to the natures superior to man, and which have dominion as wholes, it must be admitted that inferior are produced in more excellent natures, bodies in incorporeal essences, and fabrications in the fabricators of them, and that being circularly comprehended in them, they are governed according to invariable rectitude. The circulations, therefore, of the celestial orbs are primarily inserted in the celestial circulations of the ethereal soul, in which they are perpetually inherent; and the souls of the spheres being extended to the intellect, which they participate, are perfectly comprehended by, and are primarily generated in it. Intellect also, both that which is partial and that which is universal, are comprehended in the more excellent genera. Since, therefore, secondary natures are always converted to such as are first, and superior natures, as paradigms, are the leaders of those that are subordinate, both essence and form are derived from more excellent beings to those of an inferior rank, and the latter are primarily produced in the former, so as to derive from them order and measure, and the properties by which they are characterized; while, on the contrary, such properties do not flow from subordinate natures to such as have a precedency and a greater dignity of essence. In short, neither are the Gods held in subjection by certain parts of the world, nor are terrestrial natures destitute of their all‐preserving influence; but superior powers, at the same time that they comprehend all things in themselves, are not comprehended by anything; and terrestrial natures, having their very being in the plenitudes of the Gods, when they become adapted to divine participation, immediately prior to their own proper essence, manifestly possess the Gods, which latently presubsisted in it. Farther still, divinity, whether it is allotted certain portions of the universe, such as the heavens or the earth, or sacred cities and regions, or certain groves and sacred statues, illuminates all these externally, videre licet, without any alliance to the things themselves, in the same manner as the sun externally enlightens all things with its rays, except that in the latter instance the illuminating cause is locally, but in the former is impassively, unextendedly, and in short incorporeally external. As, therefore, the solar light comprehends in itself the illuminated objects, thus also the power of the Gods externally comprehends its participants. And as light is present with the air, without being essentially mingled with it, which is evident from no light remaining in the air, when once the illuminating source has departed, though heat is present with it when that which heated is entirely withdrawn, thus also the light of the Gods illuminates in a separate manner, and being firmly established in itself, pervades totally through all things. Indeed, this visible light of the sun is one, continued, and is everywhere the same whole, so that it is not possible for any part of it to be separated and cut off from the rest, nor to enclose it on all sides, nor divulse it from its source. After the same manner, therefore, the whole world being partible, is divided about the one impartible light of the Gods. But this light is one and everywhere the same whole, and is impartibly present to all the natures that are able to partake of it. It likewise fills all things through an all perfect power, and bounds in itself wholes by a certain infinite causal transcendency, is everywhere united to itself, and conjoins the terminations with the beginnings of things. But all heaven, and the world imitating this light, is circularly convolved, is united to itself, conducts the elements in their circular motion, causes all things to be in and tend to each other, and ends to have juxtaposition with their principles, and produces one connection and consent of wholes with wholes. He therefore who surveys this visible image of the Gods, the world, thus united in itself, will be ashamed to have a different opinion of the Gods, the causes of it, and to introduce in them divisions, obstructions, and corporeal circumscriptions. For if there is no ratio, no habitude of symmetry, no communion of essence, no connection, either according to power or energy, between the adorning cause and adorned effect, if this be the case, in the former there is neither a certain extension according to interval, nor any local comprehension, or any partible interception, nor any other similar innate equalization in the manner in which the Gods are present. For in things which are of a kindred nature, either according to essence or power, or which are in a certain respect similar in species, or homogeneous, a certain mutual comprehension or retention may be perceived. But what coercion or transition through the universe, or partible circumscription, or local comprehension, or anything else of the like kind, can there be in natures perfectly exempt from the whole of things? For the participants indeed of the divinities are such that some of them participate ethereally, others aerially, and others aquatically of a divine nature. And this the ancients perceiving employed in their divine operations, adaptations, and invocations, conformably to a division of this kind. And thus much concerning the distribution of the Gods in the world. (Ch. 4). If, however, the mundane as well as the supermundane Gods are incorporeal, it may be asked how the visible celestial orbs can be Gods. To this we reply that the celestial Gods are not comprehended by bodies, but that they contain bodies in their divine lives and energies; that they are not converted to body, but that the body which is suspended from their essence is converted to a divine cause; and that body is no impediment to their intellectual and incorporeal perfection, and is not the cause of any molestation to them by its intervention. Hence it does not require an abundant care and attention, but spontaneously and after a certain manner self-motively follows the divinities with which it is connected, not being in want of any manuduction, but by its elevation to the one of the Gods, is also itself uniformly raised by itself. Indeed, a celestial body is allied in the most eminent degree to the incorporeal essence of the Gods; for as the latter is characterized by unity, so the former is simple; as that is impartible, this is indivisible; and as that is immutable, this after a similar manner is unchanged in quality. If also it is admitted that the energies of the Gods are uniform, this body likewise has one circulation. Besides this, it imitates the sameness of the Gods by its perpetual and invariable motion according to and towards the same things, conformably to one reason and order. It likewise imitates the divine life of the Gods by the life which is connascent with the ethereal bodies. Hence neither is a celestial body so constituted as if composed of contrary and different natures, as is the case with our bodies; nor does the soul of the celestial Gods so coalesce with the body suspended from it, as to form one animal from the two; but the animals of these divinities are perfectly similar and united to the Gods from whom they depend, and are throughout whole, uniform, and free from all composition. For more excellent natures always subsisting with invariable sameness in themselves, but inferior being suspended from the dominion of superior beings, yet so as never to draw down this dominion to themselves; wholes likewise being collected into one order and one perfection, and after a certain manner all things in the celestial Gods being incorporeal and throughout divine, because the divine form universally predominates in them; this being the case, one total essence in the nature of these divinities every where prevails; and thus the visible celestial orbs are all of them Gods, and are after a certain manner incorporeal. If, therefore, these divinities as being incorporeal, intellectual, and united, ride as it were in the celestial spheres, they have their origin in the intelligible world, and there intellectually perceiving the divine forms of themselves, they govern the whole of heaven according to one infinite energy. And if being present to the heavens in a separate manner, they lead its perpetual circulations by their will alone, they are themselves unmingled with a sensible nature, and are consubsistent with the intelligible Gods. Indeed, the celestial orbs, those visible statues as it were of the Gods, are generated from and subsist about the intelligible Gods, and being thus generated are established in them, and have the image elevated to them, which from them also receives its perfection. The divine intellectual forms also, which are present to the visible bodies of the Gods, have a subsistence prior to them in a separate manner; but the unmingled and supercelestial intelligible paradigms of them abide in themselves, containing all things simultaneously in one, according to the eternal transcendency of their nature. Hence, there is one common indivisible bond of them according to intellectual energies. There is also the same bond between them according to the common participations of forms, since there is nothing to intercept them, nor any intervening medium. Indeed, an immaterial and incorporeal essence, being neither separated by places, nor subjects, nor defined by any divisible circumscriptions of parts, immediately coalesces in sameness, and the elevation of wholes to the One. And the universal dominion of the One collects the communion of the mundane Gods with the divinities that presubsist in the intelligible world. Farther still, the intellectual conversion of secondary to first natures, and the gift of the same essence and power from the primary to the secondary Gods, connects their congress into an indissoluble one. In things of different essences indeed, such as soul and body, and in things of different species, such as material forms, and those natures which in any other way are separated from each other, the connascent union is adventitious, being derived from supernal causes, and lost in certain definite periods of time. But the higher we ascend to the sameness of first causes, both according to form and according to essence, and the more we raise ourselves from parts to wholes, by so much the more shall we discover and survey that union which is eternal, precedaneous, and more principal, and which contains about and in itself difference and multitude. Since, however, the order of all the Gods consists in union, and the first and second genera of them, and the multitude which germinates about them coexist in unity, since also every thing in them is characterized by the One, hence the beginning, middle, and end of their essence consubsists according to the One. It is not proper, therefore, to inquire whence unity extends to all things in them, for their very being, whatever it may be, consists in the One. And secondary genera indeed remain with invariable sameness in the one of the first genera, but the latter impart from themselves union to the former, while all of them possess in each other the communion of an indissoluble connection. From this cause, therefore, the perfectly incorporeal Gods are united to the sensible Gods who are connected with bodies. For the visible Gods themselves are external to bodies, and on this account are in the intelligible world. And the intelligible Gods, on account of their infinite union, comprehend in themselves the apparent divinities, while in the meantime both these are established according to a common union and one energy. In a similar manner, this likewise is the illustrious prerogative of a deific cause, and orderly distribution, that the same union of all things pervades from on high as far as to the end of the divine order. And thus much concerning the contact of the sensible with the intelligible Gods. Chapter 5. What has been above delivered concerning the mundane Gods is perfectly conformable to the doctrine of Plato as delivered by him in the Timaeus, in the speech of the Demiurgus to the junior Gods. For it is there said, "When therefore all such Gods as visibly revolve, and all such as become apparent when they please, were generated, he who fabricated this universe thus addressed them: Gods of Gods, of whom I am the Demiurgus and father, whatever is generated by me is indissoluble, such being my will in its fabrication. Indeed, everything which is bound is indissoluble. But to be willing to dissolve that which is beautifully harmonized and well composed is the property of an evil nature. Hence, so far as you are generated, you are not immortal, nor in every respect indissoluble, yet you shall never be dissolved, nor become subject to the fatality of death. My will being a much greater and more excellent bond than the vital connectives with which you were bound at the commencement of your generation. Learn now, therefore, what I say to you, indicating my desire. Three genera of mortals yet remain to be produced. Without the generation of these, therefore, the universe will be imperfect, for it will not contain every kind of animal in its spacious extent. But it ought to contain them, that it may be sufficiently perfect. Yet, if these are generated and participate of life through me, they will become equal to the Gods. That mortal natures therefore may subsist, and that the universe may be truly all, convert yourselves according to your nature to the fabrication of animals, imitating the power which I employed in your generation. And whatever among these is of such a nature as to deserve the same appellation with immortals, which is called divine, obtains sovereignty in them, and willingly pursues justice and reverences you. Of this I myself will deliver the seed and beginning. It is your business to accomplish the rest, to weave together the mortal and immortal nature, by this means fabricating and generating animals, causing them to increase by supplying them with nutriment, and receiving them back again when dissolved by corruption. Close quote. As the commentary of Proclus on this speech most admirably unfolds its recondite meaning, and is at the same time replete with the most interesting information respecting the mundane Gods, I shall give the following extracts from it, in which the most magnificent exuberance of diction is combined with the greatest fecundity and scientific accuracy of conception. Quote, "The scope of this speech," says Proclus, "is to insert demiurgic power and providence in the mundane genera of Gods, to lead them forth to the generation of the remaining kinds of animals, and to place them over mortals, analogously to the Father of wholes over the one orderly distribution of the universe. For it is necessary that some things should be primarily generated by the demiurgic monad, and others through other media; the demiurgus, indeed, producing all things from himself, at once and eternally, but the things produced in order, and first proceeding from him, producing together with him the natures posterior to themselves. Thus, for instance, the celestial produce sublunary Gods, and these generate mortal animals; the demiurgus at the same time fabricating these in conjunction with the celestial and sublunary divinities. For in speaking he understands all things, and by understanding all things he also makes the mortal genera of animals, these requiring another proximate generating cause, so far as they are mortal, and through this receiving a progression into being. But the character of the words is enthusiastic, shining with intellectual intuitions, pure and venerable, as being perfected by the Father of the Gods, differing from and transcending human conceptions, delicate and at the same time terrific, full of grace and beauty, at once concise and perfectly accurate. Plato, therefore, particularly studies these things in the imitations of divine speeches, as he also evinces in the Republic, when he represents the Muses speaking sublimely, and the prophet ascending to a lofty seat. He also adorns both these speeches with conciseness and venerableness, employing the accurate powers of colons, directly shadowing forth divine intellections through such a form of words. But in the words before us, he omits no transcendency, either of the grand and robust in the sentences, and the names adapted to these devices, or of magnitude in the conceptions and the figures which give completion to this idea. Besides this also, much distinction and purity, the unfolding of truth, and the illustrious prerogatives of beauty, are mingled with the idea of magnitude, this being especially adapted to the subject things, to the speaker, and to the hearers. For the objects of this speech are the perfection of the universe, an assimilation to all perfect animal, i.e. to its paradigm, and the generation of all mortal animals, the maker of all things, at the same time presubsisting and adorning all things through exempt transcendency, but the secondary fabricators adding what was wanting to the formation of the universe. All, therefore, being great and divine, as well the persons as the things, and shining with beauty and a distinction from each other, Plato has employed words adapted to the form of the speech. Homer also, when energizing enthusiastically, represents Jupiter speaking, converting to himself the twofold coordinations of Gods, becoming himself as it were the centre of all the divine genera in the world, and making all things obedient to his intellection. But at one time he conjoins the multitude of Gods with himself without a medium, and at another through Themis as the medium. But Jove to Themis gives command to call the Gods to council. This Goddess pervading everywhere collects the divine number, and converts it to the demiurgic monad. For the Gods are both separate from mundane affairs, and eternally provide for all things, being at the same time exempt from them through the highest transcendency, and extending their providence everywhere. For their unmingled nature is not without providential energy, nor is their providence mingled with matter. Through transcendency of power, they are not filled with the subjects of their government, and through beneficent will, they make all things similar to themselves, in permanently abiding, proceeding, and in being separated from all things, being similarly present to all things. Since, therefore, the Gods that govern the world, and the daemons, the attendants of these, receive after this manner unmingled purity and providential administration from their Father, at one time he converts them to himself without a medium, and illuminates them with a separate, unmingled, and pure form of life. Whence also, I think, he orders them to be separated from all things, to remain exempt in Olympus, and neither convert themselves to Greeks nor barbarians, which is just the same as to say that they must transcend the twofold orders of mundane natures, and abide immutably in undefiled intellection. But at another time he converts them to a providential attention to secondary natures, through Themis, and calls upon them to direct the mundane battle, and excites different Gods to different works. These divinities, therefore, especially require the assistance of Themis, who contains in herself the divine laws, according to which Providence is intimately connected with wholes. Homer, therefore, divinely delivers twofold speeches, accompanying the twofold energies of Jupiter. But Plato, through this one speech, comprehends those twofold modes of discourse. For the Demiurgos renders the Gods unmingled with secondary natures, and causes them to provide for, and give existence to mortals. But he orders them to fabricate in imitation of himself. And in an injunction of this kind, both these are comprehended, videre licet, the unmingled through the imitation of the Father, for he is separate, being exempt from mundane wholes, but providential energy through the command to fabricate, nourish, and increase mortal natures. Or rather, we may survey both in each. For in imitating the Demiurgos, they provide for secondary natures, as he does for the immortals, and in fabricating they are separate from the things fabricated. For every demiurgic cause is exempt from the things generated by it, but that which is mingled with and filled from them is imbecile and inefficacious, and is unable to adorn and fabricate them. And thus much in common respecting the whole of the speech. Let us then, in the first place, consider what we are to understand by "Gods of Gods," and what power it possesses. For that this invocation is collective and convertive of multitude to its monad, that it calls upwards the natures which have proceeded to the one fabrication of them, and inserts a boundary and divine measure in them, is clear to those who are not entirely unacquainted with such like discourses. But how those that are allotted to the world by their Father are called Gods of Gods, and according to what conception, cannot easily be indicated to the many. For there is an unfolding of one divine intelligence in these names. Proclus then proceeds to relate the explanations given by others of these words, which having rejected as erroneous, he very properly, in my opinion, adopts the following, which is that of his preceptor, the great Syrianus. All the mundane Gods are not simply Gods, but they are holy Gods which participate. For there is in them that which is separate, unapparent, and supermundane, and also that which is the apparent image of them, and has an orderly establishment in the world. And that indeed which is unapparent in them is primarily a God, this being undistributed and one. But this vehicle, which is suspended from their unapparent essence, is secondarily a God. For if, with respect to us, man is twofold, one inward according to the soul, the other apparent, which we see, much more must both these be asserted of the mundane Gods, since divinity also is twofold, one unapparent and the other apparent. This being the case, we must say that "Gods of Gods" is addressed to all the mundane divinities, in whom there is a connection of unapparent with apparent Gods, for they are Gods that participate. In short, since twofold orders are produced by the Demiurgos, some being supermundane and others mundane, and some being without and others with participation of body, if the Demiurgos now addressed the supermundane orders, he would have alone said to them, "Gods," for they are without participation, i.e. without the participation of body, are separate and unapparent. But since the speech is to the mundane Gods, he calls them "Gods of Gods," as being participated by other apparent divinities. In these also demons are comprehended, for they also are Gods as to their order with respect to the Gods, whose peculiarity they indivisibly participate. Thus also Plato in the Phaedrus, when he calls the 12 Gods the leaders of demons, at the same time denominates all the attendants of the divinities Gods, adding, "And this is the life of the Gods." All these therefore are Gods of Gods, as possessing the apparent connected with the unapparent, and the mundane with the supermundane. End of chapter 5. Chapters 6 and 7 of Book 7 of Platonic Theology by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. And thus much concerning the whole conception of the speech. It is necessary, however, since we have said the words are demiurgic or fabricative, that they should be received in a manner adapted to demiurgic providence. But if these words are intellectual conceptions, and the intellectual conceptions themselves are productions, what shall we say the demiurgos effects in the multitude of mundane Gods by the first words of his speech? Is it not evident we must say that this energy of his is deific? For this one divine intellectual conception, which is the first and most simple proceeding from the demiurgos, deifies all the recipients of it, and makes them demiurgic Gods, participated Gods, and Gods unapparent, and at the same time apparent. For this, as has been said, is the meaning of "Gods of Gods." For the term Gods is not alone adapted to them, since they are not alone unapparent, nor the word Gods twice enunciated, as if some one should say Gods and Gods. For every bond of this kind is artificial, and foreign from divine union. It is also necessary to observe that every mundane God has an animal suspended from him, according to which he is denominated mundane. He has likewise a divine soul, which rules over its depending vehicle, and an immaterial and separate intellect, according to which he is united to the intelligible, in order that he may imitate the world in which all these are contained. And by the animal suspended from him, he is indeed a part of the sensible universe, but by intellect he belongs to an intelligible essence, and by soul he conjoins the impartible life which is in him with the life that is divisible about body. Such a composition, however, being triple in each mundane God, neither does Plato here deliver the demiurgus speaking to intellects. For intellects subsist in unproceeding union with the divine intellect, and are entirely unbegotten. But soul is the first of generated natures, and a little after the demiurgos addresses these, when he says, "Since ye are generated." Nor does he represent the demiurgos as speaking only to the animals which are suspended from the souls of these Gods, for they pertain to corporeal natures, and are not adapted to enjoy the one demiurgic intelligence without a medium. Nor yet does he represent him as speaking to souls by themselves, for they are entirely immortal, but the Gods whom he now addresses are said by him not to be in every respect immortal. If therefore it be requisite for me to say what appears to me to be the truth, the words of the demiurgos are addressed to the composite from soul and animal, videre licet, to the animal which is divine, and partakes of a soul. For intellect does not know the demiurgic will through reason, but through intelligence, or in other words through intellectual vision, nor through conversion, but through a union with that intellect which ranks as a whole, as being itself intellect, and as it were of the same colour with it. But soul, as being reason, and not intellect itself, requires appropriately to its essence the energy of reason, and a rational conversion to the intelligible. To these, therefore, as being essentially rational, and as being essentialized in reasons, the demiurgic speech proceeds, and it is adapted to them in a twofold respect. First, as being participated by bodies, for they are gods of those gods; and secondly, as participating of intellects, for they are gods of, videre licet, derived from, intellects, which are also gods. And they participate of intellects, and are participable by bodies. Hence the assertions that they are generated, and that they are not entirely immortal, and everything else in the speech, are appropriately adapted to them, so far as they have a certain coordination and connection with mundane natures, and so far as they are participated by them. But the mandates "learn and generate," and everything else of this kind, which is more divine than generated natures, are adapted to them as intellectual essences. Let us, in the next place, attend to the meaning of the words, "of whom I am the demiurgus and father. Whatever is generated by me is indissoluble, such being my will in its fabrication." Plato then appears to give a triple division to the energy of the one demiurgus in his production of the junior gods, videre licet, a division into the deific, into that which imparts connection, and into that which supplies a similitude to animal itself. For the address of the demiurgus evinces those to be gods that proceed from him. But the assertions respecting the indissoluble and dissoluble, by defining the measure of a medium between these, impart a distribution and connection commensurate to the order of the mundane gods; and the words calling on them to the fabrication of mortal natures, cause them to be the sources of perfection to the universe, and the fabricators of secondary animals, conformably to the imitation of the paradigm. But through these three energies, the demiurgus elevates his offspring to all the intelligible gods, and establishes them in the intelligible triads. In the one being indeed, or the summit of these triads, through the first of these energies; for that is primarily deified, in which the one is deity, but being is the first participant of it; for the one itself is alone deity without habitude to anything, and is not participable; but the one being, in which there is the first participation, is God of God, and being is deity as the summit of all things; but the one of it is deity, as proceeding from the one itself, which is primarily God. But through the second of these energies, the demiurgus establishes his offspring in the second of the intelligible triads, i.e. in eternity itself. For eternity is the cause of this indissoluble permanency to every thing which continues perpetually undissolved. Hence all mundane natures are bound according to the demiurgic will, and have something of the indissoluble through the participation of him; the natures which are primarily indissoluble being different from these. and those that are truly immortal, subsisting for his sake. And he establishes them in all perfect animal, or the third of the intelligible triads, through the third of these energies. For to this the vivific assimilates the mundane Gods, and inserts in them the paradigms of animals which they generate. And this indeed will be one scope of generation, the converting and perfecting the proceeding multitude of the Gods. But after the one there will be a triple design, which establishes them in the three intelligible orders. This second demiurgic intelligence, therefore, after the first, which is deific, illuminates the mundane Gods with a firm establishment, an immutable power, and an eternal essence, through which the whole world and all the divine allotments subsist always the same, participating through the Father of an immutable nature and undecaying power. For every thing which is generated from an immovable cause is indissoluble and immutable. But all the progeny of a movable cause are movable. Hence, among mundane natures, such as proceed from the demiurgic cause alone, in consequence of being generated according to an invariable sameness, are permanent, and are exempt from every mutable and variable essence. But such as proceed both from this cause, and from other movable principles, are indeed immutable, so far as they proceed from the demiurgus, but mutable so far as they proceed from the latter. For those natures which the demiurgus alone generates, these he fabricates immutable and indissoluble, both according to their own nature and according to his power and will. For he imparts to them a guardian and preserving power, and he connects their essence in a manner transcendent and exempt. For all things are preserved in a twofold respect from the power which he contains, and from his providential goodness, which is truly able and willing to preserve every thing which may be lawfully perpetually saved. The most divine of visible natures, therefore, are, as we have said, from their own nature indissoluble. But they are likewise so from the demiurgic power which pervades through all things and eternally connects them. For this power is the guard and the divine law, which connectedly contains all things. But a still greater and more principal cause than these is the demiurgic will which employs this power in its productions. For what is superior to goodness, or what bond is more perfect than this, which imparts by illumination union, connects an eternal essence, and is the bound and measure of all things, to which also the demiurgus now refers the cause of immutable power, saying, "Such being my will in its fabrication." For he established his own will as a guard over his own proper works, as that which gives union, connexion, and measure to the whole of things. Who the demiurgus however is, and who Father is, has been unfolded by us before, and will be now also concisely shown. There are then these four: Father alone, Maker alone, Father and Maker, Maker and Father. And Father indeed is ether or bound, being the first procession from the One. Father and Maker is the divinity who subsists according to the intelligible paradigm at the extremity of the intelligible order, and whom Orpheus says the blessed Gods call Phanes Protagonus. But Maker and Father is Jupiter, who is now called by himself the Demiurgus, but whom the Orphic writers would call the Father of Works. And Maker alone is the cause of partible fabrication, as the same writers would say. To Father alone, therefore, all intelligible, intellectual, supermundane, and mundane natures are in subjection. To Father and Maker, all intellectual, supermundane, and mundane natures are subordinate. To Maker and Father, who is an intellectual deity, supermundane and mundane natures are subservient. But to Maker alone, mundane natures alone are in subjection. And all these particulars we learn from the narration of Orpheus. For according to each peculiarity of the four, there is a subject multitude of Gods. CHAPTER 7. In the next place, the Demiurgus says, "Everything, therefore, which is bound is dissoluble. But to be willing to dissolve that which is beautifully harmonized and well composed is the province of an evil nature." It is requisite then to consider how the dissoluble and indissoluble are asserted of the Gods, and to conjoin proper modes of solution with appropriate bonds. For everything is not bound after a similar manner, nor is that which is bound in one way dissolved in different ways. But that which is in a certain respect bound has also its dissolution according to this mode. That which is in every respect bound is likewise in every respect dissolved. And that which is bound by itself is also by itself dissolved. But that which is bound by something different from itself has also on that its dissolution depending. That likewise which is bound in time is also dissolved according to time. But that which is allotted a perpetual bond must also be said to be perpetually dissolved. For in short, dissolution is conjoined with every bond. For a bond is not union without multitude, since the one does not require a bond, nor is it an assemblage of many and different things, no longer preserving their characteristic peculiarities. For a thing of this kind is confusion, and that which results from them is one thing, consisting of things corrupted together, but does not become bound. For it is necessary that things that are bound should remain as they are, but not be bound when corrupted. Hence a bond then alone takes place when there are many things, and which are preserved, having one power connective and collective of them, whether this power be corporeal or incorporeal. If this however be the case, things that are bound are united through the bond and separated, because each preserves its own proper nature. Everywhere therefore, as we have said, a bond has also dissolution connected with it. Bonds, however, and their dissolutions differ in subsisting in a certain respect, and simply from themselves, and from others according to time, and perpetually. For in these their differences consist. We must not therefore wonder if the same thing is both dissoluble and indissoluble, and if it is in a certain respect indissoluble, and in a certain respect dissoluble. So that the works of the Father, if they are indeed indissoluble, are so as not to be dissolved according to time. But they are dissoluble, as having together, with a bond, a separation of the simple things of which they consist, according to the definite causes of things that are bound, existing in him that binds. For as that which is self-subsistent is said to be so in a twofold respect, one as supplying all things from itself alone, but another as subsisting indeed from itself, and also from another which is the cause of it, thus also the indissoluble is so from another and from itself, just as that which is moved is twofold and subsists in a similar manner. To these two modes, however, two modes of dissolution are also opposed. Viz. That which is dissoluble from another, and from itself, is opposed to that which is indissoluble from another, and from itself. And this indeed is dissoluble in itself, as consisting of things that are separate. But in consequence of having in something else prior to itself the causes of its subsistence, by this cause, and according to this mode alone, it becomes dissoluble. Again, that which is simply dissoluble in a twofold respect, and which contains in itself the cause of its dissolution, and also receives it from another, is opposed to that which is simply indissoluble in a twofold respect, from itself and from another. These therefore are four in number, viz. That which is simply indissoluble from another and from itself. And again, that which is indissoluble after a certain manner in a twofold respect. That which is dissoluble after a certain manner in a twofold respect, and that which is dissoluble simply from itself and from another. Of these four, however, the first pertains to intelligibles, for they are indissoluble, as being entirely simple, and receiving no composition or dissolution whatever. But the fourth belongs to mortal natures, which are dissoluble from themselves and from others, as consisting of many things, and being composed by their causes in such a way as to be at a certain time dissolved. And the middles pertain to the mundane Gods, for the second and the third of these four concur with them. For after a certain manner, these as being the works of the Father are indissoluble, and they are saved from themselves, and through his will. And again, they are in a certain respect dissoluble, because they are bound by him, and he contains the productive principle of those simple natures from which they are composed. Every thing, therefore, which is bound is dissoluble. And this is also the case with the works of the Father. For these are all bodies, the composition of animals, and the number of participated souls. But intellects, which ride as it were in souls, as in a vehicle, cannot be called the works of the Father. For they were not generated, but were unfolded into light in an unbegotten manner, as if fashioned within the addita of his essence, and not proceeding out of them. For there are no paradigms of these, but of middle and last natures. Since soul is the first of images, but the wholes, such as animals, the participants of soul and intellect, and generated natures derive their subsistence from intellectual paradigms, of which animal itself is the comprehending cause. Bodies, therefore, are bound through analogy, for this is the most beautiful bond of them. But animals are bound with animated bonds, and souls which contain something of a partible nature are bound by media, viz. By geometrical, arithmetical, and harmonical ratios. For Plato calls these and all the productive principles of which the soul consists, bonds. Hence the indissoluble in the mundane Gods subsists according to nature, for each of them is generated indissoluble, such being the works of the Father through the power which he contains. They are also indissoluble from the demiurgic will, since they are of a composite nature, and possess the indissoluble with a bond. But there is likewise in a certain respect a dissolution of them, so far as they consist of things of a simple nature, of which the Father contains in himself the definite causes. At one and the same time, therefore, they are indissoluble and dissoluble. They are not, however, so indissoluble as the intelligible, for that is indissoluble through transcendency of simplicity. But these are at the same time indissoluble and dissoluble, as consisting of simple natures, and as being perpetually bound. For all the natures that are bound, being dissoluble, such as are perpetual, possessing through the whole of time beauty from the intelligible, divine union, and demiurgic harmony, are indissoluble. But mortal natures are dissoluble alone, because they are connected with the deformity and inaptitude of matter, and the former indeed are beautifully harmonized through the union inserted in them by their harmonizing cause. But this is not the case with the latter, on account of the multitude of causes which no longer insert in them a similar union. For their union is dissipated through the multitude which is mingled in their composition, so that they are very properly allotted a remitted harmony. Hence, every thing which is bound is dissoluble. But one thing is thus dissoluble and indissoluble, and another is dissoluble only, just as the intelligible is alone indissoluble. Why, therefore, is that which is primarily bound at one and the same time dissoluble and indissoluble? Because it is beautifully harmonized and is well composed. For from being well composed, it obtains union, since goodness is unific. But from the intelligible it obtains the beautifully, for from thence beauty is derived. And from fabricating power it obtains harmony, for this is the cause of the Muses, and is the source of harmonical arrangement to mundane natures. Hence we again have the three causes, the final through the well, the paradigmatic through the beautifully, and the demiurgic through the harmonized. But it is necessary that a composition of this kind, harmonized by the one fabricating power, filled with divine beauty, and obtaining a boniform union, should be indissoluble. For the demiurgus says that to dissolve it is the province of an evil nature. Moreover, prior to this, Plato had said that the universe is indissoluble, except by him by whom it was bound. If, however, it is entirely impossible for the universe to be dissolved by any other, but the Father alone is able to dissolve it, and it is impossible for him to effect this, for it is the province of an evil nature, it is impossible for the universe to be dissolved. For either he must dissolve it, or some other. But if some other, who is it that is able to offer violence to the demiurgus? For it is impossible that a dissolution of it should be effected except by him that bound it. But if he dissolves it, how, being good, can he dissolve that which is beautifully harmonized and well composed? For that which is subversive of these is productive of evil, just as that which is subversive of evil is allotted a beneficent nature. Hence, there is an equal necessity that the demiurgus should be depraved, if it be lawful so to speak, or that this world should be dissolved. Videre licet, each of these is equally impossible. Such, therefore, is the necessity which Plato assigns to the incorruptibility of the universe. Hence that Plato gives the indissoluble to the composition of the mundane gods, he clearly manifests when he orders them to bind mortal natures, not with those indissoluble bonds with which they are connected. For if the connective bonds of these gods are indissoluble, they themselves must be essentially indissoluble. Here, however, he says that they are not in every respect indissoluble. It is evident, therefore, from both these assertions that they are indissoluble, and at the same time dissoluble, and that they are not in every respect indissoluble in consequence of their being appropriately bound. But if these things are true, there is every necessity that the dissolution of them should be very different from that which we call corruption. For that which is dissoluble after such a manner as the corruptible, not being indissoluble, is so far from being not in every respect indissoluble, that it is in every respect dissoluble. Hence it is not proper to say that the mundane gods are of themselves corruptible, but remain incorruptible through the will of the Father. But we ought to say that they are in their own nature incorruptible. End of chapter 7. chapters 8 to 10 of Book 7 of Platonic Theology by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. In the next place, let us attend to the meaning of the following part of the speech of the Demiurgos to the mundane gods, as beautifully unfolded by Proclus. Quote, "Hence, so far as you are generated, you are not immortal, nor in every respect indissoluble. Yet you shall never be dissolved, nor become subject to the fatality of death. My will being a much greater and more excellent bond than the vital connectives with which you were bound at the commencement of your generation." Close quote. Since all the mundane gods to whom these words are addressed consist of divine souls, and animals suspended from them, or in other words, since they are participated souls, and since the Demiurgos denominates them indissoluble and at the same time dissoluble, in the way above explained, he now wishes to collect in one point of view and into one truth all that he had said separately about them. For at one and the same time he takes away from them the immortal and the indissoluble, and again confers these on them through a subversion of their opposites. For media are allotted this nature, not receiving the nature of the extremes, and appearing to comprehend the whole of both. Just as if some one should call the soul impartible, and at the same time partible, as consisting of both, and neither impartible nor partible, as being different from the extremes. For see how a middle of this kind may be surveyed in the mundane gods. That is principally and primarily called immortal, which supplies itself with immortality, since that also is primarily being, which is being from itself, intellect, which is intellect from itself, and one, which is from itself one. For everywhere that which primarily possesses anything is such from itself, since if it were not so from itself, but from another, that other would be primarily either intellect, or life, or the one, or something else. And either this would be primarily so, or if there is nothing primarily, the ascent will be to infinity. Thus, therefore, that is truly immortal which is immortal from itself, and which imparts to itself immortality. But that which is neither vital according to the whole of itself, nor self-subsistent, nor possesses immortality from itself, is not primarily immortal. Hence, as that which is secondarily being is not being, so that which is secondarily immortal is not immortal. Yet it is not mortal, for this is entirely a defection or departure from the immortal, neither possessing a connascent life nor infinite power. For these three are in a successive order: that which possesses from itself infinite life, that which receives infinite life from another, and that which neither from itself nor another exhibits the infinity of life. And the first indeed is immortal, the second is not immortal, the third is mortal. And the mean is adapted to the mundane gods, for they neither have the immortal from themselves, so far as they derive it from that which is truly and primarily immortal, and so far as bodies are suspended from them, nor have they a finite life, but they are filled indeed from the eternal gods, and produce mortal natures. For the second fabrication is connected with the first, proceeds about it, is governed by it, and refers to it the production of the mortal genera. Again, with respect to the indissoluble, that which is principally and primarily so is simple and free from all composition. For where there is no composition, what representation can there be of dissolution? But that is secondarily indissoluble which is indissoluble with a bond, which is at the same time dissoluble in consequence of proceeding from divided causes. For it is not simply dissoluble, but dissoluble by its cause. For that which is bound prior to all time is alone bound according to cause, but that which is alone causally bound is alone causally dissolved. And the third from that which is properly indissoluble is that which was indissoluble for a certain time, because the first indeed is properly indissoluble in conjunction with simplicity, but the second is subordinately so, together with composition, and the third, falling off from both, is in its own nature dissoluble. Neither, therefore, are the mundane Gods entirely indissoluble, for this pertains to the most simple natures, nor are they dissoluble according to time, for the composition of them proceeds from the demiurgic union. As therefore, in the cause, union precedes things of a simple nature, after the same manner here also a bond precedes dissolution. For it is more excellent, and the resemblance of a more divine power. And this is seen in souls, for there were bonds and media in them, as has been before observed in the generation of the soul. It is also seen in bodies, for analogy is a bond, and likewise in animals, for being bound with animated bonds, they became animals. Hence, the immortal and the indissoluble do not entirely pertain to the mundane Gods, yet at the same time they do pertain to them. And because they are not in every respect present with them, nor in such a manner as in intelligibles, immortality must be taken from them. For in the banquet also, Plato does not think fit to call love immortal, yet he does not denominate it mortal, but asserts it to be something between both these. For there is a great extent of the mortal and immortal, and they are bound together by many media. It appears likewise, with respect to the immortal, that one kind of it is common to all the beings that differ from a mortal nature, and which consists in not being deprived of the life which it possesses. According to this sense of the word, Plato says that the demiurgus is the cause of immortal natures, but the junior Gods of such as are mortal. But another kind of the immortal is the peculiarity of intelligibles, being eternally so, and another belongs to the mundane Gods, which is an immortality perpetually rising into existence, and having its subsistence in always becoming to be. Hence, it may be said that the immortal and mortal are oppositely divided without a medium, if the common signification of the immortal is assumed, and that they are not opposed to each other without a medium, if that which is primarily immortal is considered. And this is that which is always immortal. For the medium between this and the mortal is that which is always becoming to be immortal, but that which is properly immortal possesses the whole of its life in eternity. That, however, which has its life evolved through the whole of time, and has not always one and the same indivisible life, this possesses an immortality coextended with the flux of generation, but is not immortal according to the stability of being. And again, the medium between the immortality of the mundane Gods and that of partial souls is that which has a life always rising into existence, and which ascends and descends in intellectual energy, so as to be nearer to mortal natures, leaving indeed a more excellent intellection, but transferring itself into one that is subordinate, and again recurring to its pristine condition without oblivion. And of these, the former indeed is the peculiarity of the mundane gods, but the latter of demons, the attendants on these gods. But if the nature which remains is filled with oblivion in descending, becomes most proximate to mortals, entirely destroys the true life which it contains, and alone possesses the essential life, such an immortality as this belongs to partial souls. Hence the Demiurgus in his speech calls the immortality in these homonymous to that of the immortals. If, however, there is any nature after these which casts aside its essential life, this is alone mortal. Hence the primarily immortal and the mortal are the extremes, but the immortality of the mundane gods and that of partial souls are the sub-extremes, and the immortality which is truly the medium between these is that of demons. Hence too, demons are in reality entirely of a middle nature. Chapter 9. After this, the Demiurgus sublimely addresses the mundane gods in the following words, quote, "Learn now, therefore, what I say to you, indicating my desire." Close quote. The first address to the mundane gods, says Proclus, was deific of, or deified the auditors, for it evinced all of them to be gods, and to be participated by the bodies in which they ride. For these very bodies also are gods, as being the statues as it were of gods. Since Plato likewise calls the earth the first and most ancient of the gods within the heavens. But these deified bodies are participants of the gods truly so called, from which they are suspended, and which are prior to generation. For these bodies have, as we have observed, generation. But the second, addressed to the mundane gods, inserted in them an eternal power through the participation of an indissoluble connection. And the present words fill them with divine and demiurgic conceptions, proceeding supernally from intelligible animal, the paradigm of the universe. For the being instructed in the fabrication of animals, so far as it is mathesis or learning, is adapted to soul. But these words fill the multitude of gods with the demiurgic intelligence of all the forms that are contained in intelligible animal. And through the word now, indeed, the eternal is after a manner indicated; through the word what, the united and convolved; through I say, that which proceeds into multitude, and is disseminated about the many gods; and through indication, a plenitude derived from intelligible and unapparent causes is signified. For we only indicate in things unapparent to the multitude. But through all the words together, it is evident that the Demiurgus establishes himself analogous to intelligible intellect, and fills the mundane number of gods with intellectual conceptions. Farther still, these words convert this multitude to the one demiurgic intelligence, and prior to a providential attention to secondary natures, illuminate it with unmingled purity and stable intellection. For as the Demiurgus makes by energizing intellectually, and generates from inward, externally proceeding energy, thus also he wishes the mundane gods first to learn and understand the will of their father, and thus afterwards to imitate his power. In the next place, the Demiurgus says, quote, three genera of mortals yet remain to be produced. Without the generation of these, therefore, the universe will be imperfect, for it will not contain every kind of animal in its spacious extent. But it ought to contain them, that it may be sufficiently perfect. Yet if these are generated and participate of life through me, they will become equal to the Gods." On these words, Proclus observes, "The most total, first and most divine of ideas not only give subsistence to such mundane natures as are perpetual, in an exempt manner, but likewise to all mortal natures according to one united cause. For the idea of winged natures which is there is the paradigm of all winged animals whatever; the idea of the aquatic, of all aquatic; and the idea of the pedestrial, of all pedestrial animals. But the progressions of intelligibles into the intellectual orders become the sources of division to united ideas, produce into multitude total causes, and unfold the definite principles of multiform natures. For there is no longer in intelligibles one intellectual cause of all aerial animals, since there is not a separate intellection of perpetual animals of this kind, nor one intellectual cause of aquatic, nor in a similar manner of terrestrial animals; but the power of difference in the intellectual order minutely distributes the whole into parts, and monads into numbers. Hence the causes of divine animals, according to which the Demiurgus gives subsistence to the orders of Gods and daemons that produce generation, exist in him separate from the causes of mortal natures, according to which he calls on the junior Gods to generate mortal animals. For the Demiurgus precedes the generative energy of these Gods, and makes by merely saying that a thing is to be made. For the words of the Father are demiurgic intellections, and his intellections are creations. But approximate making is adapted to the multitude of Gods. And again, you see how the order of effective and generative causes is unfolded into light. For the choir of mundane Gods produces indeed mortal animals, but in conjunction with motion and mutation; and the Demiurgus also produces them, but by speaking, videre licet by intellection. For he speaks indeed, intellectually perceiving, and immovably and intellectually. Animal itself also produces them, for it contains the one cause of all winged, of all aquatic, and of all terrestrial animals. But it produces them with silence, by its very essence and intelligibly. For the demiurgic speech receives indeed the paternal silence, but the intellectual production the intelligible cause, and the generation which subsists according to energizing, the providence according to existence. Motion also receives the demiurgic words, but the orderly distribution which is mingled with a sensible nature receives the intellectual energy. For the fabrications which exist at the extremity of things require a producing cause of this kind. Every thing therefore which is mutable, which is changed in quality, which is generated and corruptible, is generated from a cause immovable indeed according to essence, but moved according to energy. For the motion which is there separated from essence, here produces an essence which is moved. Hence, because that which makes both according to essence and according to energy, both which are as it were woven together, mutation of essence thence derives its progression. Mortal natures therefore require movable causes, and those that are very mutable, many such causes. For it is impossible that they should remain only begotten, since the mortal genera would not have an existence. It is necessary, however, that the mortal nature should exist, in the first place in order that every thing may have a subsistence which is capable of being generated, videre licet, both perpetual beings and those which at a certain time cease to exist. For beyond these is that which in no respect whatever is. In the next place, this is necessary in order that divine natures and being may not be the last of things, since that which is generative of anything is more excellent and more divine than the thing which it generates. And in the third place, it is necessary in order that the world may not be imperfect, not comprehending every thing the causes of which are contained in animal itself. For the ideas which are there are the causes of everything, whether divine or mortal. Hence Orpheus says that the vivific cause of partible natures, while she remained on high, weaving the order of celestials, was a nymph, as being undefiled, and in consequence of this connected with Jupiter, and abiding in her appropriate manners; but that proceeding from her proper habitation, she left her webs unfinished, was ravished, having been ravished was married, and being married generated, in order that she might animate things which have an adventitious life. For the unfinished state of her webs indicates, I think, that the universe is imperfect or unfinished as far as to perpetual animals. Hence Plato says that the one Demiurgus calls on the many Demiurgi to weave together the mortal and immortal natures, after a manner reminding us that the addition of the mortal genera is the perfection of the textorial life of the universe, and also exciting our recollection of the divine Orphic fable, and affording us interpretive causes of the unfinished webs of Proserpine. The divine number, therefore, has its proper boundary and end, and is perfect. But it is also necessary that the mortal nature should exist and have an appropriate limit, and this triply, aerially, aquatically, and terrestrially. For celestially is impossible, because the summit and the first genus of every order is undefiled and perpetual, in consequence of being assimilated to the cause which is prior to it. As therefore the first of intellectuals is intelligible, and the first of angels is a God, thus also the first of sensibles is perpetual and divine. When, however, the Demiurgus says, "Yet, if these are generated and participate of life through me, they will become equal to the Gods," he confirms what has been before asserted, that every thing which is produced by an immovable cause is unbegotten and immutable, but that every thing which is produced indeed by an immovable cause, yet through the medium of a cause that is moved, is partly unbegotten and partly mutable. For from the immovable cause indeed it receives unity, but from the movable cause multitude; and from the former it derives being and form, but from the latter individuality and a flowing existence, through which the form or species is preserved, but the individual is destroyed. (Ch. 10). After this, the Demiurgus says, "that mortal natures therefore may subsist, and that the universe may be truly all. Convert yourselves according to nature to the fabrication of animals, imitating the power which I employed in your generation." A twofold scope of fabrication, says Proclus, is here delivered, one indeed providential, but the other assimilative, the one being more proximate, but the other more total. For to fabricate, for the sake of giving subsistence to mortal natures, indicates providence and the perfection of power. For all superplenitude of power is prolific of other things subordinate to itself. But to fabricate, for the sake of giving completion to the universe, indicates an energy according to assimilative power, in order that this universe may be rendered similar to all perfect animal, in consequence of being adorned with all the numbers of divine and mortal animals. For if all things were immortal, the most divine of sensible natures would be unprolific; and if the universe was not filled with all the forms of life, it would not be perfect, nor sufficiently similar to all perfect animal. That neither of these defects therefore might happen, the first Demiurgus excites the second fabrication supernally from his own exalted place of survey. He also pours on the mundane gods vivific and demiurgic power, through which they generate from themselves secondary essences, fill them with life, and give them a specific distinction. For the peculiarity of vivific deity is to vivify, but of demiurgic deity to be productive of form. The expression therefore, "convert yourselves," is of an exciting nature, and is similar to the mandate of Jupiter to the gods in Homer. "Haste, to the Greek and Trojan hosts descend." For as that calls them to the war of generation, so this in Plato excites them to the fabrication of mortals, which they effect through motion; and this indeed is accomplished by all the mundane gods, but especially by the governors of the world, or the planets, and in the most eminent degree by the sovereign sun; for the Demiurgus gave him dominion over wholes, fabricated him as a guardian, and ordered him, as Orpheus says, "o'er all to rule." The words likewise, "according to nature," bound their fabrication according to measure and the good; and besides this, spread under them all physical production as an instrument to their energies. This therefore which is subservient to their will they move and govern. And in the third place, these words define their subsistence as media. For it pertains to the middle to fabricate the extremes according to nature. For things which sometimes have an existence are suspended from those that are perpetual according to time; and the latter are suspended from eternal entities. And primary natures indeed are generative of media, but these are productive of such beings as are last in the series of things. The word "yourselves" also, which denotes manual operation, excites the divine lives themselves to fabrication. Nor ought we to wonder whence demiurgic power is derived to divine souls, this being the peculiarity of the superessential gods. For as Orpheus, placing an intellectual essence in Jupiter, renders it demiurgic, thus also Plato, producing words from the Father, evinces that the souls which rank as wholes are divine and demiurgic. Nor must we doubt why of mundane natures some are immortal, but others mortal, since all of them are generated according to intelligible causes. For some of them proceed from one, but others from another proximate producing cause. And it is necessary to look to these, and not to paradigms alone. Nor must we investigate ideas of Socrates, Plato, or of anything that ranks as a particular. For the Demiurgus divides mortal animals according to genera, and stops at total intellections, and through these comprehends everything of a partial nature. For as the Demiurgus makes that which is material immaterially, and that which is generated ingenerably, thus also he produces mortal natures immortally. For he makes these indeed, but through the junior gods, since prior to their making he made by intellection alone. Nor must we deny that mortal natures subsist also divinely, and not mortally only. For the things which the Demiurgus now extends in his speech are hypostases, or subsisting natures about the junior or mundane Gods, which the heavens primarily receive, and according to which the Gods fabricate the mortal genera. For the monads of every mortal formed life proceed into the heavens from the intelligible forms. But from these monads which are divine, all the multitude of material animals is generated. For if we adopt these conceptions, we shall accord with Plato, and shall not wander from the nature of things. Again, when the Demiurgus says, "Imitating the power which I employed about your generation," we must understand by this that an assimilation to the one exempt fabrication of things, and a conversion to it, is the highest end of the second fabrication. For it is necessary that self-motive should follow immovable natures, and such as are very mutable, such as are always moved, and that there should be perpetually a series of secondary beings assimilated to those that are prior to them. Since, however, there was a divine will and a divine power in the Demiurgus, he unfolds his will to the mundane Gods through learning, and through this perfects their demiurgic will. But he unfolds his power to them through this imitation, according to which he orders them to imitate the power of the one Demiurgus, conformably to which they were generated by him. For by saying that which he wills, he imparts to them will, and by saying that which he is able to effect, he supplies them with power. And in the last place he demonstrates them to be secondary fabricators, imitators of their father. Whether therefore there is a mundane power, or an efficacious energy of demons, or a fortitude and supernatural strength of heroes, to all this the Demiurgus gives subsistence, and imparts it to those that give completion to the whole of the second fabrication. For the first power is in him, and the monad of demiurgic powers. Since, however, he is also intellect and father, all things will be in him, videre licet, father, the power of the father, and the paternal intellect. Hence Plato was not ignorant of this division, and on this account the Demiurgus, as being father, calls power his power. This also he manifests by adding, "which I employed about your generation," for the father is the cause of this in conjunction with power, just as father here in conjunction with the female is the cause of the propagation of the human species. For power is of a feminine characteristic. End of chapter 10. Chapters 11 to 13 of Book 7 of Platonic Theology by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. And thus much for the development of such particulars in the speech of the Demiurgus as relate to the junior or mundane Gods. Others, however, no less important respecting the fabrication of these Gods, remain to be collected from another part of the Timaeus, and which, accompanied with the admirable elucidations of Proclus, are as follow. After the Demiurgus had instructed souls in all that was necessary to their well-being, and had disseminated some of them into the earth, others into the moon, and others into the remaining different instruments of time, Plato adds, "But after this semination he delivered to the junior Gods the province of fabricating mortal bodies, and generating whatever else remained necessary to the human soul, and gave them dominion over everything consequent to their fabrications." Who the junior Gods are, says Proclus, must now be shown. For that the mundane Gods are thus denominated is evident. But it seems they are thus called by Plato, either from a comparison with the more ancient dignity of the unapparent, i.e. the intellectual fabrication, and with the transcendency of the power in it, and the perfection of intellectual vision. For that which is more intellectual is with the Gods more ancient. "But Jove was born the first, and more he knows," says Homer. Or they are thus denominated, because they always make generation to be new, and when it becomes old and imbecile, through its subject nature, again recall it to a subsistence according to nature by their motions, sending into it effluxions of all various productive principles and powers, and thus render it perpetually new. Or they are thus called because, having intellectual essences suspended from them, they eternally energize with the acme of intellectual vigor. For as the poets say, Hebe pours out their wine, and they drink nectar, and survey the whole sensible world. Employing therefore immutable and undeviating intellections, they fill all things with their demiurgic providence. Or they have this appellation because curetic deity is present with them, or deity belonging to the order of the Curetes, illuminating their intellectual conceptions with purity, their motion with inflexibility, and supplying the whole of them with rigid power, through which they govern all things without departing from the characteristics of their nature. Or, which is the truest reason of all the preceding, they are thus denominated because the monad of them is called the recent God. For theologists give this appellation to Bacchus, who is the monad of all the second fabrication. For Jupiter established him the king of all the mundane Gods, and distributed to him the first honours. On this account also, theologists are accustomed to call the sun a recent God, and Heraclitus says that the sun is a diurnal youth, as participating of Dionysiacal power. Or for a reason most appropriate to Platonic principles, they are thus denominated, because bodies which have generation are suspended from them, and the essence of these is not allotted a subsistence in eternity, but in the whole of time. They are junior, therefore, not as once beginning to exist, but as being always generated, and, as we have before observed, subsisting in becoming to be, or perpetually rising into existence. For every thing which is generated has not the whole of what it possesses present at once, nor a simultaneous infinity, but an infinity which is perpetually supplying. Thus, therefore, they are called junior, as having a subsistence coextended with time, and always advancing into existence, and as possessing a renovated immortality. Again, the delivery of the first fabrication is a communication and generation of demiurgic powers, exempt from everything which the second fabrication produces proximately, a progression of production from the unapparent into the apparent, and a division of uniform power into the multiplied government of the world. But the formation of bodies assimilates the junior Gods to the unapparent fabrication. For that was the cause of bodies that rank as wholes, just as they are the causes of partial bodies, at the same time exhibiting a diminution of power. For of the body of which they are the makers and formers, the demiurgus also is the cause. But they are the formers of partial bodies, which are bodies endued with certain qualities. Hence body indeed is simply unbegotten, as from time, and incorruptible, as was also the opinion of Aristotle. For, says he, there would be a vacuum if body could be generated external to the body of the universe. But this particular body is corruptible, as being of a partial nature. For the wholes of the elements derived their subsistence from total fabrication. The accession, however, of the human soul which remained to be generated, assimilates the mundane Gods to the paternal power. For it is the province of a father to generate life, since the first father, and every father, is the cause of life. The intelligible father, indeed, of intelligible, but the intellectual of intellectual, and the supermundane of supermundane life. And hence the mundane Gods who generate corporeal life are fathers. The fabrication, however, adapted to these Gods, produces the nature of partial animals. For this partial animal, which is suspended from the immortal soul, consists of soul and body. But the dominion which the Demiurgus gave the junior Gods excites their providential inspection, their connective power, and their guardian comprehensions. For without these, the bodies that are fashioned, and the mortal form of life, would rapidly vanish into non-entity. Prior, therefore, to the generation of these, the Demiurgus made their ruling Gods to be the guardians and saviors of them. In the junior Gods, therefore, there are demiurgic powers, according to which they invest generated natures with forms; vivific powers, according to which they give subsistence to a secondary life; and perfective powers, through which they give completion to what is deficient in generation. There are also many other powers in them besides these, which are inexplicable by our conceptions. Chapter 12. After this, Plato adds, "He likewise commanded them to govern as much as possible, in the best and most beautiful manner, the mortal animal, that it might not become the cause of evil to itself." On these words, Proclus observes, "Of all that the one Demiurgus delivers to the junior Gods, it must be admitted that there are three most beautiful boundaries: the boniform will of him that delivers, the perfect power of the recipients, and the symmetry of both these with each other." Of the demiurgic production, however, of the junior Gods themselves, three elements, and these the greatest, must be again surveyed: a reduction to the good, a conversion to intelligible beauty, and a liberated power sufficient to rule over all the subjects of its government. For as Phanes, himself the demiurgus of wholes, rendered the whole world as much as possible the most beautiful and the best, thus also he was willing that the second fabricators should govern the mortal animal in a way the most beautiful and the best, pouring on them indeed from intelligibles beauty, but filling them with that boniform power and will, which he himself possessing fabricated the whole world. For thus generation also will participate of beauty and goodness, as far as it is naturally adapted to such participation, if the Gods by whom it is connected and contained adorn it, who are themselves transcendently decorated with beauty and good. If, however, the second demiurgi have such a nature as this, nothing evil or preternatural is generated from the celestial Gods, nor is it proper to divide the Gods in the heavens after this manner, as many do, viz. Into the beneficent and malignant; for being Gods, this is impossible. But the mortal animal is the cause of evil to itself. For neither disease, nor poverty, nor anything else of this kind is evil, but the depravity of the soul, intemperance, timidity, and every vice. Of these things, however, we are the causes to ourselves. For though being compelled by others to these vices, we are badly affected, yet again it is through ourselves. Since we have the power of associating with the good, and separating ourselves from the bad. According to Plato, therefore, we must not think that of the Gods some are malignant and others beneficent, but we must admit that all of them are the sources to mortals of all the good which they are able to receive, and that things which are truly evils are not produced, but are only signified by them, as we have before observed. For they extend terrific appearances and signs to those who are able to see and read the letters in the universe, which the framers of mortal natures during their revolutions write by their configurations. And though some one should derive a certain evil from the motions of the celestial Gods, so as to become timid or intemperate, yet they operate in one way, and their influences are participated by souls in another. For the efflux of intellect, says Plotinus, becomes craft in him who receives the efflux badly. The gift of an elegant life becomes intemperance through a similar cause. And in short, while they produce beneficently, their gifts are participated by terrestrial natures after a contrary manner. Hence the givers who bestow beneficently are not to be accused as the authors of evil, but the recipients who pervert their gifts by their own inaptitudes. Thus also Jupiter in Homer blames souls, as in vain accusing the Gods, while they themselves are the causes of evils. For the Gods are the sources of good, and the suppliers of intellect and life, but are not the causes of any evil, since even a partial nature is not the cause of evil to its offspring. What, therefore, ought we to think concerning the Gods themselves? Is it not that they are much more the causes of good to their productions, since with them there is power, with them there is a self‐perfect nature, with them there is universal goodness, to all which evil is contrary. For in its own nature it is powerless, imperfect, and without measure. In the next place, Plato says, "At the same time, he who orderly disposed all these particulars remained in his own accustomed manner." And Proclus observes that Plato everywhere, after having employed many words, summarily comprehends the multitude of them in the conclusion. For he knew that in the Demiurgus, one intellectual perception comprehends the multitude of intellectual conceptions, that one power connects many powers, and that a uniform cause collects into one union divided causes. Hence the words prior to these, "having therefore instructed souls in all these particulars," and the words before us, "he who orderly disposed all these particulars," lead the distinct energy of the Demiurgus to an united cause. Farther still, the word all manifests that which is consummated from all its appropriate boundaries. But the words orderly disposed indicate the order pervading through all beings, which the Demiurgus introduced to the mundane Gods, and to partial souls, demonstrating the former to be demiurgi, but inscribing in the latter the laws of fate. Moreover, the word remained does not manifest station and inflexible intellection, but an establishment in the one. For according to this, he is exempt from wholes, and is separated from the beings that intellectually perceive him. But this establishment itself is eternal, and always invariably permanent. These things, therefore, are also indicated by the words accustomed and manner, the one exhibiting sameness of permanency, but the other the peculiarity of the demiurgic stability. For manner is indicative of peculiarity, since connective is different from immutable, and both these from demiurgic permanency. Chapter 13. But in consequence of his abiding, says Plato, as soon as his children understood the order of their father, they became obedient to it. When the demiurgus speaks, says Proclus, then the junior gods have the order of hearers. When he intellectually perceives, then they learn, for learning is dianoetic. When he abides according to union itself, then his children intellectually perceive, for they always receive from him an inferior order, and as filled indeed from him, they preserve the analogy of hearers with reference to him, but as evolving his one power, they are analogous to learners. For he who learns evolves the intellect of his preceptor. As being deified, however, by him, they have the analogy of those that perceive intellectually. For intellect becomes deific by its contact with the One. The Father, therefore, abiding, his children very properly intellectually perceive. For they are intellects participated by divine souls, that ride in the vehicles of undefiled bodies. But they intellectually perceive the order of the Father presubsisting in him prior to the arranged effects, according to which order he became all things. Mortal natures, therefore, were fashioned and animated by the demiurgic intellection alone. But the junior gods unfold his total production through their own manifest fabrication, being filled from the demiurgic monad. In the last place, Plato adds, "And receiving the immortal principle of mortal animal, in imitation of their artificer, they borrowed from the world the parts of fire and earth, water and air, as things which they should restore back again, and conglutinated the received parts together, but not with the same indissoluble bonds by which they were connected." On these words Proclus admirably comments as follows. Plato indicates to us the separation of the second from the first fabrication, through many words and steps. For if the demiurgos orderly disposes, but the junior gods are obedient to his mandates, the former by merely commanding is the cause of generated natures, but the latter being excited by the demiurgos, receive from thence the boundary of the whole of their fabrication. And if indeed he abides in himself, but they are moved about him, it is evident that he is eternally the cause of things which subsist in time, but that they being filled from him energize according to the whole of time. And if he perfectly establishes himself in his own accustomed manner, but they, proceeding from him, unfold into light this united and ineffable disposition of himself, they derive from him secondary measures of fabrication. Moreover, he is said to have a paternal dignity, but they are denominated his children, as expressing his prolific power and his single goodness. And he indeed is celebrated as delivering from his exalted abode the principles of fabrication, but they are celebrated as receiving the immortal principle contributing to the orderly distribution of mortals. He is said to have the fountain of the vivification of perpetual natures, but they are the causes of the subsistence of mortal formed animals. And he indeed extends himself as a paradigm to the many gods, but they are said to imitate the demiurgic intellect. He is said to produce the whole world and the plenitudes of it, but they are said to borrow parts from the fabrications of their father, in order to the completion of their proper works. and he indeed employs all incorporeal powers, but they also employ such as are corporeal. He gives subsistence to indissoluble bonds, but they to such as are dissoluble. And he indeed is said to insert a union more ancient than the natures which it unites, but they are said to introduce an adventitious union, and which is of an origin posterior to this, to the beings that consist of many contrary natures. And he is said to produce all things impartibly, but they with division, minutely distributing the subsistence of mortal natures into small and invisible nails. From these things, therefore, the separation of the two fabrications may be assumed, but the union and contact of them may be surveyed from the words before us. For here a contact is effected of the second with the first fabrication, of apparent with unapparent, and of divided with monadic production. Hence it is necessary that the lowest part of the first and unapparent fabrication should coalesce with the summit of the second. For thus also the heavens are conjoined with generation, or the sublunary region, the lowest of the celestial bodies exhibiting the principle of mutation, but the summit of the essence of sublunary natures being moved in conjunction with the heavens. Hence too, here also the rational soul is conjoined with the mortal form of life, viz. The lowest and most partial of the productions of the Father, with the highest of the natures generated by the junior Gods. For they indeed, as being certain fathers, produce lives, but as fabricators bodies, and they imitate indeed Vulcan by the fabrication of bodies, but Juno by vivification. But through both these they imitate the whole Demiurgos, for he is maker and father, but they fashion bodies by borrowing parts from wholes, for everywhere parts derive their composition from wholes. When, however, the wholes are incorporeal, they remain undiminished by the subsistence of the parts, but when they are corporeal, the parts that are generated from them diminish the wholes. Hence an ablation always taking place, but the parts always remaining, the wholes perish, and thus generation will no longer exist, and the works of the first fabrication will all vanish through the second, which it is not lawful to assert. That nothing of this kind therefore may take place in the universe, the composite parts are again dissolved in order to fill up their wholes, and the generation of one thing is the corruption of another, but the corruption of one thing is the generation of another, in order that generation and corruption may always remain. For if generation existed only once, it would at a certain time stop, in consequence of consisting of finite things, and these being consumed. But these perishing, corruption also would stop, all things being destroyed. Hence, if it is necessary that one of these should exist, the other also will exist. Every thing, therefore, which is generated from the second fabrication is a composite and dissoluble, and deriving its composition from time, will also in time be again dissolved. The junior Gods, therefore, are very properly said to borrow parts which are again to be restored to their wholes, but they borrow them from the universe. For that which they borrow is fire, earth, water, and air, and they again restore them to the universe. The Father, therefore, wishes the wholes to remain which he generated and arranged. And thus much concerning all the fabrication of the junior Gods. End of chapter 13. Chapters 14 and 15 of Book 7 of Platonic Theology by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Having, therefore, thus largely presented to the reader what pertains to the mundane gods in general, it is now requisite to descend to particulars, and to discuss separately the peculiarities of the celestial and those of the sublunary gods. The order of the celestial gods, then, consisting of the fixed stars and the planets. The sphere in which the former are placed has the relation of a monad, as we have before observed, to the starry deities, which that sphere contains. For the first of the four ideas in the paradigm of the universe, being an exempt monad, the multitude of the stars proceeding from it is comprehended by a coordinate monad, which is the inerratic sphere. This sphere is called by Plato in the Timaeus a true world, because it is more properly a world than the sublunary region, which always requires a foreign arrangement, and is conversant with unceasing mutation. It is also a world thus variegated with stars, as expressing intellectual variety, and receiving from thence, as it were in the whole of itself, the uniform flowers with which the intellectual world is surrounded, and which imitate the beauty of the celestial paradigms. But Plato very accurately says that the Demiurgos gave this sphere a circular distribution about the whole of the heavens. For to distribute, and to distribute in a circle, is adapted to this sphere, since the former signifies intellectual distribution, but the latter demiurgic order. Hence theologists establish eunomia in the inerratic sphere, who separates the multitude it contains, and always preserves each of the stars in its proper order. Hence also, celebrating Vulcan as the maker of the heavens, they conjoin with him Aglaia as causing all heaven to be splendid through the variety of the stars. And again, of the seasons, they place Dike or justice over the planetary region, as bringing in a circular order the inequability of the motions of the planets, to an equability according to reason. But of the Graces, Thalia, as causing their lives to be ever flourishing. And in the sublunary region, they establish Irene, or peace, as conciliating the war of the elements. But of the Graces, Euphrosyne, as conferring on everything a facility of natural energy. But the planets are called the governors of the world, cosmocratores, and are allotted a total power. As the inerratic sphere too has a number of starry animals, so each of the planets is the leader of a multitude of animals, or of certain other things of this kind. Hence the doubt may be solved, why the one sphere of the fixed stars comprehends a multitude of stars, but each of the planetary spheres convolves only one star. For it must be said that in the former case the sphere indeed is a monad, comprehending in itself an appropriate multitude, and is sufficient to the comprehension of a mundane multitude which ranks as the first. But in the latter case the governing power is twofold, videre licet the sphere, and each of the governors of the world, who is a monad, coarranged with multitude. The sphere itself, however, is a leader, a coarranged monad, and a wholeness, olates. But each of the governors of the world is a leader and a monad, but is not a wholeness. Indeed, subordinate natures require a greater number of leaders, and a multitude in each of the spheres unapparent on account of diminution. But in the sublunary region, the orders which are the leaders of the genera in each of the elements are still more numerous than those of the planets, as we learn from the Grecian Theogony. In each of the planetary spheres, therefore, there is a number of satellites analogous to the choir of the fixed stars, subsisting with proper circulations of their own. The revolution also of these satellites is similar to that of the planets which they follow, and this, according to Plato, is a spiral revolution. With respect likewise to these satellites, the first in order about every planet are gods. After these, demons revolve in lucid orbicular bodies, and these are followed by partial souls such as ours. That in each of the planetary spheres, however, there is a multitude coordinate to each may be inferred from the extremes. For if the ineratic sphere has a multitude coordinate to itself, and earth is with respect to terrestrial animals what the ineratic sphere is to such as are celestial, it is necessary that every wholeness should entirely possess certain partial animals coordinate to itself, through which also the spheres derive the appellation of wholenesses. But the natures situated in the middle are concealed from our sense, while in the meantime those contained in the extremes are apparent. One kind through their transcendently luminous essence, and the other through their alliance to ourselves. If also partial souls are disseminated about these spheres, some indeed about the sun, but others about the moon, and others about each of the remaining spheres, and if prior to souls there are demons giving completion to the herds of which they are the leaders, it is evident that it is beautifully said that each of the spheres is a world. And this is conformable to the doctrines of theologists, when they teach us that there are gods in every sphere prior to demons, the government of some receiving its perfection under that of others. As for instance, with respect to our queen, the moon, that she contains the goddess Hecate and Diana, and with respect to the sovereign sun, and the gods which he contains, theologists celebrate Bacchus as subsisting there. "The sun's successor, who with watchful eye inspects the sacred pole." They also celebrate Jupiter as seated there, Osiris, and a solar Pan, as likewise other divinities of which the books of theologists and theurgists are full. From all which it is evident how true it is that each of the planets is the prefect of many gods, who give completion to its proper circulation. Hence we may perceive at one view, as I have elsewhere observed, why the sun in the Orphic hymns is called Jupiter, why Apollo is called Pan, and Bacchus the sun, and why the moon seems to be the same with Rhea, Ceres, Proserpine, Juno, Venus, etc. For from this theory it follows that every sphere contains a Jupiter, Neptune, Vulcan, Vesta, Minerva, Mars, Ceres, Juno, Diana, Mercury, Venus, Apollo, and in short, every deity, each sphere at the same time conferring on these gods the peculiar characteristics of its nature, so that for instance in the sun they possess a solar property, in the moon a lunar one, and so of the rest. This theory too is one of the grand keys to the theology of the Greeks, as it shows why one god is so often celebrated by the appellations of another, an ignorance of the cause of which led Macrobius to think that all the gods were nothing more than the different powers of the sun, and has been one great source of the idle conjectures of the moderns about the divinities of the ancients. Chapter 15. Owing to the loss of a seventh book on the Theology of Plato, written by Proclus, copious information respecting the peculiarities of all the celestial gods is unfortunately not to be obtained. All that can be procured, however, on this subject, and which I have diligently collected from Platonic writings, I shall now present to the philosophic reader, beginning in the first place with the moon. This divinity, then, has the relation of nature and of a mother with respect to generation, or the sublunary region. For all things are convolved and co-increased by her when she increases, but are diminished when she diminishes. This goddess, too, benevolently leads into light the unapparent productive principles of nature. She likewise gives perfection to souls through a life according to virtue, but imparts to mortal animals a restitution to form. Next to the moon is Mercury, who is the cause of symmetry to all mundane natures, having the relation of reason to things in generation. For all symmetry proceeds according to one ratio, and according to number, of which this god is the giver. This deity, too, is the inspective guardian of gymnastic exercises, and hence Hermae, or carved statues of Mercury, were placed in the palaestra of music, and hence he is honored as the lyrist (Lyraios) among the celestial constellations, and of disciplines, because the invention of geometry, reasoning, and discourse is referred to this god. He presides, therefore, over every species of discipline, leading us to an intelligible essence from this mortal abode, governing the different herds of souls, and dispersing the sleep and oblivion with which they are oppressed. He is likewise the supplier of recollection, the end of which is a genuine intellectual apprehension of divine natures. Hence, among the Athenians, certain images of these things were preserved; grammar having a reference to dialectic discipline, playing on the harp pertaining to music, and wrestling to gymnastic, in which those youths that were well born were instructed. In the next place follows Venus, who is the cause of beauty to generated natures, which is an imitation of intelligible beauty. This goddess also is the source of the union of form with matter, connecting and comprehending the powers of all the elements, and her principal employment consists in beautifully illuminating the order, harmony, and communion of all mundane concerns. She likewise governs all the coordinations in the celestial world, and the earth binds them to each other, and perfects their generative progressions through a kindred conjunction. And she unites and leads into communion the Hermaic production, which has a remitted subsistence, and is in subjection to the solar fabrication. The next celestial divinity in order after Venus is the sovereign Sun, whose essence and dignity are so great, according to the Theology of Plato, as to possess a supermundane prerogative among mundane natures. This Plato indicates in the Timaeus, when speaking of the sun, he says, "In order that these circles might possess a certain manifest measure of slowness and swiftness with reference to each other, and that the motion of the 8 circulations might be conspicuous, the divinity enkindled a light which we now denominate the sun in the second revolution from the earth, that the heavens might become eminently apparent to all things, and that such animals might participate of number as are adapted to its participation, receiving numerical information from the revolution of a nature similar and the same." On these words Proclus admirably comments as follows: "Videre licet Proclus in Timaeus, Liber 4, page 263." Plato here delivers the one ruling cause of the generation of apparent time. For as the demiurgos give subsistence to unapparent time, thus also the sun to the time which is apparent, and which measures the motion of bodies. For through light he leads into visibility every temporal interval, gives bound to all periods, and exhibits measures of restoration to a pristine state. Deservedly, therefore, is the sun a manifest measure, as especially unfolding the progression of time according to number into the universe. For it has a more accurate period than that of the five planets, its motion being less anomalous than theirs, and also than that of the moon, by always terminating at the same point its progressions to the north and the south. But if it has a more accurate period, it is deservedly a measure of measures, and from itself bounds the periodic measures of the other planets, and the swiftness of their motions with reference to each other. It also in a greater degree imitates the perpetual permanency of eternity, by always revolving after the same manner. In this way, therefore, it differs from the planets. After another manner, likewise, the sun is a more manifest measure than the measure of the inerratic sphere. For though this sphere has a certain appropriate measure, a proper interval, and one immutable number of its peculiar motion, yet the solar light causes this measure and all the evolution of apparent time to be manifest and known. Hence Plato says, "In order that there might be a certain manifest measure." For though there is a certain measure in the other planets, yet it is not clear and manifest. But the sun unfolds into light both other intelligibles and time. You must not, however, on this account say that the solar light was generated for the sake of measurement. For how is it possible that wholes should subsist for the sake of parts, governing natures for the sake of the governed, and perpetual for the sake of corruptible natures? But we should rather say that light, possessing an evolving power, unfolds total time, and calls forth its supermundane monad, and one measure into the measurement of the periods of bodies. And this makes time to be, as it were, sensible. Hence it is the light of the sun which causes everything that is moved to have a clear and manifest measure, and this indeed is its whole good. After wholes, however, it likewise benefits parts in a secondary degree, for it imparts the generation of number and measure to the natures which are adapted to participate of these. For irrational beings indeed are destitute of these, but the genera of daemons who follow the periods of the Gods, and men become partakers of them. The supply of good, therefore, through the solar light, beginning supernally from wholes, descends as far as to parts. And if beginning from visible natures, you are willing to speak of such as are invisible, the light of the sun gives splendor to the whole world, causes a corporeal formed nature to be divine, and wholly filled through the whole of itself with life. But it leads souls through undefiled light, imparts to them a pure and elevating power, and governs the world by its rays, and it likewise fills souls with empyrean fruits. For the order of the sun is supernally derived from supermundane natures. Hence Plato does not fabricate the solar light, but says that the demiurgos enkindled it, as giving subsistence from his own essence to this sphere, and emitting from the solar fountain a life extended into interval, and continually renewed. And this also is asserted by theologists concerning the supermundane firmaments. On this account, it appears to me that Plato delivers a twofold generation of the sun. One indeed in conjunction with the seven governors of the world, when he fashions the bodies of them, and inserts them in their circulations; but the other according to the enkindling of light, through which he imparts to the Son supermundane power. For it is one thing to generate the bulk of the Sun itself by itself, and another in conjunction with the ruling characteristic, through which the Sun is called the king of every visible nature, and is established analogous to the one fountain of good. For as this fountain, being better than the intelligible essence, illuminates both intellect and the intelligible, thus also the Sun, being better than a visible nature, illuminates both that which is visible and sight. But if the Sun is beyond a visible essence, it will have a supermundane nature. For the world is visible and tangible, and has a body. Hence we must survey the Sun in a twofold respect, viz. As one of the seven planets, and as the leader of wholes, and as mundane and supermundane, according to the latter of which he splendidly emits a divine light. For in the same manner as the good luminously emits truth, which deifies the intelligible and intellectual orders, as Phanes in Orpheus sends forth intelligible light which fills with intelligence all the intellectual Gods, and as Jupiter enkindles an intellectual and demiurgic light in all the supermundane Gods, thus also the Sun illuminates everything visible through this undefiled light. The illuminating cause too is always in an order superior to the illuminated natures, for neither is the good intelligible, nor Phanes intellectual, nor Jupiter supermundane. In consequence of this reasoning, therefore, the Sun, being supermundane, emits the fountains of light. And according to the most mystic doctrines, the wholeness of the Sun is in the supermundane orders. For in them there is a solar world and a total light, as the Chaldean oracles assert, and which I am persuaded is true. Footnote. According to the Chaldaic dogmas, as explained by Psellus, there are 7 corporeal worlds, 1 empyrean and the first, after this 3 ethereal, and then 3 material worlds, viz. The inerratic sphere, the 7 planetary spheres, and the sublunary region. They also assert that there are 2 solar worlds, one which is subservient to the ethereal profundity, the other zonaic, being one of the 7 spheres. And footnote. That the stars, however, and the whole of the heavens receive their light from the Sun may easily be perceived. For that which is common in many things derives its subsistence from one cause, and in one way, indeed, from an exempt, but in another from a co-arranged cause. But this cause is that which primarily participates of that form. The primary participant, however, is that in which either primarily or especially this form exists. If therefore light especially subsists in the Sun, this will be the first light, and from this that which is in other things will be derived. End of chapter 15. Chapters 16 and 17 of Book 7 of Platonic Theology by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Conformably also to this doctrine of Plato concerning the Sun, the Emperor Julian sublimely theologizes about this divinity in his very elegant oration to him, from which the following is an extract. The apparent and splendid orbicular Sun is the cause of well-being to sensible natures, and whatever we have asserted as flowing from the mighty intellectual Sun among the intellectual Gods, the same perfections the apparent Sun communicates to apparent forms. the truth of which will be clearly evinced by contemplating invisible natures from the objects of sensible inspection. And in the first place, is not light the incorporeal and divine form of that which is diaphanous in energy? But whatever that which is diaphanous may be, which is subjected to all the elements, and is their proximate form, it is certain that it is neither corporeal nor mixed, nor does it display any of the peculiar qualities of body. Hence you cannot affirm that heat is one of its properties, nor its contrary cold. You can neither ascribe to it hardness, nor softness, nor any other tangible difference, nor attribute taste or smell as peculiarities of its essence. For a nature of this kind, which is called forth into energy by the interposition of light, is alone subject to the power of sight. But light is the form of a diaphanous essence, which resembles that common matter, the subject of bodies, through which it is everywhere diffused. And rays are the summit, and as it were, flower of light, which is an incorporeal nature. According to the opinion of the Phoenicians, however, who are skilled in divine science and wisdom, the universally diffused splendor of light is the unmingled energy of an intellect perfectly pure. And this doctrine will be found agreeable to reason, when we consider that since light is incorporeal, its fountain cannot be body, but the pure energy of intellect, illuminating in its proper habitation the middle region of the heavens. And from this exalted situation, scattering its light, it fills all the celestial orbs with powerful vigor, and illuminates the universe with divine and incorruptible light. Whatever likewise we first perceive by the sight, is nothing but a mere name of honorable labor, unless it receives the ruling assistance of light. For how can anything be visible, unless, like matter, it is moved to the artificer, that it may receive the supervening investments of form? Just as gold in a state of simple fusion is indeed gold, but is not a statue or an image till the artificer invests it with form. In a similar manner, all naturally visible objects cease to be apparent, unless light is present with the perceiver. Hence, since it confers vision on the perceiver, and visibility on the objects of perception, it perfects two natures in energy, sight and that which is visible. Perfections, however, are form and essence, though perhaps an assertion of this kind is more subtle than is suited to our present purpose. Of this, however, all men are persuaded, both the scientific and the illiterate, philosophers and the learned, that day and night are fabricated by the power of this rising and setting divinity, and that he manifestly changes and convolves the world. But to which of the other stars does a province of this kind belong? Do we not therefore derive conviction from hence, that the unapparent and divine race of intellectual Gods above the heavens are replenished from the sun with boniform powers, to whose authority the whole choir of the stars submits, and whose nod generation, which he governs by his providence, attentively obeys? For the planets, indeed, dancing round him as their king, harmoniously revolve in a circle with definite intervals about his orb, producing certain stable energies, and advancing backwards and forwards, terms by which the skilful in the spheric theory signify such like phenomena of the stars. To which we may add, as manifest to every one, that the light of the moon is augmented or diminished according to her distance from the sun. Is it not then highly probable that the orderly disposition of the intellectual Gods, which is more ancient than that of bodies, is analogous to the mundane arrangement? Hence we infer his perfective power from the whole phenomena, because he gives vision to visive natures, for he perfects these by his light. But we collect his demiurgic and prolific power from the mutation of the universe, and his capacity of collecting all things into one from the properties of motion conspiring into union and consent, and middle position from his own central situation. Lastly, we infer his royal establishment among the intellectual gods from his middle order between the planets. For if we perceived these, or as many other properties, belonging to any other of the apparent gods, we should not ascribe the principality among them to the sun. Again, that we may consider this affair in a different mode, since there is one demiurgus of the universe, but many demiurgic gods, who revolve round the heavens, it is proper to place in the midst of these the mundane administration of the sun. Besides, the fertile power of life is copious and redundant in intelligibles, and the world is full of the same prolific life. Hence it is evident that the fertile life of the sovereign sun is a medium between the two, as the mundane phenomena perpetually evince. For, with respect to forms, some he perfects, and others he fabricates; some he adorns, and others he excites. Nor is anything capable of advancing into light and generation without the demiurgic power of the sun. Add too, that if we attend to the unmingled, pure and immaterial essence of intelligibles, to which nothing extrinsical flows, and nothing foreign adheres, but which is full of its own appropriate simplicity, and afterwards consider the defecated nature of that pure and divine body which is conversant with mundane bodies revolving in an orb, and which is free from all elementary mixture, we shall find that the splendid and incorruptible essence of the royal sun is a medium between the immaterial purity of intelligibles, and that which in sensibles is unmingled, and remote from generation and corruption. The greatest argument, however, for the truth of this is derived from hence, that the light which flows from the sun upon the earth will not suffer itself to be mingled with anything, nor is it polluted by any sordid nature, or by any contagion, but it abides everywhere pure, undefiled, and impassive. Again, if we consider not only immaterial and intelligible forms, but such as are sensible, subsisting in matter, the middle intellectual situation of forms about the mighty sun will be no less certain and clear. For these afford continual assistance to forms merged in matter, so that they could neither exist nor preserve themselves in existence, unless this beneficent deity cooperated with their essence. In short, is he not the cause of the separation of forms and the concretion of matter, from whom we not only possess the power of understanding his nature, but from whom our eyes are endued with the faculty of sight? For the distribution of rays throughout the world, and union of light, exhibit the demiurgic separation of the artificer. Again, the solar orb is moved in the starless, which is far higher than the inerratic sphere. Hence, he is not the middle of the planets, but of the three worlds, according to the mystic hypotheses, if it be proper to call them hypotheses, and not rather dogmas, confining the appellation of hypotheses to the doctrine of the sphere. For the truth of the former is testified by men who audibly received this information from gods or mighty daemons, but the latter is founded on the probability arising from the agreement of the phenomena. But besides those which I have mentioned, there is an innumerable multitude of celestial gods, perceived by such as do not contemplate the heavens indolently, and after the manner of brutes. As the sun quadruply divides these three worlds, on account of the communion of the zodiac with each, So he again divides the zodiac into 12 powers of gods, and each of these into 3 others, so that 36 are produced in the whole. Hence, as it appears to me, a triple benefit of the graces proceeds to us from the heavens. I mean from those circles which the God quadruply dividing produces in consequence of this, a quadripartite beauty and elegance of seasons and times. But the graces also imitate a circle in their resemblances on the earth. Add too that Bacchus is the source of joy, who is said to obtain a common kingdom with the sun. But why should I here mention the epithet Horus, or other names of the gods, all of which correspond with the divinity of the sun? Mankind, indeed, may conceive the excellence of the God from his operations, since he perfects the heavens with intellectual goods, and renders them partakers of intelligible beauty. For as he originates from this beauty, he applies himself both wholly and by parts to the distribution of good. In the last place, as the sun is the source of our existence, so likewise of the aliment by which that existence is supported. And indeed he confers on us more divine advantages peculiar to souls, for he loosens these from the bands of a corporeal nature, reduces them to the kindred essence of divinity, and assigns them the subtle and firm texture of divine splendor, as a vehicle in which they may safely descend to the realms of generation. And these benefits of the God have been celebrated by others according to their desert, and require the assistance of faith more than the evidence of demonstration. Chapter 17. From the manuscript Scholia likewise of Proclus on the Quartiles of Plato, we derive the following very important information concerning Apollo, in which the principal powers of the God are unfolded by him with his usual magnificence of diction, and divine fecundity of conception. Socrates therefore in the Quartiles says, "that there is no other name than that of Apollo, which can more harmonize with the 4 powers of this God, because it touches upon them all, and evinces in a certain respect his harmonic, prophetic, medicinal, and arrow‐darting skill." And shortly after he adds, "that the name is so composed that it touches upon all the powers of the God, videre licet his simplicity, perpetual jaculation, purifying and joint revolving nature." On these words Proclus observes that very rationally after Proserpine, Plato analyzes Apollo. For there is a great communion between the choric and the apolloniacal series, since the former is the unity of the middle triad of the supermundane gods, and emits from herself vivific powers, but the latter converts the solar principles to one union, and the solar principles are allotted a subsistence immediately after the vivific. Hence, according to Orpheus, when Ceres delivered up the government to Proserpine, she thus admonished her, "Auton Apollonos thaleron lekos e sanabasa, texetai agla tekna pori thlegethonta prosopois." That is, "But next Apollo's florid bed ascend, for thus the God famed offspring shall beget, refulgent with the beams of glowing fire." But how could this be the case unless there was a considerable degree of communion between these divinities? It is necessary, however, to know thus much concerning Apollo, that according to the first and most natural conception, his name signifies the cause of union, and that power which collects multitude into one. And this mode of speculation concerning his name harmonizes with all the orders of the God. But Socrates alone considers his more partial powers. For the multitude of the powers of Apollo are not to be comprehended, nor described by us. For when will man, who is merely rational, be able to comprehend not only all the peculiarities of Apollo, but all those of any other God? Theologists indeed deliver to us a great multitude of Apolloniacal peculiarities. But Socrates now only mentions four of them. For the world is, as it were, a decad, being filled from all productive principles, receiving all things in itself, and being converted to the proper principle of the decad, of which the tetrad proximately contains the cause, but in an exempt manner the monad. And the former without separation and occultly, but the latter with separation. Just as Apollo proximately unites the multitude of mundane natures, but the demiurgic intellect exemptly. Why then does Socrates use an order of this kind? For beginning from the medicinal power of the God, and proceeding through his prophetic and arrow-darting powers, he ends in his harmonic power. We reply that all the energies of this God are in all the orders of beings, beginning from on high and proceeding as far as to the last of things. But different energies appear to have more or less dominion in different orders. Thus, for instance, the medicinal power of Apollo is most apparent in the sublunary region. For "there slaughter, rage, and countless ills beside, disease, decay, and rottenness reside." And as these are moved in an inordinate manner, they require to be restored from a condition contrary into one agreeable to nature, and from incommensuration and manifold division into symmetry and union. But the prophetic energy of the God is most apparent in the heavens, for there his enunciative power shines forth, unfolding intelligible good to celestial natures, and on this account he revolves together with the sun, with whom he participates the same intellect in common, since the sun also illuminates whatever the heavens contain, and extends a unifying power to all their parts. But his arrow-darting energy mostly prevails among the liberated Gods. For there, ruling over the wholes which the universe contains, he excites their motions by his rays, which are always assimilated to arrows, extirpates everything inordinate, and fills all things with demiurgic gifts. And though he has a separate and exempt subsistence, he reaches all things by his energies. Again, his harmonic power is more predominant in the ruling supermundane order. For it is this divinity who, harmonizing the universe, establishes about himself according to one union the choir of the Muses, and produces by this mean, as a certain theurgist says, "the harmony of exulting light." Apollo, therefore, as we have shown, is harmonic, and this is likewise the case with the other Apollos which are contained in the earth and the other spheres. But this power appears in some places more, and in others less. These powers too subsist in the God himself in an united manner, and exempt from other natures, but in those attendants of the Gods who are superior to us divisibly, and according to participation. For there is a great multitude of medicinal, prophetic, harmonic, and arrow-darting angels, demons, and heroes suspended from Apollo, who distribute in a partial manner the uniform powers of the God. But it is necessary to consider each of these powers according to one definite characteristic, as for instance his harmonic power according to its binding together separated multitude, his prophetic power according to the enunciative, his arrow-darting power according to its being subvertive of an inordinate nature, and his medicinal power according to its perfective energy. We should likewise speculate these characteristics differently in gods, angels, demons, heroes, men, animals, and plants. For the powers of the gods extend from on high to the last of things, and at the same time appear in an accommodated manner in each. And the telestic, i.e. mystic art endeavors through sympathy to conjoin these ultimate participants with the gods. But in all these orders we must carefully observe that this God is the cause of union to multiplied natures. For his medicinal power, which takes away the multiform nature of disease, imparts uniform health, since health is symmetry and a subsistence according to nature, but that which is contrary to nature is multifarious. Thus too his prophetic power, which unfolds the simplicity of truth, takes away the variety of that which is false. But his arrow-darting power, which exterminates everything furious and wild, but prepares that which is orderly and gentle to exercise dominion, vindicates to itself unity, and exterminates a disordered nature tending to multitude. And his musical power, through rhythm and harmony, places a bond, friendship, and union in wholes, and subdues the contraries to these. And all these powers indeed subsist primarily in an exempt manner, and uniformly in Jupiter, the demiurgus of wholes, but secondarily and separately in Apollo. Hence Apollo is not the same with the demiurgic intellect, for this comprehends these powers totally and paternally, but Apollo with subjection, imitating his father, since all the energies and powers of secondary gods are comprehended in the demiurgus according to cause. And the demiurgus fabricates and adorns the universe according to all these powers, and in a collected manner. But the other deities which proceed from him cooperate with their father according to different powers. Purification, however, being seen not only in the medicinal, but also in the prophetic art, evinces that the cathartic power of Apollo comprehends the two powers. For it illustrates the world with the glittering splendors of light, and purifies all material immoderation by Paeonian energies, which physicians and prophets among us imitating, the former purify bodies, and the latter through sulphurous preparations render themselves and their associates pure. For as Timaeus says, the gods purify the universe, either by fire or water, and prophets also in this respect imitate the gods. In the most sacred of the mysteries too, purifications are employed prior to initiation into them, in order to take away everything foreign from the proposed sacred mystery. We may likewise add that the referring multiform purifications to the one cathartic power of the gods is adapted to him. For Apollo everywhere unites and elevates multitude to the one, and uniformly comprehends all the modes of purification, purifying all heaven, generation, and all mundane lives, and separating partial souls from the grossness of matter. Hence the Theurgist, who is the leader of the mysteries of this God, begins from purifications and sprinklings. Quote, Autos den protois iereus, puros erga kubernon, kumati rainesto pagero baraiketos almes. Close quote. It is, quote, the priest in the first place governing the works of fire must sprinkle with the cold water of the loud-sounding sea, close quote, as the oracle says concerning him. But the assertion that the God presides over simplicity according to knowledge, and unfolds truth into light, presents him to our view as analogous to the good, which Socrates celebrates in the Republic, in which place he calls the sun the progeny of the good, and says that the former is analogous to the latter. Apollo therefore being the source of union, and this to the mundane gods is arranged analogous to the good, And through truth he unfolds to us his similitude to it, if it be lawful so to speak. For the simple is a manifestation of the one, and the truth which subsists according to knowledge is a luminous representation of superessential truth, which first proceeds from the good. But the perpetually prevailing might of the God, in the ejaculation of Eros, evinces his dominion, which vanquishes everything in the world. For on high, from the supercelestial order, he scatters the rivers of Jupiter, and pours his rays on the whole world. For his arrows obscurely signify his rays. Again, the assertion that he presides over music represents to us that this God is the cause of all harmony, both unapparent and apparent, through his ruling supermundane powers, according to which he generates, together with Mnemosyne and Jupiter, the Muses. But he orderly disposes everything sensible by his demiurgic powers, which the sons of theurgists denominate hands, since the energy of the harmony of sounds is suspended from the motion of the hands. He likewise orderly disposes souls and bodies through harmonic reasons, using their different powers as if they were sounds, and he moves all things harmoniously and rhythmically by his demiurgic motions. The whole of the celestial order too, and motion, exhibit the harmonious work of the God, on which account also partial souls are no otherwise perfected than through an harmonic similitude to the universe, and abandoning the dissonance arising from generation, for then they obtain the most excellent life which is proposed to them by the God. End of chapter 17. Chapters 18 to 20 of Book 7 of Platonic Theology by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. As the Muses derive their subsistence from Apollo, and are perpetually united to him, it is necessary to consider the nature of these divinities in the next place, and the good which they confer on the universe in conjunction with their leader Apollo. Plato, therefore, in the Cratylus says, that the name of the Muses, and universally that of music, was derived, as it seems, from mosthai, to inquire, and from investigation and philosophy. On which Proclus in his manuscript Scholia on that dialogue observes as follows, "From discoursing about King Apollo, Plato proceeds to the Muses, and the name of music. For Apollo is celebrated as Musagetes, or the leader of the Muses. And he indeed is a monad with respect to the harmony in the world. But the choir of the Muses is the monad of all the number of the Ennead, i.e., 9. From both likewise the whole world is bound in indissoluble bonds, and is one and all perfect through the communications of these divinities, possessing the former through the Apolloniacal monad, but its all perfect subsistence through the number of the Muses. For the number 9, which is generated from the first perfect number, that is, 3, is through similitude and sameness, accommodated to the multiform causes of the mundane order, and harmony. All these causes at the same time being collected into one summit for the purpose of producing one consummate perfection. For the Muses generate the variety of reasons with which the world is replete, but Apollo comprehends in union all the multitude of these, and the Muses give subsistence to the harmony of soul, but Apollo is the leader of intellectual and impartible harmony. The Muses distribute the phenomena according to harmonical reasons, but Apollo comprehends unapparent and separate harmony. And though both give subsistence to the same things, yet the Muses effect this according to number, but Apollo according to union. And the Muses indeed distribute the unity of Apollo, but Apollo unites harmonic multitude, which he also converts and comprehends. For the multitude of the Muses proceeds from the essence of musagetes, which is both separate and subsists according to the nature of the One, and their number evolves the one and primary cause of the harmony of the universe. That such being the etymology of the name of the Muses, since Plato calls philosophy the greatest music, as causing our psychical powers to be moved harmoniously, in symphony with real beings, and in conformity to the orderly motions of the celestial orbs, and since the investigation of our own essence and that of the universe leads us to this harmony, through a conversion to ourselves and more excellent natures, hence also we denominate the Muses from investigation. For Musagetes himself unfolds truth to souls according to one intellectual simplicity, but the Muses perfect our various energies, elevating them to an intellectual unity. For investigations have the relation of matter with reference to the end from invention, just as multitude with respect to the One, and variety with respect to simplicity. We know therefore that the Muses impart to souls the investigation of truth, to bodies the multitude of powers, and that they are everywhere the sources of the variety of harmonies. In the fable likewise in the Phaedrus about the grasshoppers, Plato speaks of the four Muses, Terpsichore, Erato, Calliope, and Urania, as follows, quote, "It is said the race of the grasshoppers received this gift from the Muses, that they should never want nutriment, but should continue singing without meat or drink till they died, and that after death they should depart to the Muses and inform them what Muse was honored by some particular person among us. Hence, that by acquainting Terpsichore with those who reverence her in the dance, they render her propitious to such. By informing Erato of her votaries, they render her favorable in amatory concerns, and the rest in a similar manner, according to the species of veneration belonging to each. But that they announce to the most ancient, Calliope, and after her to Urania, those who have lived in the exercise of philosophy, and have cultivated the music over which they preside. These Muses, more than all the rest, being conversant with the heavens, and with both divine and human discourse, and sending forth the most beautiful voice." Close quote. On what Plato here says of these Muses, Hermaeus, in his manuscript commentary on the Phaedrus, makes the following beautiful remarks, quote, "Dancing here must not be understood literally, as if Terpsichore was propitious to those who engage in that kind of dancing which is the object of sense, for this would be ridiculous. We must say therefore that there are divine dances, in the first place the dance of the Gods, and in the second place that of divine souls, in the third place the revolution of the celestial divinities, videre licet of the seven planets, and the inerratic sphere, is called a dance. In the fourth place, those who are initiated in the mysteries perform a certain dance, and in the last place the whole life of a philosopher is a dance. Who then are those that honor the Goddess in the dance? Not those who dance well, but those who live well through the whole of the present existence, elegantly arranging their life, and dancing in symphony with the universe. Again, Erato is denominated from love, and from making the works of love lovely, for she cooperates with love, but Calliope is denominated from the eye, and Urania presides over astronomy. Through these two goddesses we preserve our rational part from being in subjection to the irrational nature. For through sight, serving the order of the celestial gods, we properly arrange our irrational part. And farther still, through rhythms, philosophy, and hearing, we elegantly dispose that which we contain of the disorderly and void of rhythm. Chapter 19. The triad of the celestial gods immediately above the sun consists of Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, of which the first, who is the source of division and motion, perpetually separates, nourishes, and excites the contrarieties of the universe, that the world may exist perfect and entire from all its parts. He requires, however, the assistance of Venus, that he may insert order and harmony into things contrary and discordant. But Jupiter is the cause of a royal and political life, and is the supplier of a ruling prudence and a practical and adorning intellect. And Saturn is the source of intellect in consequence of being an intellectual deity, and ascending as far as to the first cause. Hence, as there is nothing disordered and novel in intellect, Saturn is represented as an old man, and as slow in his motion, and on this account astrologers say that such as have Saturn well situated in their nativity are endued with intellect. Plato in the Timaeus delivers to us the manner in which each of these seven divinities becomes an animal, and is suspended from a more divine soul, and what kind of perfection it affords to the universe. For he says, "When therefore each of the natures necessary to a joint fabrication of time had arrived at a local motion adapted to its condition, and their bodies became animals through the connecting power of vital bonds, they then learned their prescribed order." For each of them, says Proclus, is allotted an appropriate life and motion. For since the demiurgic sacred law distributes to every mortal nature that which is adapted to it, and co-arranges everything with a view to the blessedness of the universe, what ought we to say concerning the governors of the world? Ought we not to assert that they have received from their Father everything appropriate and every good, and that shining with the splendors of beauty, they not only fabricate the generation of time in conjunction with the Father, but also lead and govern the whole world? For by thus speaking of them, we shall speak rightly. In addition to these things likewise, we ought to assert that they not only receive the beautiful and the good from the demiurgic monad, but also that being self-motive, they impart these to themselves, and that from themselves the giving of good originates. Plato indeed, indicating this, says, "that each of them arrives (φύκεσθαι) at a local motion adapted to its condition," as defining from itself the measure of the life, the order, and the motion which it is allotted in the universe. Since, however, each of the seven bodies has a twofold life, the one inseparable, but the other separable, and the one indeed intellectual, and in a ruling manner established in itself, but the other divided about body, which it connects and moves, according to the latter indeed it is an animal, but according to the former a God. Plato therefore distinguishes both these, and rightly conceiving that a divine and intellectual soul, and which does not depart from intelligibles, is one thing, but another the animal which is suspended from it, possesses life from, and is the image of it, says, "that their bodies became animals through the connecting power of vital bonds, and that they then learned their prescribed order." For a divine soul learns indeed the demiurgic will, understands the works of the Father, and fabricates in conjunction with him mundane natures, and this through intellectually perceiving him, and being filled from him with divine powers. For it is not possible for either intellect or soul to provide for wholes in an exempt manner, in any other way than by the participation of deity, and through a deific life. The words therefore, "a joint fabrication of time," manifest that they are allotted a secondary power in the generation of it, in consequence of their Father possessing a primary power. For he indeed generated the wholeness of time, but these divinities cooperate with him in the production of the parts of which time consists. For the periods of these are the parts of the whole of time, just as they also are generated parts of the world. But the animated body is an animal bound with vital bonds, possessing life from the soul which it receives according to the demiurgic allotments. For if with us also the animal is different from the man, and the visible Socrates is one thing, but the true another, much more are the true Sun and the true Jupiter different from the visible orbs of these divinities, and not composites of body and soul. Conformably to this, Socrates in the Phaedrus says, "that we do not sufficiently understand that a God is an immortal animal, possessing indeed a soul and a body, connascent through the whole of time." Indeed, the unity in each of these divinities, and the ineffable participation of the fountain of all the numbers characterized by unity, form that which is primarily a God. But the intellect which connects each of these deities stably, uniformly, and invariably, is secondarily a God. And the soul, which is filled from intellect, and evolves the one comprehension of it, is a God in the third place. And the first indeed of these is truly a God. The second is most divine, and the third is itself also divine, but illuminates the animal with which it is connected with the peculiarity of deity, according to which this likewise is divine, being bound with animated bonds, which may be said to be vivific, demiurgic, and indissoluble bonds, as Plato himself afterwards asserts. For the whole of the divine bodies are bound in souls, are comprehended by, and established in them, the being bound indeed, indicating the stable and immutable comprehension of bodies in souls, and their undisjoined communion with them. Such therefore being the nature of divine bodies, they fabricate time in conjunction with the demiurgos, call forth its one and unapparent power, and impart a progression to it into the world, which unfolds many temporal measures. (Ch. 20). The celestial Gods, therefore, according to Plato, subsisting after this manner, and the unity in each of them ineffably proceeding from the fountain of good, it is evident that they are all of them beneficent, and after a similar manner the causes of good. The bodies also which are suspended from their divine souls possess indescribable powers, some indeed being firmly established in the divine bodies themselves, but others proceeding from them into the nature of the world and into the world itself, descending in an orderly manner through the whole of generation, and without impediment extending as far as to particulars. With respect to the powers, therefore, which remain in the divine celestial bodies themselves, there can be no doubt, but that they are all similar. Hence those powers remain to be considered which are sent to this terrestrial region, and are mingled with generation. These then descend after the same manner, for the safety of the universe, and connect with invariable sameness the whole of generation. They are likewise impassive and immutable, though they arrive at that which is mutable and passive. Generation indeed being multiform and consisting of things of a different nature, it receives the unity and simplicity of these Gods, through its appropriate contrariety and division, in a hostile and partible manner. It likewise receives that which is impassive passively, and in short it participates of these Gods according to its own nature, and not according to their power. Hence, as that which is generated participates of being according to a flux of existence, and body participates of an incorporeal nature corporeally, thus also the natural and material substances which are in generation participate of the immaterial and ethereal bodies which are above nature and generation in a confused and disorderly manner. Those therefore are absurd who attribute colour, figure, and contact to intelligible forms, because the participants of them are coloured, figured, and tangible. And they are no less absurd who ascribe evil to the celestial bodies, because the participants of them are sometimes evil. For there could be no participation if the participant was not different from that which it participates. But if that which is participated is received in something different from itself, this something different is in terrestrial places that which is evil and disorderly. This participation therefore becomes the cause of the abundant difference in secondary natures, and also the mixture of material with immaterial influences. To which may be added likewise, as another cause, that what is imparted in one way is received after another in these inferior realms. Thus, for instance, the influence of Saturn is connective, but that of Mars motive. In these material realms, however, the passive receptacle of generation receives the former according to congelation and frigidity, but the latter according to a moderate heat. Hence corruption and the privation of symmetry are to be ascribed to the alterant, material, and passive nature of the recipients. Farther still, the imbecility of material and terrestrial places, not being able to receive the genuine power and most pure life of the ethereal natures, ascribes its own defects to first causes. Just as if some one being weak in his body, and not able to bear the vivifying heat of the sun, should falsely dare to say, influenced by his own infirmities, that the sun is not advantageous to health and life. A thing of this kind likewise may take place in the harmony and temperament of the universe. I mean that the same things which are salutary to the whole, through the perfection of the recipients and things received, may be noxious to the parts through their partible privation of symmetry. In the motion of the universe, therefore, all the circulations preserve the whole world after a similar manner, though frequently one certain part is injured by another, just as in a dance, where the order of the whole choir is still preserved, though a foot or a finger may happen to be hurt. Again, to be corrupted and to be changed are affections connascent with particulars. But it is not proper to accuse on this account wholes and first causes, either as containing these in themselves, or as if these proceeded from them into these inferior realms. And thus it appears that neither the celestial Gods themselves, nor their gifts, are productive of evil. End of chapter 20. Chapters 21 and 22 of Book 7 of Platonic Theology by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. And thus much concerning the planetary deities, who are called by the ancients the governors of the world. In the next place, therefore, let us direct our attention to what Plato and his best interpreter, Proclus, have transmitted to us concerning Minerva, who, as a mundane divinity, is connected with ether, and has also an allotment in the celestial regions. Plato then, in the Timaeus, describes this goddess as both a lover of war and a lover of wisdom. For he says that she is philopolemic, and philosophic. As she everywhere, however, exerts this twofold power, according to her intellectual, supermundane and mundane subsistence, I shall present the reader with the whole of what Proclus says respecting these two powers of the goddess, in his commentary on that part of the Timaeus where she is celebrated by Plato. In the Demiurgus and Father, says he, of the whole world, many orders of gods, that have the form of the One, present themselves to the view. And these are of a guardian, or demiurgic, or elevating, or connective, or perfective characteristic. But the undefiled and untamed deity, Minerva, is one of the first intellectual unities subsisting in the Demiurgus, according to which he himself remains firm and immutable, and all things proceeding from him participate of inflexible power, and through which he intellectually perceives everything, and is separate in an exempt manner from all beings. All theologists, therefore, call this divinity Minerva, as being brought forth indeed from the summit of her father, and abiding in him, being a demiurgic, separate and immaterial intelligence. Hence Socrates in the Cratylus celebrates her as theanoi, or deific intellection. But as in conjunction with other divinities, sustaining all things in the one demiurgos, and arranging wholes together with her father. Through the first of these they denominate her philosophic, but through the second philopolemic. For she who according to the form of one connectedly contains all the paternal wisdom is a philosopher, and she who invariably rules over all contrariety may be properly called a lover of war. Hence Orpheus, speaking of her birth, says that Jupiter generated her from his head, quote, with armor shining like a brazen flower. Close quote. Since, however, it was necessary that she should proceed into second and third orders, she appears in the order to which Proserpine belongs, according to the undefiled heptad. But she generates every virtue from herself, and elevating powers, and illuminates secondary natures with intellect, and an undefiled life. Hence she is called Kore Tritogenes. She likewise appears among the liberated gods, uniting the lunar order with intellectual and demiurgic light, causing the productions of those divinities to be undefiled, and demonstrating the one unity of them to be unmingled with their depending powers. She also appears in the heavens and the sublunary region, and according to the united gift of herself, imparts the cause both of the philosophic and the philopolemic power. For her inflexibility is intellectual, and her separate wisdom is pure and unmingled with secondary natures, and the one characteristic peculiarity of Minerval providence extends as far as to the last orders. For since wherever there are partial souls that resemble her divinity, they exert an admirable prudence, and exhibit an unconquerable strength, what ought we to say of her attendant choirs of demons or divine, mundane, liberated and ruling orders? For all these receive as from a fountain the twofold peculiarity of this goddess. Hence also the divine poet Homer, indicating both these powers of Minerva, in conjunction with fabulous devices, says, quote, the radiant veil her sacred fingers wove, floats in rich waves, and spreads the cord of Jove. Her father's warlike robe her limbs invest. Close quote. In which verses, by the veil which she wove, and to which she gave subsistence by her intellections, her intellectual wisdom is signified. But by the warlike robe of Jupiter, we must understand her demiurgic providence, which immutably takes care of mundane natures, and prepares more divine beings always to have dominion in the world. Hence also, I think Homer represents her as an associate in battle with the Greeks against the barbarians, just as Plato here relates that she was an associate with the Greeks against the inhabitants of the Atlantic island, in order that everywhere more intellectual and divine natures may rule over such as are more irrational and vile. For Mars also is a friend to war and contrarieties, but with a separation and division more adapted to the things themselves. Minerva, however, connects contrariety and illuminates the subjects of her government with union. Hence likewise she is said to be philopolemic, for "strife, fighting, war, she always loves." And she is a friend to war indeed, because she has allotted the summit of separation, but she is a lover of contrarieties, because these are, in a certain respect, congregated through this goddess, in consequence of better natures having dominion. On this account likewise the ancients co-arranged victory with Minerva. If therefore these things are rightly asserted, she is philosophic indeed, as being demiurgic intelligence, and as separate and immaterial wisdom. Hence also she is called Metis by the gods. But she is philopolemic, as connecting the contrarieties in wholes, and as an untamed and inflexible deity. On this account likewise she preserves Bacchus undefiled, but vanquishes the giants in conjunction with her father. She too alone shakes the aegis without waiting for the mandate of Jupiter. She also hurls the javelin. "Shook by her arm, the massy javelin bends, huge, ponderous, strong, that when her fury burns whole ranks of heroes, tames and overturns." Again, she is phosphorus, as every way extending intellectual light; the savior, as establishing every partial intellect in the total intellections of her father; ergane, or the artificer, as presiding over demiurgic works. Hence the theologist Orpheus says that the father produced her "that she, the queen, might be of mighty works." But she is Calliergus, or the beautiful fabricator, as connecting by beauty all the works of the father; a virgin, as exerting an undefiled and unmingled purity; and Aegiacus, or aegis bearing, as moving the whole of fate, and being the leader of its productions. With respect to the spear and shield with which this goddess, in the statues of her, is represented as armed, Iamblichus, as we are informed by Proclus, explains these in a most divinely inspired manner as follows: "Since every divine nature ought to act and not to suffer, in order that by operating it may not have the inefficacious which is similar to matter, but by not suffering it may not have that efficacy which resembles material natures, that produce accompanied with passion, that it may have neither of these, he asserts that shields are powers, through which a divine nature remains impassive and pure, surrounding itself with an infrangible guard. But spears are powers, according to which it proceeds without contact through all things, operates in all things, amputating a material nature, and giving assistance to every generation producing form. These powers, however, are first seen about Minerva. Hence also in the statues of her she is armed with a spear and shield. For she vanquishes everything, and according to theologists remains inflexibly and uncontaminated in her father. But these things are seen in a secondary degree in the Minerval powers, both in such as are whole and such as are partial. For as the Jovian and demiurgic multitudes imitate their monads, and as the prophetic and Apolloniacal multitudes participate of the characteristic peculiarity of Apollo, thus also the Minerval number adumbrates the uncontaminated and unmingled nature of Minerva. And they are seen ultimately in Minerval souls. For in these also the shield is the untamed and inflexible power of reason, but the spear is that which is incisive of matter, and which liberates souls from the perturbations arising from demons or destiny. With respect to the mundane allotment also of this Goddess, who proceeds supernally from intellectual causes to the earth, Proclus observes in Timaeus, page 43, that she primarily subsists in her father, but secondarily in the supermundane gods, that her third progression is in the 12 liberated rulers, and that after this she unfolds into light a liberated authority in the heavens. In one way indeed, in the inerratic sphere, for there also a certain allotment of this Goddess is expanded, whether it be the place about the ram, or that about the Virgin, or whether it be some one of the northern stars, as the Electra, which is there, is by certain persons asserted to be. But she unfolds this power in another way in the sun. For there also an admirable power and a Minerval order fabricates wholes, according to theologists, in conjunction with the sun, and again in another way in the moon, being the monad of the triad which is there, but in another way in the earth, according to the similitude of the allotments of the earth to the celestial distributions. And lastly, she unfolds this liberated authority differently in different parts of the earth, according to the peculiarities of providential energy. This being the case, it is by no means wonderful that one deity, Minerva, is said by Plato to have been allotted Athens and Sais in Egypt. For it must not be supposed that because partial souls are not naturally adapted to inhabit two bodies at once, this is also impossible to the gods. But there is a participation of the same divine power according to different places. Yet in the one power there is also multitude. And by this place indeed it is participated in one way, but by other places in a different way. And in some sameness is more abundant, but in others difference. In another part likewise of the same admirable work, page 30, Proclus observes of this Goddess that it is manifest from the Greeks that her dominion extends from on high as far as to the last of things. For they say she was generated from the summit or head of Jupiter. But the Egyptians relate that this inscription was written in the adytum of the Goddess. Quote, "I am the things that are, that will be, and that have been. No one has ever laid open the garment by which I am concealed. The fruit which I brought forth was the sun." Close quote. The Goddess, therefore, being demiurgic and at the same time apparent and unapparent, has an allotment in the heavens, and illuminates generation with forms. For of the signs of the zodiac, the ram is ascribed to the Goddess, and the equinoctial circle itself, where especially a power motive of the universe is established. And thus much concerning the philopolemic and philosophic Goddess Minerva. (Ch. 22). Let us in the next place direct our attention to that great mundane divinity, the earth, and consider what it is, whence it proceeds, and how it is said by Plato in the Timaeus to be our nurse, and the most ancient and first of the gods within the heavens, deriving our information about this Goddess also from Proclus in Timaeus, page 280. Earth then proceeds primarily from the intelligible earth, which comprehends all the intelligible orders of the gods, and is eternally established in the Father. It also proceeds from the intellectual earth, which is co-arranged with heaven, and all the productions of which it receives. For being analogous to these, it also abides perpetually as in the centre of the heavens, and being contained on all sides by them, is full of generative power and demiurgic perfection. The The true earth, therefore, is neither this corporeal formed and gross bulk, for it will not be the most ancient of the Gods from its bulk, nor the first of the Gods that are arranged within the heavens, nor is it the soul of this body, for it would not be, as Plato says it is, extended about the pole of the universe, since not the soul, but the body of the earth is a thing of this kind. But if it be necessary to speak what is most true concerning it, it is an animal consisting of a divine soul and a living body. Hence the whole is, as Plato says, an animal. For there are in it an immaterial and separate intellect, a divine soul dancing round this intellect, an ethereal body proximately suspended from its informing soul, and in the last place, this visible bulk which is on all sides inspired with life by the vehicle of this soul, with which also being filled, it generates and nourishes all various animals. For some animals are rooted in it, but others about it. And this likewise Aristotle perceiving, was ashamed not to give to the earth a natural life. For whence is it that plants, while they remain in the earth, live, but when divulged from it, die, unless this earthly mass was full of life? It is necessary also to assume universally that wholes are animated prior to parts. For it would be ridiculous that man indeed should participate of a rational soul and of intellect, but that no soul should be assigned to the earth and the air, supernally riding in, as it were, and governing the elements, and preserving them in their proper boundaries. For wholes, as Theophrastus says, would have less authority than parts, and perpetual than corruptible natures, if they were destitute of soul. Hence it is necessary to grant that a soul and an intellect are in the earth, the former causing it to be prolific, but the latter connectedly containing it in the middle of the universe. Earth herself, therefore, being a divine animal, is also a plenitude of intellectual and psychical essences, and of immaterial powers. For if a partial soul has besides a material body an immaterial vehicle, what ought we to think of a soul so divine as that of the earth? Is it not that by a much greater priority visible bodies are suspended from this soul, through other vehicles as media, and that through these the visible bodies are able to receive the illuminations of soul? Such then being the nature of earth herself, she is said to be our nurse, in the first place indeed as possessing a power, in a certain respect equivalent to heaven. For as that comprehends in itself divine animals, thus also earth is seen to contain terrestrial animals. But in the second place she is our nurse, as inspiring our lives from her own proper life. For she not only produces fruits and nourishes our bodies through these, but she also fills our souls with the illuminations of herself. For being a divine animal, and generating us who are partial animals, through her own body indeed she nourishes and connectedly contains our bulk, but from her own soul perfects ours. By her own intellect likewise she excites the intellect which is in us, and thus according to the whole of herself becomes the nurse of our whole composition. On this account it appears to me that Plato calls her our nurse, indicating by this her intellectual nutritive energy. For if she is our nurse, but we are truly souls and intellects, according to these especially, she will be the perfecter of our essence, moving and exciting our intellectual part. But being a divine animal, and comprehending in herself many partial animals, she is said by Plato to be conglobed about the pole, which is extended through the universe, because she is contained and compressed about its axis. For the axis also is the pole. and the pole is thus now denominated because the universe revolves about it. Because, however, the pole, properly so called, is impartible, but the axis is a pole with interval, just as if some one should say that a line is a flowing point. On this account, the pole is said by Plato to be extended through the universe, as entirely pervading through the centre of the earth. But we must survey the poles as powers that give stability to the universe, exciting indeed the whole bulk of it to intelligible love, and impartibly connecting that which is partible, and unitedly and without interval that which is extended by interval. Hence also Plato in the Republic makes the spindle of lachesis of adamant, indicating, as we have said, their inflexible and untamed power. And we must consider the axis as that one divinity which collects the centres of the universe, which is connective of the whole world, and motive of the divine circulations, and as that about which wholes dance and are convolved, and as sustaining all heaven, being on this account denominated Atlas, as possessing an immutable and unwearied energy. The word tetamenon also, or extended, used here by Plato, indicates that this one power is titanic, guarding the circulations of wholes. But if, as the divine Iamblichus says, we understand by the pole extended through the universe, the heavens, neither thus shall we wander from the conception of Plato. For as Plato says in the Crotylus, those who are skilled in astronomy call the heavens the pole, as harmoniously revolving. According to this conception, therefore, you may call heaven the pole extended through the universe, as being incurvated through the whole of itself, in consequence of being without an angle. For after this manner the superficies of a circle is extended. About this, however, earth is conglobed, not locally, but through a desire of becoming assimilated to it, converging to the middle in order that as heaven is moved about the centre, so she, by tending to the centre, may become similar to that which is essentially spherical, being herself as much as possible conglobed. Hence she is compressed about the heaven in such a way as to be wholly extended about it. According to each of these conceptions, therefore, Plato delivers the cause through which earth is contained in the middle. For the axis is a power connective of the earth, and the earth is on all sides compressed by the circulation of the heaven, and is collected together into the centre of the universe. Earth, therefore, being such, Timaeus afterwards clearly shows what utility she affords to the universe. For he calls her the guardian and artificer of day and night, and indeed that she is the maker of night is evident. For she produces a conical shadow, and her magnitude and figure are the causes of the dimension and quality of the figure of this shadow. But after what manner is she likewise the fabricator of day? Or does she not produce this day which is conjoined with night? For about her the risings and settings of the sun are surveyed. And that Plato assumes this day which is convolved with night is evident from his arranging the former under the latter, as also prior to this, when he says, night therefore and day were thus generated. Earth therefore is the fabricator of both these, producing both in conjunction with the sun. The sun indeed being in a greater degree the cause of day, but the earth of night. Being however the fabricator, she is also the guardian of them, preserving their boundaries and contrariety with reference to each other, and also their augmentations and diminutions according to a certain analogy. Hence some denominate her Isis as equalizing the inequality, and bringing to an analogy the increase and decrease of both day and night. But others, looking to her prolific power, call her Ceres, as Plotinus, who denominates the intellect of the earth Vesta, but the soul of it Ceres. We, however, say that the first causes of these divinities are intellectual, ruling and liberated, but that from these causes illuminations and powers extend to the earth. Hence there is a terrestrial Ceres and Vesta, and a terrestrial Isis, in the same manner as there is a terrestrial Jupiter and a terrestrial Hermes, these terrene deities being arranged about the one divinity of the earth, just as a multitude of celestial gods proceeds about the one divinity of the heavens. For there are progressions and terminations of all the celestial gods into the earth, and all things are in her terrestrially, which are contained in the heavens celestially. For the intellectual earth receives the paternal powers of heaven, and contains all things after a generative manner. Thus therefore we see that there is a terrestrial Bacchus and a terrestrial Apollo, who is the source of prophetic waters in many parts of the earth, and of openings which predict future events. But the Paionian and judicial powers which proceed into it, render other places of it of a purifying or medicinal nature. All the other powers of the earth, however, it is impossible to enumerate. For divine powers are indeed inexplicable, but the orders of angels and demons that follow these powers are still more numerous, and are circularly allotted to the whole earth, and dance round its one divinity, its one intellect and one soul. End of chapter 22. Chapters 23 to 25 of Book 7 of Platonic Theology by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. It remains in the next place that we should survey how the earth is said to be the most ancient and the first of the gods within the heavens. For this will be taken literally by those who are accustomed to look only to its material, gross and dark bulk. But we indeed grant them that there is something of such a kind in the bulk of the earth as they say there is, but we think it proper that they should likewise look to the other goods of the earth, through which it surpasses the prerogatives of the other elements, viz. Its stability, its generative power, its concord with the heavens, and its position in the centre of the universe. For the centre has great power in the universe, as being connective of every circulation. Hence also the Pythagoreans call the centre the tower of Jupiter, in consequence of containing in itself a demiurgic guard. We shall likewise remind our opponents of the Platonic hypothesis concerning the earth, mentioned by Socrates in the Phaedo, where he says that the place of our abode is hollow and dark, and bound by the sea, but that there is another true earth, containing the receptacles of the gods, and possessing a beauty resembling that of the heavens. We ought not therefore to wonder if now the earth is said to be the most ancient and the first of the gods within the heavens, since she possesses so great an altitude and such a surpassing beauty, and, as Socrates afterwards says, was fashioned by the Demiurgos, resembling a sphere covered with 12 skins, just as the heaven is similar to a dodecahedron. We must likewise understand that the Demiurgos gave to the earth alone among the elements to have all the elements separately, causing her to be wholly a world, variegated analogous to the heavens. For she contains a river of fire, of air, and of water, and of another earth, which has the same relation to her which she has to the universe, as Socrates says in the Phaedo. But if this be the case, she very much transcends the other elements, as imitating the heavens, and possessing everything in herself terrestrially, which is celestially contained in the heavens. To this also we may add that the Demiurgos produced these two elements, the first, earth and fire. but the others for the sake of these, in order that they might have the ratio of bonds with respect to them, and that the four elements are both in the heavens and in the sublunary region, but in the former indeed according to a fiery characteristic, since fire there predominates, as Plato says, but in the latter according to a terrestrial peculiarity. For the profundity of air and the bulk of water are spread round the earth, and possess much of an earthly property, on which account they are in their own nature dark. In the heavens, therefore, there is a predominance of fire, but in the sublunary region of earth. Since, however, generation is connascently conjoined with the heavens, the end of the latter is earth, so far as earth is in the heavens, but the beginning of generation is fire, considered as subsisting in generation. For it is usual to call the moon earth, as having the same ratio to the sun, which earth has to fire. But the Demiurgus, says Orpheus, fabricated another infinite earth, which the immortals call Selene, but terrestrials Mene. And it is usual to denominate the summit of generation fire, which Aristotle also does, when he calls ether fire. In another place, however, he does not think it proper to call ether fire, but fiery formed. Hence, the end of the heavens is not entirely destitute of mutation, in consequence of its propinquity to generation, but the beginning of generation is moved in a circle imitating the heavens. Farther still, this likewise must be considered, that we ought not to judge of the dignity of things from places, but from powers and essence. By what peculiarities, therefore, are we to form a judgment of transcendencies? By what others than those which the divine orders exhibit? For transcendency, truly so called, is with the Gods. From the divine orders, therefore, we must assume the monadic, the stable, the all perfect, the prolific, the connective, the perfective, the every way extended, the vivific, the adorning, the assimilative, and the comprehending power. For these are the peculiarities of all the divine orders. According to all these, however, the earth surpasses the other elements, so that she may justly be called the most ancient and the first of the Gods. Again, a twofold nature of things may be surveyed. The one indeed, according to progression, which always makes things that have a secondary arrangement subordinate to those that are prior to them; but the other according to conversion, which conjoins extremes to primary natures through similitude, and produces one circle of the whole generation. Since also the world is spherical, but a figure of this kind is the peculiarity of things that subsist according to conversion, earth likewise must be conjoined in it to the heavens through one circle and one similitude. For thus also the centre is most similar to the poles. For the heavens indeed entirely comprehend wholes, being moved about the poles; but the earth is allotted permanency in the centre. For it is appropriate to generation that the immovable should be more ancient than that which is moved. Hence, according to all these conceptions, it may be said that earth, as coordinate with heaven, is the most ancient of the Gods within the heavens. For she is within them, as being on all sides comprehended by them. For as the Demiurgus fashioned the whole of a corporeal nature within the soul of the world, thus also he fabricated earth within the heavens, as compressed and contained by them, and in conjunction with them fabricating wholes. She has, however, so far as she is the first of the Gods, an indication of transcendency according to essence; but so far as she is the most ancient, she exhibits to our view the dignity which she is allotted. For how is it possible not to admit that she is allotted a great portion in the world, and is very honourable, in whom there are the tower of Jupiter and the progression of Saturn? For not only Tartarus, which is the extremity of the earth, is on all sides comprehended by Saturn and the Saturnian power, but also whatever else may be conceived subordinate to this. For Homer says that this is connectedly contained through the subtartarean Gods. Not that he arranges Gods beyond Tartarus, as the words indicate, but that Tartarus itself is on all sides comprehended by them. Farther still we may survey the analogy which earth has to the intellectual earth. For as the latter comprehends and gives subsistence to perfective, guardian, and titanic orders of Gods, of which the Orphic theologies are full, so likewise the former possesses various powers. And as a nurse indeed, she imitates the perfective order, according to which the Athenians also are accustomed to call her Kurotrophos, or the nourisher of youth, and Anisidora, or scattering gifts, as producing and nourishing plants and animals. But as a guard she imitates the guardian, and as conglobed about the pole which is extended (tetomene) through the universe, the Titanic order. Since, however, the intellectual earth prior to other divinities generated Aigle and the Hesperian Erythia, thus also our earth is the fabricator of day and night, and the analogy of the latter to the former is evident. In the last place, Proclus adds, if also you are willing after another manner to understand that she is the first and most ancient of the Gods, as deriving her subsistence from the first and most ancient causes, this reason also will be attended with probability, since first causes proceed by their energies to the utmost extent of things, and besides this, the last of things frequently preserve the analogy of such as are first, as possessing their order from them alone. Hence, every way the assertion of Plato is true, whether you are willing to look to the bulk of the earth, or to the powers which she contains. And thus much from Proclus concerning that great mundane divinity, the earth, who in the language of Theophrastus is the common Vesta of Gods and men, and on whose fertile surface reclining, says he, as on the soft bosom of a mother or a nurse, we ought to celebrate her divinity with hymns, and incline to her with filial affection, as to the source of our existence. (Ch. 24). Having thus amply discussed the theory pertaining to the celestial Gods, it is necessary in the next place that we should direct our attention to the sublunary deities, who are denominated Genesiorgoi, or the fabricators of generation. Plato in the Timaeus calls these Gods daemons, because they are so with reference to the celestial Gods. For they are suspended from them, and together with them providentially attend to their appropriate allotments. Conformably to this also, in the banquet he calls Love a daemon, as being the attendant of Venus, and as proceeding from the God Porus, who is truly the source of abundance, though in the Phaedrus he admits Love to be a God, as with reference to the life of which he is the leader. What Plato therefore says of these Gods in the Timaeus is as follows, quote, "But to speak concerning the other daemons, and to know their generation, is a task beyond our ability to perform. It is therefore necessary in this case to believe in ancient men, who, being the progeny of the Gods, as they themselves assert, must have a clear knowledge of their parents. It is impossible, therefore, not to believe in the children of the Gods, though they should speak without probable and necessary arguments. But as they declare that their narrations are about affairs to which they are naturally allied, it is proper that complying with the law we should assent to their tradition. In this manner then, according to them, the generation of these Gods is to be described, that Ocean and Tethys were the progeny of heaven and earth, that from hence Phorcys, Saturn and Rhea, and such as subsist together with these were produced, that from Saturn and Rhea Jupiter, Juno, and all such as we know are called the brethren of these descended, and lastly others, which are reported to be the progeny of these. Proclus, in his usual admirable manner, copiously elucidates these words of Plato, and in his comment fully unfolds the theory of the sublunary Gods. But unfortunately there are many chasms in some of the most important parts of his elucidations, which no critical acumen nor sagacious conjecture can fully supply. I shall endeavour, however, to extract from his commentary in the best manner I am able all the information on this subject which can at present be derived from this invaluable work, occasionally attempting to restore the sense where from the mutilated state of the original it is wanting. Plato then, intending now to speak of the sublunary Gods, says that the discourse about them is admirable, and beyond our ability to perform, if we intend to discover the generation of them, and promulgate it to others. For what he before said of the Demiurgos, that it is difficult to discover him and impossible to speak of him to all men, this he now says of the sublunary Gods, that to know and to speak of the generation of them surpasses our ability. What therefore does Plato mean by this mode of indication? For as he has delivered so many and such admirable things concerning all heaven and the intelligible paradigm, how is it that he says that to speak of the Gods who are the fabricators of generation is a task beyond our ability to perform? Perhaps it is because many physiologists consider these sublunary elements to be inanimate natures casually borne along and destitute of providential care. For they acknowledged that the celestial bodies, on account of their orderly motions, participate of intellect and the Gods, but they left generation as being very mutable and indefinite, deprived of providential inspection. In order, therefore, that we might not be affected in the same manner as they were, he antecedently celebrates and proclaims the generation of the sublunary Gods to be divine and intellectual, requiring no such mode of indication in speaking of the celestial Gods. Perhaps also it may be said that souls more swiftly forget things nearer to themselves, but have a greater remembrance of superior principles. For they, in a greater degree, operate upon them through transcendency of power, and appear through energy to be present with them. The same thing also happens with respect to our sight. For though we do not see many things that are situated on the earth, yet at the same time we appear to see the inerratic sphere and the stars themselves, because they illuminate our sight with their light. The eye of the soul, therefore, becomes in a greater degree oblivious of, and blind to, more proximate then to higher and more divine principles. Thus, all religions and sects acknowledge that there is a first principle of things, and all men invoke God as their helper, but all do not believe that there are Gods posterior to this principle, and that a providential energy proceeds from them into the universe. For the one is seen by them in a clearer manner than multitude. Others again believe indeed that there are Gods, but after the Gods, admitting the demoniacal genus, they are ignorant of the heroic order. And in short, this is the greatest work of science, subtly to distinguish the media and the progressions of beings. If therefore we rightly assert these things, Plato, when speaking of the celestial Gods, very properly indicates nothing of the difficulty of the subject. but when speaking of the sublunary gods, says that it surpasses our ability. For the discussion of these is more difficult because we cannot collect anything about them from apparent objects, but it alone requires a divinely inspired energy and intellectual projection. And thus much concerning this doubt. Again, though we have assigned a reason why Plato calls the sublunary gods demons, we may likewise say according to another conception that in the celestial regions there are demons, and in the sublunary gods, but that in the former the genus is indeed divine, though demons also are generated according to it, and that in the latter the whole multitude are demons. For there indeed the divine peculiarity, but here the demoniacal predominates, to which some alone looking have divided the divine and the demoniacal according to the heavens and generation. They ought, however, to have arranged both in both, but in the former indeed the divine nature, and in the latter the demoniacal predominates, though in the former there is also the divine peculiarity. For if the whole world is a blessed God, no one of the parts which give completion to it is destitute of divinity and providential inspection. But if all things participate of deity and providence, the world is allotted a divine nature. And if this be the case, appropriate orders of gods preside over its different parts. For if the heavens, through souls and intellects as media, participate of one soul and one intellect, what ought we to think of the sublunary elements? How is it possible that these should not in a much greater degree participate through certain middle divine orders of the one deity of the world? Farther still, it would also be absurd that the telestic art, or the art pertaining to mystic ceremonies, should establish on the earth places fitted for oracles, and statues of the gods, and, through certain symbols, should cause things generated from a partial and corruptible matter to become adapted to the participation of deity, to be moved by him, and to predict future events. But that the demiurgus of wholes should not place over the whole elements which are the incorruptible plenitudes of the world, divine souls, intellects and gods. For whether was he unwilling? But how could he be unwilling, since he wished to make all things similar to himself? Was he then unable? But what could hinder him? For we see that this is possible from telestic works. But if he was both willing and able, it is evident that he gave subsistence to gods, who have allotments in, and are the inspective guardians of generation. Since, however, the genus of demons is everywhere an attendant on the gods, there are also demons who are the fabricators of generation, some of whom indeed rule over the whole elements, but others are the guardians of climates. Others are the rulers of nations, others of cities, others of certain families, and others are the guardians of individuals. For the guardianship of demons extends as far as to the most extreme division. (Ch. 25). Having therefore solved the problem pertaining to the essence, let us in the next place consider the order of the sublunary gods, and the meaning of the subsequent words of Plato. For let them be gods, and let them be called demons, for the cause above assigned. Where must we arrange them? Must it be, as we have before said, under the moon, or prior to the celestial gods? For this may appear to be proper for these two reasons. One indeed, because Plato indicates that he ascends to a greater order, by saying that it exceeds our ability to speak concerning them, having already spoken concerning the celestial gods. But the other, because he follows in what he says those who have delivered to us theogonies. For they, prior to the world, and the demiurgus, delivered these generations of gods, proceeding from heaven and earth. In answer to this query, however, we must say that he produces them after the celestial gods, and through this from heaven and earth. For on this account he said that earth was the most ancient of the Gods within the heaven, because from this and heaven he was about to produce the other Gods, which the heavens contain. This we demonstrate from the Demiurgus addressing his speech to these Gods, and to all the rest, as being produced by him within the universe. Why, however, Plato says that he follows the Theogony, and why he shall omit to speak concerning the sublunary deities, we must refer to his having no clear indications of the subsistence of these from the phenomena, as he had of the celestial divinities, from the order of their periods, which is adapted to the government of Gods. It exceeds the province therefore of physiology to speak of beings concerning whom natural effects afford us no stable belief. Hence Plato says, as a physiologist, that it surpasses his ability to speak of these. If, however, he says that he follows those who are divinely inspired, but they speaking concerning the supercelestial Gods, he adopts a similar theogony, though discoursing of the subcelestial divinities, we must not consider this as wonderful. For he knew that all the orders of the Gods proceed as far as to the last of things from the arrangement which is the principle of their progression, everywhere generating series from themselves analogous to the superior deities from which they proceed. Hence, though the orders of these Gods which are celebrated by theologists are above the world, yet they subsist also in the sensible universe. And as this visible heaven is allied to that which is supermundane, so likewise our earth is allied to the earth which is there, and the orders subsisting from the one to the orders proceeding from the other. From these things too, this also may be assumed, that according to Plato, as well as according to other theologists, first natures as they proceed, produce things subordinate in conjunction with the causes of themselves. For the sublunary Gods, proceeding from the Demiurgus, are also said to be generated from heaven and earth that first proceed from him. The Demiurgus therefore says to all of them that they ought to fabricate mortal natures, imitating his power about their generation. Hence all of them proceed from one producing cause, though those of a secondary order proceed likewise from the Gods that are prior to them. It follows therefore from this, that not everything which is produced by the junior Gods is mortal, since some of these proceed from other junior Gods, but the contrary alone is true, that everything mortal is generated by these divinities. And again it follows from this that the junior Gods produce some things according to the immovable, but others according to the movable hyparxes of themselves. For they would not be the causes of immortals, if they produced all things according to movable hyparxes. If it be true that everything which subsists from a movable cause is essentially mutable. Again, when Plato says, "It is therefore necessary to believe in ancient men, who being the progeny of the Gods, as they themselves assert, must have a clear knowledge of their parents. For it is impossible not to believe in the children of the Gods, though they should speak without probable and necessary arguments." We may collect from this that he who simply believes in things which seem difficult to be known, and which are of a dubious nature, runs in the paths of abundance, recurring to divine knowledge and deific intelligence, through which all things become apparent and known. For all things are contained in the Gods. But that which antecedently comprehends all things is likewise able to fill other things with the knowledge of itself. Hence Timaeus here sends us to theologists, and to the generation of the Gods celebrated by them. Who therefore are they, and what is their knowledge? They indeed are the progeny of the Gods, and clearly know their progenitors, being the progeny and children of the Gods, as preserving the form of their presiding deity according to the present life. For Apolloniacal souls, in consequence of choosing a prophetic or telestic life, are called the children and progeny of Apollo. Children indeed, so far as they are souls pertaining to this God, and adapted to this series; but progeny, because they demonstrate their present life to be conformable to these characteristics of the God. All souls, therefore, are the children of the Gods, but all do not know their presiding God. Such, however, as have this knowledge and choose a similar life are called the children and progeny of the Gods. Hence Plato adds, "As they say," for they unfold the order from which they came. Thus the Sibyl, as soon as she was born, uttered oracles, and Hercules appeared at his birth with demiurgic symbols. But souls of this kind convert themselves to their progenitors, and are filled from them with deific knowledge. Their knowledge, however, is enthusiastic, being conjoined to deity through divine light, and exempt from all other knowledge, both that which is probable and that which is demonstrative; for the former is conversant with nature, and the universal in particulars, but the latter with an incorporeal essence and the objects of science. Divinely inspired knowledge, however, alone is conjoined with the Gods themselves. Timaeus, or in other words Plato, afterwards adds, "But as they declare that their narrations are about affairs to which they are naturally allied, it is proper that complying with the law we should assent to their tradition." From these words, he who considers them accurately may assume many things, such as that divinely inspired knowledge is perfected through familiarity with and alliance to the Gods. For the sun is seen through solar form light, and divinity becomes apparent through divine illumination. It may likewise be inferred that the divine law defines the orders of the Gods, which the divinely inspired conceptions of the ancients unfold, according to which also souls energizing, though not enthusiastically, are persuaded by those that enthusiastically energize. Complying with this law, Timaeus in the beginning of this dialogue says that he shall invoke the Gods and Goddesses. From these words also we may infer that all the kingdoms, both in the heavens and the sublunary region, are adorned and distributed in order according to the first and intellectual principles, and that all of them are everywhere according to the analogous. Likewise, that the order of things precedes our conceptions. But it is Pythagoric to follow the Orphic genealogies. For the science concerning the Gods proceeded from the Orphic tradition through Pythagoras to the Greeks, as Pythagoras himself says in the Sacred Discourse. End of chapter 25. Chapters 26 to 28 of Book 7 of Platonic Theology by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. Again then, following Proclus, we say that the theory of the sublunary is immediately connected with that of the celestial Gods, and in consequence of being suspended from it, possesses the perfect and the scientific. For the generation producing choir of Gods follows the Gods in the heavens, and in imitation of the celestial circle, convolves also the circle in generation. For secondary follow the natures prior to them, according to an indivisible and united progression. Because, however, the divinities that govern generation subsist immediately from the celestial Gods, on this account also they are converted to them according to one undisjoined union, just as the celestial are converted to the supercelestial deities, from whom they were proximately generated, but the supercelestial to the intellectual, by whom they were adorned and distributed, and again the intellectual to the intelligible Gods, from whom they were ineffably unfolded into light, and who indescribably and occultly comprehend all things. Of the whole of this truly golden chain, therefore, the summit is indeed the genus of the intelligible Gods, but the end is that of the sublunary deities, who govern generation in an unbegotten, and nature in a supernatural manner, to which the demiurgic intellect now gives subsistence, the dominion of the Gods extending supernally from the heavens as far as to the last of things. Of the sublunary deities, however, it is necessary to observe in the first place that all of them preserve the generative and perfective energy of their generating cause, and also his demiurgic and stable productive power. They likewise receive measures, boundaries, and order from their Father, and such things as he governs exemptly and totally, they, being divided according to allotments, fabricate, generate, and perfect. Some of them also are proximate to the celestial Gods, but others proceed to a greater distance from them. Hence some preserve the idea of these Gods so far as it can be preserved in the sublunary order, but others are established according to their appropriate power. For of every order the summit is analogous to the order prior to it. Thus the summit of intelligibles is unity, of intellectuals is intelligible, of the supermundane order is intellectual, and of the mundane order supermundane. And some of the sublunary Gods indeed are in a greater degree united to the demiurgic monad, but others are more distant from it. Hence some being analogous to it are the leaders of the whole of this series, but others have a more partial similitude to it. For the Father established in every order powers analogous to him in their arrangement, since in all the divine orders a certain cause presubsists analogous to the good. Conformably to these causes which are thus analogous to the ineffable principle of things, and which with reference to it are called monads, the sublunary Gods proceed and adorn and distribute generation in a becoming manner, and some indeed give completion to this, but others to some other will of their Father. For some complete his connective, others his prolific, others his motive, others his guardian will, and others some other will of the demiurgus pertaining to the wholes in the sublunary region. And some of them have dominion over souls, others over daemons, and others over Gods. All of them, however, are intellectual according to essence, but mundane according to allotment. They are also perfective and powerful, governing generation in an unbegotten manner, being deprived of intellect, intellectually, and inanimate natures vitally. For they adorn all things according to their own essence, and not according to the imbecility of the recipients. But Plato is evidently of opinion that these Gods use certain other bodies more simple and perpetual than these elements, by saying that they appear when they please and become visible to us. That he likewise gives them souls is manifest from his saying that every mundane God is conjoined to bodies through soul. For he then first called the world itself a God, when he had established a soul in it. And again, that he suspends intellects from them, through which their souls are intellectual, and are immediately converted to the demiurgus, is evident from the speech of the demiurgus to them. If likewise it is requisite that the whole world should be perfect, it is necessary that together with the divine genera, we should conceive that the demoniacal order was generated prior to our souls, and which receives a triple division, videre licet, into angels, daemons properly so called, and heroes. For the whole of this order fills up the middle space between Gods and men, because there is an all perfect separation or interval between our concerns and those of the Gods. For the latter are eternal, but the former are frail and mortal. And the former indeed are satisfied with the enjoyment of intellect in energy partially, but the latter ascend into total intellects themselves. On this account, there is a triad which conjoins our concerns with the Gods, and which proceeds analogous to the three principal causes of things, though Plato is accustomed to call the whole of this triad demoniacal. For the angelic is analogous to being, or the intelligible, which is first unfolded into light from the ineffable and occult fountain of beings. Hence also it unfolds the Gods themselves, and announces that which is occult in their essence. But the demoniacal is analogous to infinite life. On which account it proceeds everywhere according to many orders, and is of a multiform nature. And the heroic is analogous to intellect and conversion. Hence also it is the inspective guardian of purification, and is the supplier of a magnificent and elevated life. Farther still, the angelic indeed proceeds according to the intellectual life of the Demiurgos. Hence it also is essentially intellectual, and interprets and transmits a divine intellect to secondary natures. But the demoniacal proceeds according to the demiurgic providence of wholes, governs nature, and rightly gives completion to the order of the whole world. And the heroic again proceeds according to the convertive providence of all these. Hence this genus likewise is elevated, raises souls on high, and is the cause of a grand and vigorous energy. Such therefore being the nature of these triple genera, they are suspended from the Gods, some indeed from the celestial Gods, but others from the divinities who are the inspective guardians of generation. And about every God there is an appropriate number of angels, heroes, and demons. For every God is the leader of a multitude, which receives his characteristic form. Hence of the celestial Gods, the angels, demons, and heroes are celestial. But of the fabricators of generation, they have a generation producing characteristic. Of the elevating Gods, they have an elevating property, but of the demiurgic, a demiurgic. Of the vivific, a vivific property, and so of the rest. And again, among the elevating Gods, of those that are of a Saturnian characteristic, the angels, demons, and heroes are Saturnian, but of those that are solar, they are solar. Among the vivific Gods likewise, of those that are lunar, the ministrant powers are lunar. But of the aphrodisiacal, or those that have the characteristic of Venus, they are aphrodisiacal. For they bear the names of the Gods from whom they are suspended, as being in connected continuity with them, and receiving one and the same idea with an appropriate subjection. Nor is this wonderful, since partial souls also, when they know their patron and leading Gods, call themselves by their names. Or whence were the Asclepiuses, the Bacchuses, and the Dioscuri denominated, who being men of an heroic character took the names of the deities from whom they descended. As therefore of the celestial, so likewise of the Gods who are the fabricators of generation, it is necessary to survey about each of them a coordinate angelical, demoniacal, and heroical multitude, and that the number suspended from them retains the appellation of its producing monad. Hence there is a celestial God, angel, and hero, and the like is also true of the earth. In a similar manner, we must say that ocean and Tethys proceed into all the orders, and conformably to this the other Gods. For there is likewise a Jovian, a Junonian, and a Saturnian multitude, which is called by the same appellation of life. Nor is there any absurdity in calling man both the intelligible and the sensible man, though in these there is a much greater separation and interval. And thus much in common concerning the Gods and demons, who are the fabricators of generation. (Ch. 27). It now remains to show what conceptions we ought to have of the Gods mentioned by Plato in the passage before cited from the Timaeus. For of the ancients some referred what is said about them to fables, others to the fathers of cities, others to guardian powers, others to ethical explanations, and others to souls. These, however, are sufficiently confuted by the divine Iamblichus, who demonstrates that they wander from the meaning of Plato, and from the truth of things. After this manner, therefore, we must say that Timaeus, being a Pythagorean, follows the Pythagorean principles. But these are the Orphic traditions. For what Orpheus delivered mystically through arcane narrations, these Pythagoras learned, being initiated by Glauthemus, in the mystic wisdom which Orpheus derived from his mother Calliope. For these things Pythagoras says in the Sacred Discourse. What then are the Orphic traditions, since we are of opinion that the doctrine of Timaeus about the Gods should be referred to these? They are as follows. Orpheus delivered the kingdoms of the Gods who preside over wholes according to a perfect number. Viderelicet Phanes, Night, Heaven, Saturn, Jupiter, Bacchus. For Phanes is the first that bears a scepter, and the first king is the celebrated Ericopius. But the second is Night, who receives the scepter from her father, Phanes. The third is Heaven, who receives it from Night. The fourth is Saturn, who, as they say, offered violence to his father. The fifth is Jupiter, who subdued his father. And after him, the sixth is Bacchus. All these kings, therefore, beginning supernally from the intelligible and intellectual Gods, proceed through the middle orders and into the world, that they may adorn mundane affairs. For Phanes is not only in intelligibles, but also in intellectuals, in the demiurgic and in the supermundane order, and in a similar manner Heaven and Night. For the peculiarities of them proceed through all the middle orders. And with respect to the mighty Saturn, is he not arranged prior to Jupiter? And does he, not after the Jovian kingdom, divide the Bacchic fabrication in conjunction with the other Titans? And this indeed he effects in one way in the heavens, and in another in the sublunary region, in one way in the ineratic sphere, and in another among the planets, and in a similar manner Jupiter and Bacchus. These things, therefore, are clearly asserted by the ancients. If, however, we are right in these assertions, these divinities have everywhere an analogous subsistence, and he who wishes to survey the progressions of them into the heavens, or the sublunary region, should look to the first and principal causes of their kingdoms. For from thence and according to them their generation is derived. Some therefore say that Plato omits to investigate the Gods who are analogous to the two kings in the heavens, I mean Phanes and Night. For it is necessary to place them in a superior order, and not among the mundane Gods, because prior to the world they are the leaders of the intellectual Gods, being eternally established in the adytum, as Orpheus says of Phanes, who by the word adytum signifies their occult and immanifest order. Whether, therefore, we refer the circulation of same and different, mentioned by Plato in this dialogue, to the analogy of these, as male and female, or paternal and generative, we shall not wander from the truth. Or whether we refer the sun and moon, as opposed to each other among the planets, to the same analogy, we shall not err. For the sun indeed, through his light preserves a similitude to Phanes, but the moon to Night. Jupiter, or the demiurgus, in the intellectual is analogous to Phanes in the intelligible order. And the vivific crater Juno is analogous to Night, who produces all life in conjunction with Phanes from unapparent causes, just as Juno is parturient with and emits into light all the soul contained in the world. For it is better to conceive both these as prior to the world, and to arrange the Demiurgus himself as analogous to Phanes, since he is said to be assimilated to him according to the production of wholes. But to arrange the power conjoined with Jupiter, i.e. Juno, and which is generative of wholes, to Night, who produces all things from the father Phanes. After these, however, we must consider the remaining as analogous to the intellectual kingdoms. If likewise it should be asked why Plato does not mention the kingdoms of Phanes and Night, to whom we have said Jupiter and Juno are analogous, it may be readily answered that the tradition of Orpheus contains these, on which account Plato celebrates the kingdom of heaven and earth as the first, the Greeks being more accustomed to this than to the Orphic traditions. As he himself says in the Cratylus, where he particularly mentions the theogony of Hesiod, and recurs as far as to this kingdom according to that poet. Beginning, therefore, from this theogony, as more known, and assuming heaven and earth as the first kingdoms above the world, he produces the visible heaven and earth analogous to those in the intellectual order, and celebrates the latter as the most ancient of the gods within the former. From these also he begins the theogony of the sublunary gods. These things, however, if divinity pleases, will be manifest from what follows. At present, we shall only add that it is requisite to survey all these names divinely or demoniacally, and according to the allotments of these divinities in the four elements. For this Ennead is in ether and water, in earth and in air, all variously according to the divine and also according to the demoniacal peculiarity. And again, these names are to be surveyed aquatically and aerially, and likewise in the earth terrestrially, in order that all of them may be everywhere according to an all various mode of subsistence. For there are many modes of providence, divine and demoniacal, and many allotments according to the division of the elements. Chapter 28. Let us, therefore, now return to the words of Plato. In the first place, then, he says that Ocean and Tethys were the progeny of heaven and earth. And here we may observe that as this whole world is ample and various, as adumbrating the intellectual order of forms, it contains these two extremities in itself, earth and heaven, the latter having the relation of a father, but the former of a mother. On this account, Plato calls earth the most ancient of the gods within the heavens, in order that conformably to this he might say that earth is the mother of all, that heaven is the father; at the same time evincing that partial causes are not only subordinate to their progeny, as poverty in the banquet of Plato to love, but are likewise superior to them, as alone receiving the offspring proceeding from the fathers. These two extremities therefore must be conceived in the world, heaven as the father and earth as the mother of her common progeny. For all the rest terminate in these, some giving completion to the celestial number, but others to the wholeness of earth. After the same manner likewise, in each of the elements of the world, these two principles, heaven and earth, must be admitted subsisting aerially indeed in air, but aquatically in water, and terrestrially in earth, and according to all the above mentioned modes, in order that each may be a perfect world, adorned and distributed from analogous principles. For if man is said to be a microcosm, is it not necessary that each of the elements, by a much greater priority, should contain in itself appropriately all that the world contains totally? Hence it appears to me that Plato immediately after speaking about heaven and earth delivers the theory of these gods, beginning from those two divinities, for the other divinities proceed analogous to heaven and earth. These two divinities, however, are totally the causes of all the gods that are now produced, And these divinities that are the progeny of heaven and earth are analogous to the whole of each. These two likewise, as we have before observed, are in each of the elements aerially or aquatically or terrestrially. For heaven is in earth, and earth in heaven, and here indeed heaven subsists terrestrially, but there earth celestially. For Orpheus calls the moon celestial earth. Nor is it proper to wonder that this should be the case. For we may survey the same things everywhere, according to the analogous in intelligibles, in intellectuals, in the supermundane order, in the heavens, and in generation, conformably to the proper order of each. With respect, however, to each of these divinities, some of the interpreters of Plato understand by earth this solid bulk, which is the object of sensible inspection; others as that which has an arrangement analogous to matter and is supposed to exist prior to generated natures; others as intelligible matter; others as the power of intellect; others as life; others as an incorporeal form inseparable from earth; others conceive it to be soul; and others intellect. In a similar manner with respect to heaven, some suppose it to be the visible heavens; others the motion about the middle of the universe; others power aptly proceeding in conjunction with motion; others that which possesses intellect; others a pure and separate intellect; others the nature of circulation; others soul; and others intellect. I know likewise that the divine Iamblichus understands by earth everything stable and firm, according to the essence of the mundane Gods, and which according to energy and a perpetual circulation comprehends more excellent powers and total lives. But by heaven he understands the total and perfect energy proceeding from the Demiurgos, which is full of appropriate power, and subsists about the Demiurgos, as being the boundary of itself and of wholes. I know likewise that the admirable Theodorus establishes both these powers in the life which subsists according to habitude. In order, however, that we may avoid erroneous opinions, and may adhere to the most pure conceptions of Iamblichus and the traditions of Syrianus, it is necessary in the first place to recollect that Plato is now speaking of the sublunary Gods, that all of them are everywhere, and that they proceed according to the analogy of the intelligible and intellectual kings. And in the second place we must say, that as the first heaven is the boundary of and connectedly contains the intellectual Gods, containing the measure which proceeds from the good, and the intelligible Gods into the intellectual orders; after the same manner, the heaven which is now mentioned by Plato is the boundary and container of the Gods, that are the fabricators of generation, comprehending in one bound the demiurgic measure, and also that which proceeds from the celestial Gods to those divinities that are allotted the realms of generation, and connecting them with the celestial government of the Gods. For as the Demiurgos is to the good itself, so is the one divinity of this heaven to the intellectual heaven. Hence, as there, measure and bound proceeds from the good through heaven to all the intellectual Gods, so likewise here a bound arrives to the Gods, the fabricators of generation, and to the more excellent genera, viz. To angels, demons, and heroes, from the Demiurgus and the summit of the mundane Gods, viz. Through the connectedly containing medium of this heaven. For the everywhere proceeding heaven is allotted this order, in one procession of things indeed unitedly and occultly, but in another manifestly and separately. For in one order it introduces bound to souls, in another to the works of nature, and in another in a different manner to other things; and in air, indeed, it effects this primarily, but in the aquatic orders secondarily; and in earth and terrestrial works in an ultimate degree. But there are also complications of these. For the divine mode of subsistence, and also the demoniacal, are different in the air and in the earth. For in one place the mode is the same in different orders, but in another the mode is different in one allotment. And thus much concerning the power of heaven. And of chapter 28 of book 7. Chapters 29 and 30 of book 7 of Platonic Theology by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. In the next place, directing our attention to Earth, we shall derive the whole of the theory concerning her from her first evolution into light. She first becomes manifest therefore in the middle triads of the intellectual gods, together with heaven, who connectedly contains the whole intellectual order. She likewise proceeds analogous to the intelligible earth, which we find to be the first of the intelligible triads. And, as ranking in the vivific orders, she is assimilated to the first infinity. But she is the receiving bosom of the generative deity of heaven, and the middle centre of his paternal goodness. She also reigns together with him, and is the power of him who ranks as a father. The earth, however, which is analogous to her, and presides in the sublunary regions, is, as it were, the prolific power of the heaven pertaining to the realms of generation, unfolding into light his paternal, definitive, measuring, and containing providence, which prolifically extends to all things. She likewise generates all the sublunary infinity, just as heaven, who belongs to the coordination of bound, introduces termination and end to secondary natures. Bound, therefore, and end define the hyparxis of everything according to which gods and demons, souls and bodies are connected and made to be one, imitating the one unity of wholes, or in other words, the ineffable principle of things. But infinity multiplies the powers of every being. For there is much bound in all sublunary natures, and likewise much infinity, which through divinity and after the gods extends to all things. We have, therefore, these two orders which are generative of the divine or demoniacal progressions in all the sublunary genera and elements, and one kingdom of them in the same manner as in the intellectual orders. From these, however, a second duad proceeds, ocean and tethys. This generation not being affected by copulation, nor by any conjunction of things separated, nor by division, nor according to a certain abscission, for all these are foreign from the gods, but they are accomplished according to one union and indivisible conjunction of powers. And this union theologists are accustomed to call marriage. For marriage, as the theologist Orpheus says, is appropriate to this order. For he calls Earth the first nymph, and the union of her with heaven the first marriage. Since there is no marriage in the divinities, that are in the most eminent degree united. Hence there is no marriage between Phanes and Night, who are intelligibly united to each other. And marriage appears on this account to be adapted to the heaven and earth which we are at present considering, so far as they adumbrate the intellectual heaven and earth, which the sacred laws of the Athenians likewise knowing, ordered that the marriages of heaven and earth should be celebrated as preparatory to initiation into the mysteries. Directing their attention to these also, in the Eleusinian mysteries, looking upward to the heavens, they exclaimed, O Son! But looking downward to the earth, O Parent! According to this union, therefore, in conjunction with separation, heaven and earth produce through their goodness ocean and tethys. Or rather, they do not immediately produce these, but prior to these two monads, two triads and duple hebdomads, among which are ocean and tethys. And the monads indeed, together with the triads, remain with the Father, but of the hebdomads, ocean together with tethys abide, and at the same time proceed. All the rest, however, proceed into another order of Gods. And this indeed is the mode of their subsistence in the intellectual order. But here Plato entirely omits the causes that abide in the Father, but delivers to us those that proceed, and at the same time abide, because his intention is to speak of the Gods that are the fabricators of generation. To these, however, progression, motion, and difference are adapted, and a co-arrangement of the male with the female, in order that there may be generation, that matter may be adorned with forms, and that difference may be combined with sameness. Hence Plato commences from the duad, proceeds through it, and again returns to it. For the duad is adapted to material natures as well as difference on account of the division of forms about matter. Having mentioned a duad, likewise he begins from earth, for this is more adapted to things pertaining to generation. With respect to these two divinities, however, ocean and tethys, who abide in their causes and at the same time proceed from them, some say that ocean is a corporeal essence, others that it is a swiftly pervading nature, others that it is the motion of a humid essence, others that it is ether through the velocity of its motion, and others that it is the intelligible profundity itself of life. The divine Iamblichus, however, defines it to be the middle mode of divine cause, which middle souls, lives, and intellections, efficacious natures, and those elements that are pneumatic, such as air and fire, first participate. And with respect to tethys, some say that it is a humid essence, others that it is a very mutable nature, and others that it is the hilarity of the universe. But the divine Iamblichus asserts it to be a productive power, possessing in energizing an efficacious establishment, the stable intellections of which souls, natures, and powers participate, and which is likewise participated by certain solid receptacles, either of earth or water, which prepare a seat for the elements. We, however, again assuming our principles, say that the causes of these are indeed in the intellectual Gods, and that they are likewise in the sensible universe. For ocean everywhere distinguishes first from second orders, in consequence of which poets do not improperly call it the boundary of the earth. But the ocean, which is now the subject of discussion, is the cause of motion, progression, and power, inserting in intellectual lives indeed acme and prolific abundance, but in souls celerity and vigor, in their energies, and purity in their generations, and in bodies facility of motion, and in the Gods indeed it imparts a motive and providential cause, but in angels an unfolding and intellectual celerity and vigor. Again, in demons it is the supplier of efficacious power, but in heroes of a magnificent and flourishing life. It likewise subsists in each of the elements according to its characteristic peculiarity. Hence the aerial ocean is the cause of all the mutation of aerial natures, and of the circle of the meteors, as also Aristotle says. But the aquatic ocean gives subsistence to fertility, facility of motion, and all various powers. For according to the poets, "From this all seas and every river flow." And the terrestrial ocean is the producing cause of generative perfection, of the separation of forms, and of generation and corruption. Whether also there are certain terrestrial orders, vivific and demiurgic, it is the source of their distinction, or whether there are powers connective of the productive principles of the earth, and the inspective guardians of generation, these also it excites and multiplies and calls into motion. With respect to Tethys, as the name indeed evinces, she is the most ancient, and the progenitor of the Gods, in the same manner as it is fit to acknowledge of the mother Rhea. For theologists denominate another goddess prior to her Maia. Thus Orpheus, Maia, of gods supreme, immortal night, what mean you, say? But according to the etymology of Plato, she is a certain fontal deity. For the undefiled and pure and that which percolates are signified through her name. For since ocean produces all things and is the source of all motions, whence also it is called the generation of the Gods, Tethys separates the unical cause of his motions into primary and secondary motions. Hence Plato says that she derives her appellation from leaping and percolating. For these are separative names, in the same manner as he says in the Sophista, ta xainein kai kerkisdein, to card and to separate threads in weaving with a shuttle. Ocean, therefore, generating all motion collectively, whether divine or intellectual, or psychical or physical. Tethys, separating both internal and external motions, is so called from causing material motions to leap and be percolated from such as are immaterial. Hence the separating characteristic is adapted to the female, and the unical to the male. Plato, therefore, would assert such peculiarities as these of ocean and Tethys, and does assert them in the Cratylus. But according to the divine Iamblichus, Tethys must be defined to be the supplier of position and firm establishment. From all that has been said, however, it may be summarily asserted that Tethys is the cause of permanency and a firm establishment of things in herself, separating them from the motions that proceed externally. In short, ocean is the cause of all motion, intellectual, psychical, and physical to all secondary natures. But Tethys is the cause of all the separation of the streams proceeding from ocean, imparting to each a proper purity in the motion adapted to it by nature, through which each, though it may move itself, or though it may move other things, yet moves in a transcendent manner. But theologists manifest that ocean is the supplier of all motion, when they say that he sends forth 10 streams, 9 of which proceed into the sea, because it is necessary that of motions 9 should be corporeal, but that there should be one alone of the essence, which is separate from bodies, as we are informed by Plato in the Laws. Plato, in the 10th book of the Laws, distinguishes the genus of motions into 10 species. Videre licet, circulation about an immovable center, local transition, condensation, rarefaction, increase, decrease, generation, corruption, mutation or alteration, produced in another by another, and a mutation produced from a thing itself, both in itself and in another. This last is the motion of an essence separate from bodies, and is the motion of soul. Such divine natures, therefore, as the mighty ocean generates, these he excites to motion and renders them efficacious. But Tethys distinguishes these, preserving generative causes pure from their progeny, and establishing them in energies more ancient than those that proceed into the external world. And thus much concerning each of these divinities, ocean and Tethys. Since, however, as we have said, the generation of these is from the prior divinities, heaven and earth, but is not affected either by a copulation, such as that which is in sensibles, nor according to such a union as that of night and Phanes in intelligibles, it very properly follows that their progeny are separated from each other analogously to their parents, and that each receives a similitude to both. For ocean, indeed, as being the male, is assimilated to the paternal cause, heaven, but as the supplier of motion to the maternal cause, earth, who is the cause of progressions. And Tethys, indeed, as the female, is assimilated to the prolific cause, but as producing a firm establishment of her progeny in their proper lives, she is assimilated to the fabricating cause. For the male is analogous to the monadic, but the female to the dyadic, and the stable is adapted to the former, but the motive to the latter. A duad, therefore, proceeding from a duad, and being assimilated according to the whole of itself to the duad which is generative of it, defines and distinguishes the causes of itself, and all the number posterior to itself, in order that every where we may ascribe that which defines and separates to the order of ocean and Tethys. (Ch. 30). In the next place Plato says, "that from ocean and Tethys, Phorcys, Saturn, and Rhea, and such as subsist together with these, were produced." The theory of which divinities is as follows. In the former progeny, a duad, generative and motive, was produced from a terminating and definitive duad, videre licet, ocean and Tethys, from heaven and earth. But in the second progeny, a multitude converted to its causes through the triad is generated from the duad, indicating likewise an all perfect progression. For this multitude also is divided into the analogous to bound, and the coordinate to infinity. For the triad is the bound in this multitude, but the nameless number is the infinity in it. And of the triad itself likewise one thing is analogous to the monad and bound, but another to the duad and infinity. And in the former progression, indeed, the progeny alone proceeding according to bound and the intellectual. But in this there is also a mixture of the indefinite. But after the boundary from the triad, Plato adds, "and such as subsist together with these," indicating the entire progression and separation of these triple orders, so that the progeny of this progression is triadic through the peculiarity of conversion, and dyadic through the intervention of the infinite and indefinite. Since, however, these differ according to their intellectual causes, in the same manner as the before mentioned orders, but in them ocean and Tethys were said to be the brethren, and not the fathers of Saturn and Rhea, for the progression to these was from heaven and earth, and all the Titanic order is thence derived. Let us see on what account Plato here gives subsistence to Phorcys, Saturn, and Rhea, from ocean and Tethys. For he may appear to say this not conformably to the Orphic principles. For "earth latently bore from heaven, as the theologist says, 7 pure, beautiful virgins with rolling eyes, and 7 sons that were kings, with fine long hair, and the daughters indeed were Themis, and the joyful Tethys, Mnemosyne with thick curled hair, and the blessed Thea. She likewise bore Dione, having a very graceful form, and Phoebe, and Rhea, the mother of King Jupiter. But the venerable earth brought forth those celestial youths who are called by the appellation of Titans, because they revenged the mighty starry heaven. And she also bore Caius, the great Crius, and the strong Phorcys, and likewise Saturn and Ocean, Hyperion and Iapetus." These things then having been written by the theologist prior to Plato, how is it that Timaeus produces Saturn and Rhea from ocean and Tethys? In answer to this, as we have before arranged ocean and Tethys above Saturn and Rhea, as being the media between these and the fathers, and guardians of the boundaries of both, As it is usual to celebrate them, we must say in the first place indeed, that it is not wonderful that the same divinities should be brothers, and yet through transcendency of dignity should be called the fathers of certain Gods. For such things as are first, when they proceed from their causes, produce in conjunction with those causes the natures posterior to themselves. Thus all souls indeed are sisters, according to one demiurgic cause, and according to the vivific principle and fountain from which they proceed. At the same time divine souls produce partial souls together with the demiurgos and vivific causes, in consequence of first proceeding into light, and abiding in their wholeness, receiving the power of fabricating natures similar to themselves. Besides, in the Gods themselves, all the offspring of Saturn are brethren, according to the one generative monad by which they were produced. Yet at the same time Jupiter is called father in the divine poet Homer, both by Juno and Neptune. So that it is not at all wonderful if Ocean and Tethys are called both brethren and fathers of Saturn and Rhea, in consequence of preserving as among brethren the paternal peculiarity. In the first place, therefore, the doubt may after this manner be solved. In the next place, it may be said that of the divine Titanic hebdomads, Ocean indeed both abides and proceeds, uniting himself to his father and not departing from his kingdom. But all the rest rejoicing in progression are said to have given completion to the will of earth, but to have assaulted their father, dividing themselves from his kingdom and proceeding into another order. Or rather, of all the celestial genera, some alone abide in their principles as the two first triads. For as soon as heaven understood that they had an implacable heart and a lawless nature, he hurled them into Tartarus, the profundity of the earth, says Orpheus. He concealed them therefore in the unapparent through transcendency of power. But others both abide in and proceed from their principles, as Ocean and Tethys. For when the other Titans proceeded to assault their father Heaven, Ocean prohibited them from obeying the mandates of their mother, being dubious of their rectitude. He therefore abides, and at the same time proceeds together with Tethys, for she is conjoined with him according to the first progeny. But the other Titans are induced to separation and progression, and the leader of these is the mighty Saturn, as the Theologist says, though he evinces that Saturn is superior to Ocean by saying that Saturn himself received the celestial Olympus, and that there being throned he reigns over the Titans, but that Ocean obtained all the middle allotment, for he says that he dwells in the divine streams, which are posterior to Olympus, and that he environs the heaven which is there, and not the highest heaven, but as the fable says, that which fell from Olympus and was there arranged. Ocean and Tethys, therefore, so far as they abide and are united to heaven, produce in conjunction with him the kingdom of Saturn and Rhea, and so far as they are established in the first power of their mother, so far they produce forces in conjunction with her. For she produces him together with Nereus and Thaumas, from being mingled through love with the sea. For Phorcys is not celestial, but Ocean, as is evident from the Theogony. And so far as Tethys is full of earth, so far being as it were a certain earth, she may be said to produce this Phorcys in conjunction with Ocean, so far as Ocean also comprehends the intelligible in himself. Hence Tethys, so far as she is earth according to participation, and Ocean, so far as he is causally the sea, gives subsistence in conjunction with Saturn and Rhea to this God. If, however, any arguments should demonstrate that in the intellectual order Saturn is above Ocean, or Rhea above Tethys, it must be said that this arrangement is indeed there. For in that order the causes of intellection are superior to those of motion, but that here on the contrary all things are in mutation and a flowing condition, So that here ocean is very properly prior to Saturn, since it is the fountain of motion, and Tethys is prior to Rhea. Hence, after another manner, the doubt may be thus solved. That we may speak, however, about each of these gods, Theodorus refers souls that subsist in habitude to these divinities, and arranges them as presiding over the three divisions of the world. And Phorcys indeed he arranges in the starless sphere, as moving the lation of the universe. He ought, however, to persuade us that Plato was acquainted with a certain starless sphere, and afterwards that he thus arranged Phorcys in this sphere. But he places Saturn over the motions of the stars, because time is from these, and the generations and corruptions of these. And he places Rhea over the material part of the world, because by materiality she has a redundancy with respect to the divinities prior to herself. But the divine Iamblichus arranges them in the three spheres between the heavens and the earth. For some of the sublunary deities give a twofold division to the sublunary region, but these divide it in a threefold manner. And Phorcys, indeed, according to him, presides over the whole of a humid essence, containing all of it impartibly. But Rhea is a divinity connective of flowing and aerial formed spirits, and Saturn governs the highest and most attenuated sphere of ether, having a middle arrangement according to Plato, because the middle and the centre in incorporeal essences have a greater authority than the powers situated about the middle. We indeed admire this intellectual explanation of Iamblichus, but we think it proper to survey these gods everywhere, both in all the elements and all orders. For thus we shall behold that which is common in them, and which extends to all things. And we say indeed that Phorcys is the inspective guardian of every spermatic essence, and of physical, and as it were spermatic productive principles, as being pregnant with, and the cause of generation. For there are spermatic productive principles in each of the elements, and different orders of gods and demons preside over them, all which Plato comprehends through Phorcys. But King Saturn divides forms and productive principles, and produces more total into more partial powers. Hence he is not only an animal, but pedestrious, aquatic, and a bird. And he is not only pedestrious, but likewise man and horse. For the productive principles in him are more partial than in the celestial deities. Among the intellectual gods, therefore, he is allotted this power, videre licet, to multiply and divide intelligibles. Hence he is the leader of the Titans, as being especially characterized by the dividing peculiarity. Again, we say that Rhea receives the unapparent powers of King Saturn, leads them forth to secondary natures, and excites the paternal powers to the fabrication of visible objects. For thus also her first order is moved, is filled with power and life, and produces into that which is apparent the causes that abide in Saturn. Hence Saturn is everywhere the supplier of intellectual forms. Rhea is the cause of all souls and of every kind of life, and Phorcys is prolific with physical productive principles. Since, however, another number of gods pertains to the kingdom of these, and which Saturn and Rhea comprehend, on this account Plato adds, "and such as subsist together with these," for he not only through this comprehends demons, as some say, but both the angelic and the demoniacal Saturn have with themselves a multitude, the one angelic, but the other demoniacal. And the multitude which is in the gods is divine. That which is in the air is aerial, and in a similar manner in the other elements, and in the other more excellent genera arranged under these gods. By the words also, "such as subsist together with these," Plato appears to signify the remaining Titans, videre licet, Caius and Hyperion, Crius, Iaptus, and likewise the remaining Titanidae, videre licet Phoebe, Thea, Mnemosyne, Themis, and Dione, with whom Saturn and Rhea proceeded into light. Also those that proceeded together with Phorcys, videre licet Nereus and Thaumas, the most motive Eurybia, and those who especially contain and connect the whole of generation. Moreover, it is worth while to observe that it is not proper to discuss accurately the arrangement in these divinities, and whether Saturn or Phorcys is the superior deity, for they are united and similar to each other. But if it be requisite to make a division, it is better to adopt the arrangement of the divine Iamblichus, videre licet that Saturn is a monad, but Rhea a certain duad calling forth the powers that are in Saturn, and that Phorcys gives perfection to their progression. End of chapter 30.